Lowndes and Win Cup, though, from Team Better Electrical, another Ford quickest in the warm-up. Lee Diffie.
Bill, when you come to Mount Panorama, you hope that your weekend goes perfectly to plan, and for Stephen Richards and Paul Dumbrell, it was anything but that. It was completely the opposite. This car was severely damaged, but now it's one of the strongest cars in the field. You pumped, ready to go?
Can't wait, Diff. Yeah, no, it was a bit of a traumatic Thursday for all the boys, and they worked throughout the night. It was a credit to the team. You know, we're ready to go now. The car was good yesterday in the shootout. We're fifth, so we're pretty positive.
What kind of confidence does it instill in you that your co-driver has already won 2 of these?
Oh, you know, it's amazing. Obviously, with the experience of Larry as well, 6-time winner as well. You know, it's pretty special. There's a lot of experience, a lot of wealth of knowledge. So we're ready to go.
You're having the year of your career. Have the Bathurst of your career. Good luck.
Thanks a lot, Diff. Cheers.
Jamie Whincup, you guys were very quick in the warm-up this morning, you and Craig Lowndes. Bit of a weird lead-up to the race for you so far this weekend. You burned all of your sets of tyres to get into the shootout. That's all out of the way now. What about in terms of the race setup for this car?
Yeah, well, it's fair to say that we would have liked to have been a bit quicker in qualifying. Obviously, everyone wants to be on pole position, but our main focus is just the race. And as you say, this morning was excellent in the warm-up. The car was very, very balanced on full tanks of fuel. So once again, we're very confident that our race car is going to be good.
I watched your sector splits, and the first couple of sectors were very, very quick, so you dropped into being comfortable very fast.
I'm very comfortable in the car. I really enjoy the car. There's nothing better than driving a good car with new tyres around Bathurst. It's a fantastic feeling, but today's a long race, and I'm just focusing, making sure that I can get to the end without making any mistakes.
Second last year, can you build on that?
I'd like to think I can. Yeah, as I say, the car is excellent. I couldn't have any better driver than Craig in the car. You know, this car should be a good, quick car all day. It's just very, very important to make sure we don't make any mistakes. That's the hardest thing. Rather than going quick, don't make a mistake for 6 hours, and we should be right.
Great job so far. Good luck today. Best wishes, Jamie Whincup. Remember, this fellow did an outstanding job at the Clipsal 500 for round 1 of the championship early this year, Greg.
Well, Neil, the man who's going to be keeping a close eye on both Jamie and Craig, and indeed Ford Performance Racing, is the boss of Ford Australia, Tom Gorman. Welcome back to the mountain. It seems as though it's going to be a battle of the heavyweights of motor vehicle manufacturers in this country today. HRT on P1 and FPR on P2. It's going to be fantastic, Tom.
Oh, yeah, look, it's very, very exciting again for us to be back here at the mountain. This is really the ultimate event in V8 Supercar calendar, and we're excited with our opportunities again to bring home a blue team win. We know that it's been a long time for all of our fans, but we plan on giving our best effort and bringing it home this weekend.
The red team and the red brand, if you like, have owned this place for a little while now. 1998, as you quite rightly point out, was the last victory. Do you think you got the right combos today, be it with the Lowndes car or with FPR?
Oh, look, I think up and down the blue team, there are a lot of teams that really have a legitimate chance of pulling one off. This is my 3rd year in a row coming out here, and every year I come here thinking we'll bring home the trophy, and we very much want to do it this year. It'll be a big shot in the arm to not only the race team that wins, but the whole Ford team. We've waited a long time for this one, and we're overdue.
We hope it comes your way today, Tom. Best of luck.
Thanks a lot, Rusty. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Thanks.
When 2 good friends get to pair up in a car here at Bathurst, that is something significant. But when 2 brothers get to drive together, that is really special. And the father of Rick and Todd Kelly is John Kelly. What a day for your family, John.
Yeah, it's great. It's something the 2 boys have aspired to do for a number of years now, and it's a good family thing for us. It's good.
Well, for the last 3 years, either Rick or Todd have featured in the winning car here at the mountain. Can they go and make it 4?
I'm hoping so. They've got a good car, so the way the day's going to pan out with the weather, I think they've got a very good chance. The car's strong.
They've grown up. They're so close. They love clowning around. They're some of the clowns of the pit lane. How's the week been for the 2 guys? And I've certainly noticed a change in young Rick, because he is really maturing.
Yeah, he's been focused on this race for a long time now, and given that they've been messing around the lead up to this race, that hasn't sort of detracted from the vision that he needs to do well in this race, so he's been very focused.
How about that? The Brabhams did it in the Super Tour race back in 1997. Can the Kellys go all the way today?
Well, Lee Holdsworth, must be a nervous moment for you. You look a little nervous, but a fantastic lead up for you and Dean so far.
Yeah, Dean drove really well, and it's really good to be not far off the pace. I actually was a bit nervous about being too far off the pace, given that it's only my 2nd time really here. So, you know, it's all looking really promising, but yeah, there's a few butterflies in the stomach.
Dean's obviously starting in the car for today's race.
Yeah, well, he's got a lot more experience around here than I do, and he knows what to do, so I'm sure he'll keep it out of trouble, and all I've got to do is bring it home for him at the end for him to race with.
Thanks, Lee.
Thanks, Darryl.
Rusty?
Well, for Stephen Johnson, there was a brake problem in the shootout, but Will Davison, you know all too well that the 17 car is looking good. He said yesterday that it's going to be a good race car. Did it feel good in the morning warm-up?
Yeah, everything's spot on, Rusty. You know, we've really had no problems all week and had a very good prep. Small problem in the shootout, but that was something pretty simple, something the boys fixed straight away. So we're pumped up. It's pretty special morning this morning, and we're ready for action.
You're from a motor racing family that's got plenty of history as far as the sport's concerned in this country. What does it mean to a young bloke like you to line up here at the mountain?
Yeah, listen, it's pretty special, especially this year with all the PV stuff. You know, it's emotional, but you know, pretty proud moment, and just going to get out there and give it our best shot. You know, it's a good day for motorsport.
Have a great run.
Thank you. Thanks.
There he is, Will Davison. Neil?
2006 has been a fantastic year for Ford Performance Racing, and one of the men behind restructuring their operations, Tim Edwards. Formula One background for you. You've done great things at this race team. You must be very pleased with the progress this year.
Yeah, I'm really pleased, and I'm really pleased for the 38 people at FPR who've stuck it out over the last few years. And really, I just came along and helped orchestrate it all. But really, it's the same solid people that have been there all along.
Outstanding result at Sandown, and you're on the front row here. Life doesn't get much better than that.
No, it doesn't. But obviously, 6 hours' time, we hope to be, standing on that top step.
Well, best of luck today. Thanks for talking to us, Tim. And I'll just quickly grab Mark Winterbottom, who's over here having a quiet word as well. Excuse me, Frosty. Bit of a nervous moment for you. You blokes are on the front row of the grid. You come off the back of that win at Sandown. Great career opportunity. Well done so far.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's pretty nervous. First front row start for me at Bathurst, and I've done a few trips to the toilet already, but Bridie's going to start. I'm just going to sit there and wait my 33 laps till he pits, and I'll jump in the car and do my job then. So nervous times, but also exciting times to be on the front row.
Comfortable this morning in the warm-up?
Yeah, very quick this morning with a full tank of fuel and very old tyres. We were down in the low 9s, so probably saying that, predicting a race pace might be around the mid-8s. But yeah, very comfortable to drive, and for 161 laps, you've got a fast car and a comfortable car. We're in pretty good shape.
What about the temperature? Because even standing here now, you can feel the sting in the sun.
Yeah, it's pretty hot today, and it's probably the hottest Bathurst probably on record for the last 20 years. So it'll be interesting, but this is quite easy compared to an Adelaide race or some of the other Indy races, Darwin. So we're pretty comfortable. If you need to double stint, we're going to do it. We're not worried about weather, temperature, and it's not too bad. And on this circuit, you get quite a rest down the straight. So if we need to double stint, we're going to do it.
Best wishes today, mate.
Yeah,
good luck.
Thank you.
Darryl?
Well, Murph, I guess yesterday everyone was talking about knocking that time off. No one's done it, so it's promising for today as well.
All it means you have to put up with it next year, probably. Yeah, no, it's still nice to have a little record around here. This place is full of history and bits and pieces, and it's nice to have something under next to your name.
It's going to be a tough day. It's a hot day, but how about the crowd we've got here?
This is going to stand for a long time. This is an amazing celebration of an icon's life, and also this fantastic race. It really is just a spine-tingling place to be.
How's the car feeling, Murph? You had a chat to the boys just after that slow lap, but you feel like you're going to be able to build into it today and be there for that last hour?
Yeah, honestly, the warm-up this morning was a little bit nicer, and it was really settling in. Obviously, we only got I think 2 laps each, Cam and I, and when I was out there, the car was, as the tyres got up to their temperature, was starting to settle down quite nicely. So it's a lot more encouraging this morning. Boys have just been working flat out, and I think we're finally at the right time. We might have something that's not too bad.
You're a fighter, and you've got 1,000 kilometres to do it.
1,000 Ks. Thanks, Des.
Rusty?
There's a sea of people here on the grid, and in amongst them is Garth Tander, the winner in 2000. That was a remarkable year. I mean, you got out of the car that year, there was scalding on your legs. You know how taxing this race is, Garth.
It can be hard work, mate. I double stinted in 2000 to bring it home, and it was nowhere near as hot as it is today. So it's going to be a hard day's work. It's a lot hotter than it has been all week, so we need to take that into consideration, but we're probably a lot fitter this time around as well.
Car 2 felt good here this morning?
Car was really, really good in the warm-up. Didn't really bother doing a lap. We just wanted to warm it up and do everything, without any dramas, and have one run across the top of the mountain. The sectors were good, so we just put it away.
Have a great run, Garth.
Thanks, mate.
Lee?
One guy who knows how to win here on the mountain. He's done it in a Holden, not in a Ford yet, is Caltex Ford driver Russell Engel. You pumped?
Absolutely. We're going to balance that back up, Lee. I reckon Blue Oval's looking pretty good. Car felt really good this morning. We had a little bit of a hiccup in the shootout yesterday, but it felt so strong on full tanks. Like, you can hardly tell the difference between light and full. So we're really happy. Luke's happy. I reckon we're going to be okay.
I know that your team boss, Jim and Ross Stone, they don't give too much away, but I don't think I've ever seen them look so confident here at the Mountain.
Absolutely. I mean, the Mountains avoided us, well, ever since I've been with SBR. We haven't had particularly good cars here. Last year car wasn't bad. We dragged fifth out of a bit of a bun fight, but at the end, it's going to be really good. So that this is it. This is a one, Lee.
Strong car, strong driver combination. Russell Ingall. Can the Enforcer be number one on the Mountain? We'll find out.
Ambrose's last chance to win Bathurst. He, of course, is now embarking on a NASCAR career. Mark Scaife has come back and he is putting himself in the box seat again, this time with Garth Tander as his co-driver. What a potent combination that is. They are so close to each other in lap times, and that is a critical thing in this race. We've talked a lot about the massive preparation that goes in behind the scenes, but assuming the cars are in the very best shape they can be, then you have to have two drivers who can run pretty close to each other in terms of consistent pace, and that is not always the case, not even within the top 10. So to have Tander and Scaife there is quite intimidating for a lot of the other teams. But I'll give you an example. Last year, Craig Lowndes and Ivan Muller, who are running very fast in the practice and qualifying sessions, in fact topped the timesheets in 4 of the 7 sessions last year, including the shootout in which Lowndes turned in the fastest lap of the weekend. But they, of course, did not win the race. Scaife and Todd Kelly, who'd not topped any sessions last year, came out and won because they were fastest over the 161 laps. This year, of course, Scaife and Tander have topped 4 of the 7 sessions we've seen so far, including the shootout and today's warm-up. Lowndes and Whincup, for example, conversely, fastest only in the warm-up today, which doesn't mean much because everyone's running different setups and trying different things. So you never know what will happen, nor do Lee Diffie and Neil Crompton, but they'll at least tell us who's on the grid.
Oh, Billy, what a swing of emotion, being down there on the grid for the Peter Brock tribute and then being there while the cars came out. We'll talk more about that later, but now it's time for our Mitsubishi Fuso 3D starting grid. And just take a closer look, folks, at what stunning combinations we have. This race will be one of, if not the best. Just truly star-studded field and strong combinations, and an outstanding qualifying effort there from the Gary Rogers pair of Dean Canto and Lee Holdsworth. Canto did the qualifying. Steve Johnson, Will Davison, how good can they be today? And the master and the apprentice, Glenn Seaton and James Courtney, who is really feeling his way into V8 supercar racing. The international duo there of David Brabham, Matt Halliday, Greg Ritter and Cameron McLean, 2 non-full-time V8 racers, but have performed well here this weekend on the Mountain. And the highly experienced duo of John Bowe and Brad Jones, a little further back than where they would like to be, but they both come to the fore here on the Mountain. Wilson and Bernard, they've had troubles this weekend. The Kiwi duo of Radicic and Coulthard, and Michael Caruso, a last-minute call-up, will explain why throughout the course of the broadcast. And we get back to the cars who experienced a little bit of trouble during qualifying. That is an interesting one there. Jack Perkins, Shane Price, the youngest ever duo here at Bathurst, 19 and 20 years old respectively. We go back to the final Team Surrey car of Kane Scott, Alan Gurr, who actually didn't compete in qualifying. So there you have it. It's a wonderful looking grid, the graphic and the competitors, that is. And we take you all the way to the front to Scaife v Bright on the line. And we're moments away, minutes away. The build-up continues. And Neil, you were down there, you were amongst it. The deeply touching tribute to Peter Brock, and then the exhilaration of being amongst the starting grid moments before the start of the big one. A special morning.
Very difficult to balance the emotion involved in that entire process. But wonderful to see such an enormous crowd and so much passion for our sport, and so many people paying respect to our friend Peter Brock.
It's the 2-minute siren you can hear in the background. And it's too late. If anything goes wrong, well, then that becomes part of your sad luck story for this race. Greg.
Just down at Team BOC, I've had a quick word to John Bowe just in relation to that top left control arm which broke for Brad Jones in the morning warm-up. JB's got his fingers crossed right now. They have replaced that control arm. Both the Team BOC entries have taken the grid. He's hoping that it's going to be okay for the race.
Just a little fact that I came across this morning about John Bowe. It's his 200th championship start in a Ford. He's been a great ambassador for Ford over a very long period of time. It's his 21st Bathurst 1000. It's a man with incredible experience around here.
And further to that point, Neil, he is the only driver to ever do 200 championship starts for a manufacturer. So congratulations, John. We hope the mountain brings you another victory today, teamed with Brad Jones, who is kind of a Phil Mickelson type story. He is the most credentialed driver never to win here on the mountain, and you could put Glenn Seaton right alongside him. Isn't that a sight? Ready to roll for the big one. This is round 9 of the V8 Supercar Championship Series. It's part of the whole big picture in 2006, but this one comes into its own, doesn't it? Adelaide is a feature race, the Clipsal 500, but nothing beats the mountain. And it certainly looks a picture this weekend. I don't know numbers just yet, we'll get that later, but it's certainly the largest crowd I've ever seen here. The atmosphere has been wonderful all week, and that's on 2 counts. That's to say farewell to Peter Brock, and it's with the anticipation of this race with these amazing competitors and incredible cars. It's the calm before the storm. The green flag flies for the warm-up lap. The next time they're released from the grid, it's for real. The final chance to compose their thoughts and to go at a leisurely pace around this 6.2 kilometre circuit on a day that you couldn't ask for it to be any better. The weather this week has been spectacular, and it's certainly helping the fans enjoy their week at Bathurst.
Well, it makes for pretty pictures, and it's certainly nice to bask in the sunshine, but it's a very, very hot day out there to be in a race car, and that's going to be an issue as we take a look at the race scenario here. We've detailed many times, 31 starters, 161 laps, 1,000 kilometres of a 6.2 kilometre circuit. It is round 9 of the championship. Sometimes that gets lost in the enormity of Bathurst, and Craig Lowndes is our championship leader at this point. He has a 27-point margin over Rick Kelly, who's qualified in front of the 888 machine.
There you have it, 26. This time last year, we barely broke into double figures. It was a very cold, chilly day here, and what a contrast in 2006. It's quite a dry mountain, isn't it, today? This year, not a great deal of rainfall up here, but the track is in top notch. Greg?
Lee, I've just spoken with the Dunlop technicians here. We currently have among the warmest temperatures we have experienced here at the track since the cars ventured out onto Mount Panorama on Thursday. Currently, the air temperature is 29 degrees. On track, it is 37. The highest or the peak track temperature so far this weekend was on Thursday at midday when we hit 38, so warm at the mountain.
The Sirame car of Gurr and Scott, guys, they had an engine problem on Friday, so they couldn't qualify, meaning they were going to start from the back of the grid today. They thought they'd just take a little more fuel on board and avoid the carnage, so they'll be starting from pit lane.
Just had a radio message through, came from Russell Ingall's car, that he noted a lot of fuel spilling from the back of the Greg Murphy Super Cheap Auto number 51 entry. Sometimes the dry brake seals don't necessarily seal correctly if they don't sit up straight, and fuel can get past the little O-ring there. They would have topped the car up obviously before it went out. But I'll have a long hard look at that to make sure that it doesn't continue to hemorrhage fuel.
That's straight. There's the back of the Super Cheap Auto Commodore.
Did something just drop off the back of it then? Or was it just
I think it might have been a leaf. There's
yeah.
a lot of rubbish on the track, isn't there?
The wind has actually picked up, and standing on pit straight there before, it's quite brisk now from the west.
This man here was deeply touched by that Peter Brock tribute, his dear friend, and who had a massive impact on his racing career and life. But now it's time for Craig Lowndes to draw the line in the sand and focus on the task ahead. Sometimes that's not always easy.
Nothing after turn 23.
Campbell just reminding Craig there what you can do now about the rear tyre temperature. So he's just trying to get the last little bit of heat in. It'll sit there and soak some heat before the start of the race. Rears really have no trouble coming up pretty quickly with these cars because of the energy going through the rear tyres.
We hope you're locked in for a comfortable day at home or wherever you're watching the Super Cheap Auto 1000 here on Network 10, your home of motorsport, because this will be a ripper. Will it be everybody chasing the Holden Racing Team Commodore of Mark Scaife and Garth Tander, or will someone else show equal pace? Jason Bright and Mark Winterbottom in that Cat Ford right there at the bottom of your screen. They have gone toe-to-toe with the Red Boys all week. Will it be that way here? Because this, although it's categorised as an endurance race, is simply a 161-lap sprint. They go hard, they go flat out for the whole day.
Some of the drivers are calling for crew chiefs to give them the cue to go because of the way you sit in the car, a long way rearward and towards the centre of the car, the windscreen strips and the angle of where the starting lights are. And the incline of the pit straight here, it's often quite difficult to see the lights depending on exactly your spot, and the car preceding you can mask your view of the lights.
And there you have it. And if you've just tuned in, front row left vacant to say thank you to that man there. A mark of respect to the late Peter Brock.
This racetrack, they use the tallest of the 4 available diff ratios, 3.15 to 1, 120 litres of fuel. Very difficult to get the cars cleanly off the line. You need to make wheels spin.
Here we go, the revs rise. It's time to say farewell to Peter in the way that he would have wanted. Let's go racing on the mountain. The Super Cheap Auto 1000 is on, and Bright got a brilliant start. Scaife has bogged it down and he has been swamped. Scaife has lost 10 positions as Bright leads them into turn 1. Great start, Jason Richards, and Craig Lowndes is up to 3rd.
Mark just sat there, so he either just chug-a-lugged away from the line or he might have even had a little bit of a clutch slip. He's still going back through the field.
They came from everywhere, and look at Lowndes, forceful on the inside. He wants Richards' spot, he won't get it. It's Bright, Jason Richards, Lowndes, then Greg Murphy and Stephen Richards arguing over the same piece of turf. Then Dean Canto's in there behind Russell Ingall, and Seaton in the top 10 as well. Scaife is in the wall. Scaife's day is done. Mark Scaife has hit the wall.
Wow. There's been something happen.
Get up the arse like you could not believe.
Something's happened in the braking area going into turn 2 at the top of Mountain Straight. This will trigger a safety car. He's been hit aggressively from behind. Massive damage to the car. His day is done in not much more than about 30 seconds of racing.
It was a... Oh, and it's the 11. It's the young man, Jack Perkins. And Shane Price in the Jack Daniels Commodore.
What a heartbreak for these guys. So much work goes into this motor race.
Greg.
Well, the pictures tell the story. The damage is massive. Garth Tander, how do you feel?
Gutted, mate. As simple as that. You know, to be over in less than 100 metres, it's devastating. We had a really, really strong car, and yeah, can't believe it.
Is it clear? I mean, listening to the radio transmissions, it's maybe not clear from what Mark said about who the contact may have come from. Do you think it's the Perkins car?
No, I mean, he didn't say. He just said he got hit from behind, and that was it. And that's all he said on the radio. And then we just see on the pictures the front of the car is stuffed. So, yeah, pretty gutting.
Hard luck, Garth. You've had a weapon car all week, and it was looking like the team to beat.
Yeah, not this year. Doesn't look like it, does it? Next year, mate.
Thanks, Garth.
Here we go. See, he's still cruising up here. So they already had a problem, and you get, hit very hard from behind, massively hard from behind, and it's fired in first into the left wall, then to the right, but the car had no pace, and you could hear it free revving at that point. I think he had a slipping clutch, just as a guess. There's the initial impact, that's where all the damage is done, and then it just dribbles across the road.
And he was hit by the all-rookie car of Jack Perkins and Shane Price. The Jack Daniels Commodore. What a nightmare start. You could not have predicted that. Mark.
Well, Larry, you've just seen your son come a cropper on his first lap at Mount Panorama. Pretty tough sport, this, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. We haven't seen any vision. Clearly, Jack has collected someone. Scafe's collected someone or something. I don't know what that's all about, but yeah, that's what happens.
What will you say to him when he gets back in the garage, Larry?
Well, I won't say anything other than what happened, you know. And I mean, this stuff happens, and until you know why, nothing you can do about it.
Thanks.
Crew are communicating to Jack Perkins that there is a large flame coming out on the left-hand side of the car. Here is the Zinger replay of the start. Watch to the right. Scafe just gets swallowed.
While all this is going on, drivers are being reminded to use very low throttle percentage, not burn away too much fuel. See, Mark had dropped a good 10 positions by that. But the hump in Mountain Straight is a good 500-600 metres up the road here. Let's have a listen.
Yeah, he knew he was in trouble there. He's looking in the review.
Clutch slip, massive clutch slip. Pretty self-explanatory.
Just couldn't get it going, could he?
No pace in it at all. Clutch slip. Sometimes it happens, but I doubt it because of Mark's experience, because they're too cold, or it's been massively overheated. But either way, he's had no substantial drive to the rear of the car, and it's just gone absolutely nowhere off the line and up Mountain Straight for the first time, Greg.
Just with Rob Starr back at the Holden Racing team. We're just listening to the onboard vision there, Rob. It sounds like a clutch slip issue. Sometimes these things do come right with a bit of time, but it just didn't seem to.
Yeah, it definitely was slipping, and you know, normally if you can get by in the first lap, they come good. So unfortunately, he's obviously been hit from behind by someone, and you know, now the race is over.
As a team boss, mate, with months and all sorts of hard work that's gone into it, you must feel for your blokes at this time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard sport at times, and you know, when it happens, there's not much you can do about it, unfortunately.
Tough luck, Rob.
Thanks.
Robbie Starr's face says it all, doesn't it? As they go into overdrive at Jack Daniels Racing, and they're well rehearsed because they had to do it with the primary car, the 7 car of Stephen Richards and Paul Dumbrell. They know how to fix these machines, but this has to be a quick fix if it's at all possible. Darryl.
Well, this is the item that Neil's been talking about on Mark Scafe's car, and we're not sure exactly if that's the problem or not, but you can see here that is the clutch, and it's got to pull at Bathurst here a 315 diff off the start line with a full tank of gas and an uphill start, and it can be very difficult. You can see the fingers or the clutch springs here, and the temperature builds into these, and they're obviously carbon plates that you can see as well, but the center of this alloy really heats out and dissipates through the clutch, and they can sometimes even melt the center of these clutches. So obviously that's what's happened to Mark Scafe today. Very unfortunate.
It's a 7¼ inch carbon clutch that they use in the cars. It's been pretty much a standard feature. There's a variety of different brands on the cars for a long period of time now, and as Robbie Starr mentioned before, sometimes they do come right as you progress through the lap, but it's probably got too hot, I'm guessing, although as I said before, it can go the other way as Tom Walkinshaw and Denny Mooney look on. Very disappointing when you consider that they were the top guns in 4 of the 7 sessions this weekend, including pole position, for their race to be done so early.
Jack Perkins, you're just taking your helmet off. The car's in the garage. There was a bit of smoke and a bit of flame. What happened out there?
Oh, look, I just going up Mountain Straight for the first time. I'd backed off because a few of the guys were trying to run me off the road, so I was just cruising and got over the top, and there was a just about stationary red car, and I had absolutely nowhere to go. I tried to get on the brakes and miss him, but unfortunately I've just rammed straight at the back of him.
So you into the back of Mark Scafe's car?
No, it was a HRT car. I don't know whose car it was.
Cheers, Jack.
So, from his point of view, put in a situation that he could not escape from as the WPS Chrysler safety car leads the field, which at the moment is now down to 29. And the Pretty Wheel Super Cheap Auto Commodore in. Nathan Pretty is behind the wheel, and Greg's there.
Go.
Lee, I've just spoken with Paul Wheel, who came out of the garage and was pretty helpful with the boys just in terms of making sure this was orchestrated correctly. He said, we're just going to give it a quick splash while it's under safety car. We've got nothing to lose given where we've started from. And remember, they had a very good finishing position with the second car here at Super Cheap Auto last year. Paul Wheel and Nathan Pretty trying to replicate that.
Cat Ford of Jason Bright is the race leader under yellow, under safety car conditions here at Mount Panorama after a truly extraordinary opening half lap. And if you've just tuned in, Mark Scaife and Garth Tander's day is over just after it began. In a very bizarre accident involving young Jack Perkins, the 20-year-old rookie, the 20-year-old son of Larry Perkins.
It's probably because I'm just imagining the scenario, but if he was hemmed by traffic to the immediate right, he wouldn't have been able to pull right lock on the car because of people zooming up the right-hand side. So when he's crested the hill there, he's found Mark on the left and nowhere to go.
Jack Daniels' crew doing their best to assess, and is this
I
car
reckon
fixable or is it done?
I think they've flicked it.
Yeah.
That looks like a crew that have decided to take a strategic decision to me. A lot of work required, and if that's got front rail damage, it'll just take forever, and if you don't make it into 75% of the declared race distance, then you can't be classified as a finisher, and they've got enough experience to know and understand how long it would take to fix that problem, and they'll have a rough idea of what's required there. There's the witness marks on the road. You can see where Jack has tried to stop. He's tried to actually go to the left, and that's where Mark's fired across the road. So initially those marks of Jack suggested he tried to go to the left and on the grass. Here's the replay again from Mark's car. It's actually quite difficult to see over the other side of that hump in Mountain Straight. And just as you crest the hill there, you're either just on the rev limiter in 5th or about to plug 6th in some cases. It's a good 250 kilometre an hour stretch of racetrack. What this also does is changes the scenario a little bit. Remember we talked earlier in the show about the strategy and how you use your fuel and whether or not you need that 5th stop for fuel late in the race.
All right, safety car is off. We are ready to go racing again. The Super Cheap Auto 1000 is on. Let's see if we can get a clear flying lap and get into the rhythm of this race. Jason Bright is your race leader from Jason Richards in the Firepower Commodore. And then Craig Lowndes in the 888 Ford. They've had a time for a break, a rest, to regather their thoughts, and now it's on.
Richards going with Jason Bright there up into the braking area. That's where all the trauma was. That's the rise in the road you can see at the top of the screen.
We've detailed already the massive pressure on this man's shoulders. Jason Bright. Ford has not been successful here on the mountain since 1998, and it was he who won along with Stephen Richards. They climbed the mountain for the first time in anger.
Lift of the throttle in 3rd gear for Craig. Just through that right-hander there. That's another blind spot on this racetrack. Richards has closed up a little on Bright this time. Lowndes and Whincup very fast in the morning warm-up with full fuel on the car. And in fact, Craig has done the fastest first sector split by 2/10 over Jason Bright, who leads the race.
Although there was a possible problem raised with Greg Murphy's Super Cheap Auto Commodore, that has gone no further. And he currently sits 4th ahead of Stephen Richards, Russell Engel and Dean Canto. Stephen Johnson at the top of the screen. And then the Kelly boys, Rick Kelly, sitting 9th.
So we've got to be a little bit careful down here because the tyres and brakes don't have real temperature in them at this point, so they'll ask the car for the big stop down here to watch you don't lock up the inside front.
Oh, Jason Richards right up on Bright.
Richards has just been re-signed to a new contract with this Tasman Motorsport outfit for the next couple of years, securing him. He feels on top of the world at the moment. He's driven well this weekend. He did a great job here last year.
This weekend, he is teamed with Andrew Jones, the nephew of Brad Jones. And they're feeling pretty confident about their chances as we ride with Murphy up Mountain Straight.
2:11.3 flying lap for Jason Richards, fastest man on the racetrack. Murphy here is in position 4. Let's skip through the order. Jason Bright, Jason Richards, Craig Lowndes, Greg Murphy, Stephen Richards, Russell Ingall, Dean Canto, Steve Johnson, Rick Kelly, Glenn Seaton. That's the top 10. Just outside, Alex Davison, Greg Ritter, Jimmy Richards, Paul Morris, David Brabham, Jason Bargwana, Max Wilson, Brad Jones, Alan Simonson and Steve Owen.
Coupled with Scaife off the line, Rick Kelly was one of the big losers as well, wasn't he? Dropping from the second row all the way back to 9th position. He told me earlier this morning, though, we have got the pace to win this race, and if the other guys want to be heroes and swamp me and pass me and they want to lead early, they can go and do that. I'm going to let them do that. Murphy got a little untidy there as his former teammate Stephen Richards came right up on the back into Skyline.
Give you a bit of an indication as to the way in which Greg's car is behaving in these very tight S's that lead to the dipper. New fastest first sector for Jason Bright, 52.8, about a 10th quicker than Jason Richards, Craig Lowndes, Greg Murphy. All temperatures and pressures now well and truly beginning to normalise, so we'll start to see some trends here. What are their cars like when they're fat and heavy? They'll have kept their fuel burning to an absolute minimum during that safety car period. Looking at Stephen Richards, who had the drama on this very part of the racetrack on Thursday when the right rear tyre slowly deflated, the car flicked around and whacked the wall very heavily. Massive rebuild, 3 of the 4 corners of the car, about $100,000 worth of damage, and then miraculously got the car up the top of the charts in qualifying, into the top 10, and then fought for a place in the shootout. And look at him now, super competitive, holding down position 5.
Greg Murphy's under pressure here, increasing pressure. Stephen Richards, who we ride with now in the Jack Daniels Commodore's got Ingall right behind him, and then Dean Canto, he's running with the big boys at Bathurst. What a moment for him. He qualified in his first top 10 for Bathurst yesterday, the day before rather, he contested the top 10. He's been having a wonderful weekend. There he is there in the Repco Valvoline Commodore for Gary Rogers Racing.
10.4, 2:10.44, the fastest lap of the race for Jason Bright so far. On that lap, he was 0.3 quicker than Jason Richards. The official margin, 0.64 of a second between Bright and Richards. Lowndes, a watching brief there in 3rd.
Stephen Johnson, a little further back. We go on board with Dean Canto now, paired with young Lee Holdsworth at this year's Super Cheap Auto 1000. Keep in mind, it was a wet 2000 race where this team enjoyed victory. Gary Rogers' boys, who were then Garth Tander and Jason Bargwana. So this team has been a Bathurst winner. Ingall, the middle car, then Canto. They're chasing Stephen Richards. Skyline, then the S's. Here's Stephen Johnson in the first Rock Home Loans Ford, and behind him, Rick Kelly, and then Glenn Seaton runs in the top 10.
Greg Murphy's car's settled down as well. He just did the fastest first sector split of 52.78 for Greg. Jason Bright now eclipses that in the second sector, so as the cars just settle down, they're starting to just remove a little bit of that full fuel. Tyre pressures have come up to what the teams have predicted to be the optimum pressure. They've had to take a bit of a guess, although they've had very stable conditions here since Thursday. It's been almost a carbon copy day in, day out, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been enjoyable. It's been warm. It hasn't been too enjoyable in the cockpit.
Great in your shorts and t-shirt,
Yeah.
not so good in your fireproof gear.
This is Murphy.
It's funny, isn't it, with Greg? He wears his heart on his sleeve so much. He's just so passionate about his motor racing, so determined to be successful like so many of these drivers. When the car's not right, you certainly know about it with Greg, but look, here he is in 4th position. He's competitive. Steve Henderson, his engineer, and his engineering group have got that car trimmed pretty well. It's holding its own there at the moment. Jason Bright, new fastest lap of the race, that lap 10.2, 2 minutes 10.22, and just opening the margin ever so slightly to 3/4 of a second over Jason Richards, who's beginning to just get a little bit vulnerable now to Craig Lowndes. But certainly there'd be no hurry in Craig's rhythm at the moment, particularly based on what happened to him in the early phase of last year's race. Oh, Bridie got out of the groove then. He was well outside the race line at the apex, or what should have been the apex of the cutting. the car just skipped wide, wouldn't turn in, and then once you get away from the race groove, we call it getting into the grey, where there's more dust and rubber debris on the outside just off the racing line, and then all of a sudden it's a horrible feeling in the car. It's as though everyone's disconnected the grip from around you. Hold your breath and gather the car back up. You have to be very gentle on the controls, clear the throttle, ease the car back into position. That would have whittled away the best part of half the margin that he had.
Biggest mover in this field is outside the top 10. It's Greg Ritter for Gary Rogers Motorsport, former FPR pilot. He was this man's teammate last year. And Ritter has come from 18th to 13th and is now starting to shadow Jim Richards, the 7-time winner.
On the subject of the family, Richard Stevens done the fastest split to sector 2 in the Jack Daniels Racing Holden. On board here with Jason Richards, no relation. It's the margin, first to second. Listen, just lifting off before the chase in 6th gear, before the apex, because of the full fuel load. Brakes get their second big hit of temperature, up around 800 degrees.
And in this short blast up pit straight, they hit just on 200 kilometres per hour. Let's have a look at the field as they file through. Richards, and then Lowndes, Murphy, Stephen Richards, Ingle, Canto, Johnson, and here's Glenn Seaton with Alex Davison right on his heels. There's Ritter, the big mover in the pack. Paul Morris has started the Team Suramay entry, the second of the WPS cars with Max Wilson behind the wheel. And then Marcus Marshall, and then Anthony Tratt in car 16, the second of the Toll HSV dealer team cars. But Bright is comfortable with almost a 1-second lead as he climbs the mountain again.
Stephen Richards, 2 minutes 10.18, new fastest lap of the race. Margin first to second, 0.9 of a second between Bright and Richards. There's Stevie Johnson, 8th at the moment. Rick Kelly lost a heap of time as detailed by Lee a few moments ago.
And there are, just thinking about Rick Kelly and his teammate Garth Tander, there are huge championship implications there for Garth Tander, because the whole ideology and philosophy behind splitting these drivers, Rick Kelly, Garth Tander, was to give the two Toll drivers the best possible chance at this championship. That hasn't worked for Garth Tander here today. Is that a moment?
Sorry, I think it was that all of a sudden the rhythm was all strange in Greg's car. Sorry to interrupt there, Lee.
So we ride with Rick Kelly, looking up at Stephen Johnson. And this young man continues to mature and is confident about his chances today.
He might have locked the rear brakes there, Rico, but everything's still good. Join us again at Mount Panorama in just a tick.
Ford Performance Racing finally striking gold in the Sandown 500, and they are starting extremely well here at Bathurst. Of course, no small thanks to the misfortune of Mark Scaife, who had that problem at the start, if you've just joined us. Looked like a slipping clutch as he was going up Mountain Straight, struggling just over the crest, and apparently unsighted Jack Perkins collected him. Both out of the race. Wright's last lap, 2.97. So they're into the 2.9s now. So is Jason Richards in second place, a 2.99. From there down to 9th position, they're running in the 2-minute 10s. Glenn Seaton starting the race. James Courtney will be in for the next stint. He's up in the top 10. Seaton chasing his first victory in the Bathurst 1000. Looking at some of the cars a little further down the order. Paul Morris in position 14, just behind the man that Lee Diffie pointed out earlier, who'd made a charge from 18th early, Greg Ritter. Then David Brabham, Jason Bargwana, Max Wilson, Bradley Jones, Simonson and Owen making up the top 20. riding with Rick Kelly. Kelly's last lap around was a 2:10.7. He's 3/10 behind Stephen Johnson. He's forged a bit of a margin of nearly, or just over 3 seconds to Glenn Seaton. But up the front, the top 9 cars are running pretty close together here. Ford versus Holden at the front, and another Ford and Holden right behind them.
Well, isn't this a nice sight? Glenn Seaton in the Geldwen Ford is running in the top 10. This year, he is partnered with young James Courtney. And for those of you who regularly watch the V8 Supercar Championship Series, you will have come to know James. He is a truly accomplished driver, a former Jaguar F1 test driver. He was British Formula 4 champion, ran in the Japanese GT Series last year. He is a great driver, and I think he and Glenn are going to make a very good combination this weekend.
Mark Scaife, that is a gut-wrenching way to start the Super Cheap Auto 1000. Just tell us firstly what happened off the line. It's so hard to get them off the line at times with these big diffs, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not necessarily that, Rusty. It had a massive clutch slip. I mean, it's always hard to get the cars away, but it slipped immediately, and I couldn't get it to clear from slipping. What normally happens is after the first and second gear, when you come up in the gears and it hasn't got the same drive sense, it clears and basically drives away okay. But up Mountain Straight, I ended up getting right to 5th gear, and it still had no drive. And then I obviously was going slower than I should have been. I was on the left-hand side of the road, and then wham, hit from behind. So I mean, just unbelievable. I mean, I don't think I've ever been to this place where I thought our car performance and our ability to win it was as good.
The car has a fair bit of damage. How about you? I know the Meditrack team's been here to see you. You're okay?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm a bit sore, but, you know, I don't think I've ever wanted to win a race so badly, Rusty, and just unbelievable.
I know how much you wanted it. You've also been up the back here to the HRT Transporter to have a word to Garth Tander by the sounds of it, because you're concerned for his championship implications, I guess, are you?
Oh, well, not only that, I mean, just for the day, you know, we have done a very solid job all week, and we thought this morning that we're a big chance to win this race. So for the guys and, you know, from everyone from Holden's perspective and for Garth, you know, it's a gut-wrenching.
Tough break, Mark. Thank you.
From our privileged position here in Network 10 and in the media, we get to know the drivers very, very well. And Mark Scaife there meant every word he said. The bonnets on the HRT cars are black as a mark of respect to Peter Brock, and Mark wanted to win this not only for himself and Garth Tander, but for Peter Brock, and he is gutted.
Put so much energy into this motor race, technically, physically, mentally. It's just a huge event. It means so much to the drivers. Mark's had tremendous success here over the years, but it doesn't diminish the desire to want to do well here. And, just loves this racetrack so much, and when the bubble bursts so early in your race, he would have known, even as he got away from the line, is that sudden feeling where and all of a sudden it just goes bad. When those things happen, it makes you vulnerable to that kind of thing. So very, very tough. But
speaking about getting away, Jason Bright has skipped away to the tune of almost 2.5 seconds as Lowndes is turning up the heat on Jason Richards. This is the fight for second. The leader has gone. There he is, off to the right. Bright has bolted. This car is strong. We said that at the beginning of the telecast, and that is a very handy margin.
2.33 seconds last lap, and they're about to trigger the computer again, so we'll get an update on that and see whether he continues to ease away. Another half a second that lap. Jason Bright, Jason Richards, 2.8 seconds even. And Lowndes is now in the hot, dirty air of the Jason Richards car. Just be trying to keep the pressure on.
On lap 11.
Awesome, 2 more to go.
What Craig will be hoping to do is just by stalking Jason, he might just encourage him into a little error. Brabham Halliday car 5 in. Now, they may well be playing a percentage game here. I think that's what they're doing to stick some fuel on. Greg?
Absolutely spot on, Neil. I've just spoken to Tim Edwards, the boss at FPR. They're doing a driver change here as well. There is no problem for David Brabham. They plan to stop in 3 laps from now, but he's flat spotted a tyre, and by the looks of it, boys, it's a front right. Apparently he's done it on the run into the chase, and Brabham looks a little disappointed right now.
Yeah, so they're taking the opportunity just to solve that issue. You do not need to drive around here with a big flat spot on there, but remember the little piece that I did earlier today about trying to get yourself strategically into a position where the end of your day is easier to manage. Look at the lap count. And remember I said that the problem with the 30, 60, 90, 120, 150 scenario is another 11 laps there. Well, they've just solved that.
Out, yeah.
Now, depending on the way the day unfolds with safety cars and a million other unknown scenarios, that may well work in their favour. It could bury them, or it could work in their favour.
And I think they may also be doing that for another reason as we take you to this unique camera position beneath Craig Lowndes' car, and you're looking at the front left wheel tyre. And just, if you haven't seen this yet this weekend, watch. You will be amazed.
Well, you'll love this. This is through the chase, big right-hand load, then skipping across the ripple strip here. Look at the front left flying. Look at the tyre distortion.
Hope that tyre's hanging in there.
He must have a flat spot on it. Look at the crush under brakes and the few sparks coming off the brake rotor. 800 degrees, up in the air again across the ripple strip.
Again. I am.
Here we go. On for young and old with Craig Lowndes and Jason Richards. Craig doing a bit of chat on the radio at the same time. And the tiny amount of contact that that front left tyre has, and he turns left there. Fantastic shot.
Did you hear what he said? He must have been watching the big screen, and he saw that we were under his car, and Campbell Little said, "Are you watching TV again?" He said, "Yes, I am."
Yeah, you can actually see the big screens quite easily at a lot of the racetracks. And through the course of these long races, sometimes really useful because you get to know what's happening.
Oh, look at this. This is Ambrose Murphy-esque here. Lowndes going the outside, heading up into the tyre power cutting, but Jason Richards holds firm in second. Meanwhile, Bright has added another 7/10 of a second to his lead as these guys fight it out. They're letting Bright get away.
So early. Yeah, we can see he's struggling, but just keep the pressure up.
And Greg Murphy's just sitting in there watching all this, and that'll help his cause. Fastest first sector split, Jason Bright 52.6, 3.5 second margin over Jason Richards. Not much you can do here in terms of passing, so Craig's just got to sit in for a minute. There may be an opportunity down at the northern end of the circuit, the bottom of the circuit. Ooh, a little pinch of the brake at the dipper. So Jason's just trying to actually pinch a bit of speed out of the car. It's not carrying its mid-corner speed as he'd want to. See, just a little bit defensive going into Forest Elbow as well. We'll watch down here. This is where it gets interesting. That's the amount of time that he's taken out of him in recent laps.
Order behind these boys has not changed. Greg Murphy still sits 4th, Stephen Richards 5th, Russell Ingles 6th, Canto, Steve Johnson, Rick Kelly and Seaton.
It's a little bit of a pressure gang when you look at them. There's a whole bunch of them in a row there, superstars in a row. You don't need to make a mistake or someone's going to pounce.
We're riding with Craig Lowndes, Team Better Electrical Racing.
The other thing you see out the corner of the timing and scoring tower on the left, as the race develops during the day, you tend to, as you come out of the chase, find you get in the habit of looking at that and you go, oh, that's where I am. And it gives you a bit of an idea as to what's going. It also tells you who the blokes are either side of you, and you can get an idea of who may be feeding through the field or who's disappeared.
We're gapped out to 5 seconds now.
Greg?
It's down here at Ford Performance Racing. We've had a closer look at the tyres that have come off David Brabham's Falcon. Have a look at this. This is off the passenger side, or the left-hand side front tyre. Now, the flat spot here isn't so bad, but what's happening is every time it's picking it up in the same place. And look at the way it's chunked the tyre there, or it's gradually worn it away. The bigger flat spot, though, is off the driver's side, off the right front. Remember, they run a lot of negative camber on these tyres, so the concentration, or the bulk of the road space, if you like, is about here on the tyre. Look at the way it's come down to the belts here. Massive flat spot. There is no way David Brabham could have kept that going. And unfortunately, what happens, as you know well, Neil, is that the brake tends to, when you grab the brake again, the flat spot is the key thing that keeps hitting the road.
Yeah, it always goes back to the same spot.
Wanted to finish a point on that car that Greg was talking about. Oh, that is massive, David. That is David Brabham into the chase. It's not a bushfire, that was a lock-up.
Sending smoke signals.
Wow. And here's a zinger replay. Rick Kelly on Steve Johnson.
And this is for a position zinger replay. Oh, this is a brave spot to do it, and he's done it. Look at that. Stevie gave him a bit of space and just flicked the throttle off early, but it's always a brave hold your breath manoeuvre through the chase. And that little replay that we saw from the chopper of the flat spot on David Brabham's car, flat spots, he was having a little bit of a battle with somebody there, and he had to put more brake pressure on late in the stop to avoid running into the back of them. So that's what that was all about.
Finished a point on that car that we were getting to earlier before we saw that Lowndes on-car camera.
He's on him.
Campbell Little told Lowndes to apply the pressure, and he has. He's done a Rick Kelly move inside at the chase. Lowndes is now second, but he is 5.2 seconds behind Jason Bright.
Yeah, Jason's pace, that is Richards, Jason, dropped off dramatically. That last couple of laps got him all of a sudden to the mid to high 11, so the balance has gone away from this car. They'll tweak that in the stop, but he's vulnerable now to Murphy and Stephen Richards. That clears Lowndes now, clear air. He'll get on with it now. There's a big margin. Last time through, it was 6.1 seconds. Here's the zinger replay. Watch Craig, he's got the benefit of the toe, the hole being drilled in the air by the preceding car. Whammo, through he goes. See the front of the car just bottoming out? Here it is again from above. Just jumps out at the critical moment and passes him in Australia's fastest corner. A little bit of brake application on the way. And the Glenford's Tools car has just gone off to the outside of the road in the chase there as well. I'm assuming Marcus Marshall is in that car at the moment. I'll double check the facts. Yes, he is.
Mark.
Neil, you were talking about the pace of Jason Richards' car just dropping off a little bit. I'm with his co-driver here, Andrew Jones. Jones, has he said much on the radio about the car?
Yeah, he just mentioned that it's got a little bit of push sneaking into it, so he'll be able to tune that out with the bars a bit. Lowndes has got some speed on with that thing, so it's a 1,000k race, so no need to fight at this point in time. It's the end of the day that matters, but the thing looks good at the moment.
Must be tough watching on, Jonesy. When do you expect to get in your car?
Should get in around lap 35. Yeah, it's tough sitting here, but Jace is doing a good job, and we've got all the faith in the world in him, so fingers crossed for a very good day.
Andrew Jones knows all about a good day at Bathurst. Last year, he almost stood on the podium with Cameron McConville in the Gary Rogers Motorsport Commodore, so he knows what's required around here. Hasn't had the best championship season, but Andrew will know what's required on the mountain.
This team just signed a new sponsor in Info Media as well. Now, zinger replay here shows Russell Ingle running himself out of road in the chase. Couldn't quite pull the car up, dropped a spot to Dean Canto in the process. Would have picked up a lot of dirt and rubbish, and here is Marcus Marshall just backing the Glenfords Ford off the road.
Massive day for that team. That's Paul Cruikshank Racing. This is their first Bathurst
problem
in the
for
main
Jason.
game.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Jason Bright is describing a problem with a rear tyre, and he may well have to pit. Jason Bright has got a pit problem. He's got a problem in his pitting, I should say.
This is the race leader. Race leader is in, and this is not a scheduled pit stop. Pressure on Ford Performance Racing when they did not expect it.
Well, at least he was able to alert them on the main straight. It's the left rear that's the issue. New race leader is Craig Lowndes.
Oh, and he's overshot the marker here too, so that may be hard for the refueler. No, they're away. The problem Jason was explaining was apparently the left rear, so we'll have a closer look at that if we can. But Tim Edwards, the team boss, suggesting that it was a problem with the left rear tyre, but boys, I can't see. In fact, it might be a left front, boys. It looks like there's a flat spot on the left front. I'll come back to you.
Yeah, it was hard to pick up the message, and then I got all tongue-tied in the process as well. So I flat-spotted my tongue.
Reset fuel, please.
Okay, so he's going to hit the buttons, reset the fuel, tie it up. It's not a disaster because this is what they did deliberately with the other car. He went off the road, that's why. So what he was talking about when he said flat, was that it'll be a flat front, flat spot on the front.
Yeah. Go, Greg.
Oh, that's not good either.
Just confirming it with the boys. Apparently it's a rear tyre. I want to say the left rear, boys, the passenger side left rear. They're saying yes. Okay, so this is what's happened. Look at the aftermath. Look at what is left of this tyre. Man.
Oh, you're kidding. He must have gone into the chase with the rears fully locked to do that, to pull the belts off it.
He's done a David Brabham down there, I think. Hey, Greg, while you're down there, Chris O'Toole is the car controller, and I think he was hit by Jason Bright. Can you see if he's okay? Because he was limping around in the background there.
I'll go and have a word to the team here. The team physio, Glenn Lindsay, is on hand as well. We'll see if we can find Chris and come back to you, boys.
On board with Bright. He loses the lead of the motor race, and that now belongs to Craig Lowndes. Interesting start. It's been busy.
You can never write the script of this motor race.
And Lowndes is all by himself. Look at him. He is cruising.
Funny, they had such a bizarre week, these guys, and we expected them to jump out of the box and be massively quick. But they focused a lot on their race car, not their one-lap car. But this little battle here is far from resolved. Good one between Greg Murphy, Stevie Richards and Dean Canto. Lowndes has got a lead of 1.6 seconds over Jason Richards. And then this little gang having a war here. Hot, hard work for them halfway through their first stint.
The guy who we sit with now is Dean Canto. Sydney born and raised, but now lives in Melbourne and works at Gary Rogers Motorsport. And he may not be the biggest name in V8 supercar racing, but watch this young man go. His best result here on the mountain was 5th with Jim Richards back in the Ford Tickford racing days. And he can hustle a race car, that's for sure.
Lee, we've tracked down Chris O'Toole. Firstly, are you okay? Were you hit by Bridie when he arrived there?
Yeah, he couldn't pull up on time because he had the ruptured rear tyre, so he overshot the mark by about 2 metres. Yeah.
You've just had a quick word to Phil Key, the car engineer. You were concerned too about whether the bodywork is rubbing on the tyre. Did you get a look at it? Did the boys look at it?
Yeah, the boys have had a good look at it. There's no rubbing, so we don't know what's caused the tyre, but we've got the pace to push on, and we should be right.
We're out of sequence here, boys, but Jason Bright's done it from here before.
Chris O'Toole, the masked man.
Yeah, he did it in 1998, in fact, and it's almost exactly what happened, because when he was driving the Stone Brothers, they stopped at about this portion of the race, and it worked out very handsomely for them that year. That was the last Ford victory on the mountain.
Weather's good, race is good. We've had plenty of action already. We hope you're loving it. You're watching the Super Cheap Auto 1000 here on 10.
An extraordinary weekend for Craig Lowndes. Both he and the car were said to be a little underperformed in some of the sessions. They were fastest in the warm-up this morning, but as Neil pointed out, they have been focusing more this year on race setup than sheer speed. And as I pointed out before the race even began, Lowndes and his co-driver last year, Ivan Muller, were very, very quick through all the sessions, but they, or at least Craig, made a few mistakes through the course of the race, and ultimately it cost them the victory. Jason Richards now trails Lowndes by more than 2 seconds, so the better electrical Falcon is getting away. Bit of a traffic jam in the wake of Jason. He has about 2.2 seconds on Greg Murphy, but Murphy's in a terrific battle with Stephen Richards, Dean Canto, Russell Ingall and Rick Kelly. We're looking at that right now as they head up Mountain Straight. There's the lead car, second car, and the battle I'm talking about. A gap of 4 seconds then to Stephen Johnson, running to his own little schedule there, circulating in the 2-minute 10s, but the high 2-minute 10s. These guys are all running in the low 2:10s at the moment. The two lead cars, however, with clear air, are running in the 2-minute 9s. Just that little bit faster, and the lead is growing incrementally. After only 18 of 161 laps at this stage, of course, a lot of these drivers, as was pointed out by Andrew Jones, the co-driver of Jason Richards, are running to pre-arranged schedules and pre-arranged lap times. They've set themselves little targets, and they're less concerned about trying to gain track position by attacking the cars ahead of them than they are by just maintaining the sort of pace they feel can win the race. Of course, they need to change strategy if they start to fall back unexpectedly. But at this stage, it is so early, they're not going to be panicked by what's going on around them. Jason Bright back in the fold in 23rd position, having made that unscheduled stop. So massive loss of position for Jason. How that will pan out now, because they've had to completely change their strategy. No driver change then, unlike the Brabham-Halliday combination, which pitted earlier and did make a driver change as well.
Thanks, Billy. Well, what a start to this race, but now it's settled into some form of rhythm. And this angry bunch here continues to fight, and at the tail of it, we go on board with this car now. It's 23-year-old Rick Kelly, a man who at such a young age who has already won 2 Bathurst crowns. Both of them were with Greg Murphy back in the Kmart days. There's a driver change here. And that is Greg Ritter stepping from the Gary Rogers car and Cameron McLean in. Well done, Greg Ritter. That was a dynamic opening stint.
He's been doing a really good job, and not a lot of mileage in V8 supercars in the recent past. We've been doing quite a bit in karting and doing it quite successfully. And so it's a great opening stint from him. People on the radio at the moment just talking about trimming their brake bias, resorting bars, because the car behaviour now will be substantially different from the start of the race. You can hear it, Rick Kelly. Got the feeling that as the day plays along here, Lee, that it's going to end up being a bit of a battle between this fella, his brother, and the 888 car. Bogged down at the start, and the position doesn't tell the full story at the moment. They're 7th, but they're absolutely in the right spot in this little battle. In fact, they're in a nice cruisy spot. There's no pressure at the moment. Look at that, nobody behind, plenty of fresh air, and just sitting there watching these fellas all wobbling around.
Stephen Johnson is immediately behind Rick Kelly. Then there's a gap back to Glenn Seaton, and then Alex Davison for Dick Johnson Racing, and then a fabulous, fabulous story. Running 11th in this race is the 59-year-old 7-times winner, Jim Richards, who's driving with a rookie. Not a rookie in motorsports, but a rookie on the mountain, Australian Ryan Briscoe. He's an international superstar, and this is his first visit to the mountain. We'll follow their race all day. Daz?
Teammate to Greg Murphy, Lee, and car 51 is Cam McConville. Cam, you've got to be pleased. It's been a struggle this week to really get your head around this car. How's it looking on the track now?
Yeah, look, it's so far so good. I mean, very, very, very early days. But Murph's just trimming the car at the moment with the front and rear barbs. It sort of gets a bit of pace and it seems to lose a bit of pace. So he starts, changing in the cockpit as much as he can, and then he gets a bit of speed back again. But yeah, look, he's got a great start so far.
Like you said, it is early, and maybe you're getting a bit of idea what it's going to do on worn tyres now as the fuel comes off. But do you think it's in the window there to be at the end of the race?
It felt like it was in the window in the warm-up this morning, but it's so cool track temperature, and today I think it's going to hot up a lot. But he's not complaining, so I think so far it seems to be in the window anyway from a race pace point of view.
Well, we'll speak to you later in the day.
I hope so. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Cam McConville, one of the fittest drivers in this field. This time last year, he cycled 1,000 kilometres from Melbourne all the way up here. Look at Greg Ritter here. He twists his ankle getting out of the car on the driver change, and Greg's down there.
Well, Greg Ritter, how is your foot feeling? You limped away from the car. Is everything all right?
Not exactly, no. My foot's funnily enough going to sleep, so I'm not quite sure what's going on there. But, we'll get hopefully get on top of it for the next stint.
How is the car? And you've obviously stopped early here. Was that always part of the plan?
Yeah, we had planned an early stop, maybe not quite this early, but, towards the end of the stint there, I couldn't sort of feel the pedals, so that was becoming a bit of an issue, so it was better to pit early than have the thing buried in the fence. So, we're still out there and circulating, and, hopefully we'll be at the end.
Thanks, Greg.
Hey, Greg, while you're still there, ask Greg Ritter which foot is it? Is it his throttle foot or is that
throttle foot or clutch foot?
Throttle foot.
Throttle foot.
Yeah, the important one. So it's not so much like you can't really feel you can feel the pedals, but heel and toe is a big issue. So when changing back through the gears, it's hard to get over to the accelerator to heel and toe. So I'm getting big compression locks under brakes, which is not much fun around here.
Well, you got a physio or someone that can help you with that?
Oh, we've got a few people in the paddock that'll hopefully be able to sort me out. But within the couple of minutes I've been out of the car, it's almost gone away already. So, we'll have a close look at it, and hopefully it won't reoccur during the day.
Thanks, Greg. Watching Dean Canto here slipping back, lost a couple of places. He's got his Cairo with him, Kevin Ivans, in the same team, and Kevin will have a look, no doubt.
He's your old man,
He's my old boy, yeah, Sven.
Big Sven.
And what happens is when you haven't been in the cars for a while, you've got to brutalise the brake pedal so much that you get a dead foot, dead leg sometimes, and then you push like all get out on the accelerator because you're always looking for something better than 100% throttle when you need to sometimes just relax and go flat's flat. But that's just the legacy of not being in the car quite as much.
There's one car we need to watch carefully, and that is that car there, the Toll HSV dealer team car. Watch Canto's error here, the Zinger replay down into Murray's. He's wide on Richards.
Yeah, look, he's out in the grey there, no grip. So then he gets a bad run up pit straight, so Russell snatches that.
And then watch to the left. Here comes Rick Kelly. 3, 2, 1. Gotcha.
Just goes to show a tiny little momentum error there. Having a big battle with Stephen, and then just one tiny mistake, and that's enough for the pack to pounce. And see, he got on the grass. Actually, he's a little bit lucky there, because earlier in the week he got sideways there in qualifying, and he actually ended up out there wide of the racetrack in the sand. Do that at this point in time in the weekend, you're in plenty of trouble.
This is the car on the move though, Rick Kelly. Terrible start, got away poorly, buried back in the pack as far back as 9th. He now sits 7th, make that 6th because he passed Canto after the line. It hasn't triggered itself again. So he's on the way forward, but let's not forget about our race leader, Craig Lowndes, 3.7 seconds the lead. On board with Canto. We first saw this shot 12 months ago. It was Cameron McConville at that stage.
See the little strip there, the little telltale strip tells you the temperature that the caliper is reaching, the brake caliper. The telltales in various spots around the cars to monitor temperature. So we're looking at the wishbone, the upright, hub, brake, steering arm, shock absorber, spring, wheel, and look at the brake energy. Unbelievable.
One of your favourite sayings is, I wouldn't want to be a tyre, I wouldn't want to be a brake either. Here's your race leader. On lap 22, Lowndes is 4.5 seconds in the lead. Look at that. Comfortable. Jason Richards still maintains second, incidentally.
Campbell Little has now asked Craig to start thinking about the fuel management in the car, so if he can sneak the gear changes just a few hundred revs early here and there and start to just stroll a little bit, that will put them in a much stronger position when it comes to strategy later in the day. Trouble at the end of pit straight.
And it's Nathan Pretty. Nathan Pretty in one of the Fujitsu cars. Warren Luff it is. At Hell Corner.
Okay, Kevin Fitzsimmons from Dunlop just come to me, Neil, and I spoke to him about that tyre off Bright's car. They were amazed how much damage was done to it. He said they've had a good look at that tyre. He's saying it looks like it's picked up something on the racetrack, maybe a piece of metal, because it was jagged all the way around the sidewall of the tyre, but a really nice clean cut. So the tyre's picked something up on the racetrack.
There you have it, the Zinger replay. Nathan Pretty just doing a big dive into Hell Corner, rears locked up.
You know who was lucky in all that?
Jason Bright. Getting reports on track that the 88, this car here, is starting to slow. This is the Alan Simonson, Richard Lyons entry, an all-international duo. We'll follow that story up when we come back to the mountain right after this.
The race leader, Craig Lowndes. He'll be handing over to Jamie Whincup a little later on. In the 888 car. Alan Simonson in the 88 car. By contrast, there's the race leader, but Alan Simonson, the other car in that team, is in a world of trouble at the moment, slowing down considerably. Lowndes' lead is more than 5 seconds now. You might recall around this time last year, he skipped away to a 6-second lead and then smacked the wall, breaking the Watts linkage. And that was the start of a chain of very unfortunate events for Lowndes, who at that time was trying to reel in Russell Ingall for the V8 Supercar Championship. Ultimately, looking back on it, probably cost him the championship. Ingall was able to be in conservative mode for the rest of the season and ride it out for his first championship victory. Back with the Fujitsu team in pit lane.
Go, go, go. Pit lane speed, pit lane speed.
Fuel is in. And away they go, being very careful not to break the pit lane speed limit. The rev limiter on the car, preserving that. Greg Murphy, 1.3 seconds behind Jason Richards in third place. As car 25 slowly makes its way out of pit lane and starts to get on the gas. Luff and Macro, their combination. Luff, of course, having that tangle with Nathan Pretty at Hell Corner. They were 18th and 19th at the time. Jason Bright, as Neil pointed out, just slipping through there, avoiding the trouble and picking up a couple of positions to go to 18th overall. Now, car 34 coming in for a pit stop. Dean Canto, great job done this weekend. We'll see if he hands over to Lee Holdsworth.
Most certainly does, Bill. On lap 25, he's got a 6-second lead.
Big news, Lee, is that Jason Bright's car has dropped the cylinder. It's running on 7. I heard it go by before. He's been on the radio talking to his team for the moment. They're just going to leave him out there while they consider their options. They won't be far from the end. No, that's wrong. I was going to say not far from the end of that fuel load, but of course they've been in, they've topped up. So they're in strife. They're in strife. So Jason Bright has got a problem.
Now here's something a little eerie if you're into numbers. Just a little earlier than this time last year, Craig Lowndes had a 6-second lead. That's exactly what he's got now, and he slapped the wall coming out of the cutting, broke the Watts linkage, spent time in the garage, and that put paid to their day. He won't make the same mistake again, I can assure you. He and Roland Dane, team owner, have spoken about it. They've learnt from that mistake. And now Lowndes confident and comfortable out in front. Back to these guys who are fighting over the top 5 positions. Ingall, who's currently in the 5. He's got Kelly about 3 car lengths back, but he is focused on Stephen Richards up ahead. Murphy, Richards, Ingall sweeping into the chase.
6-second margin Lowndes to Jason Richards, and Richo's got a problem. He's in the wall.
This is Jim Richards
on the approach to Forest Elbow.
Bounced it out to the other side.
Safety car will be deployed. Now this will be a chance for FPR to take a look at Jason Bright's car as well.
This is Jim Richards in the wall, and Greg Murphy has opted to come in. Yellow flies. Safety car will be deployed for the second time in this race.
And this is the strategic couple of stops in this first segment of the race that'll really help the fuel. Rusty?
I'm in the FPR bunker, Neil, and as you can imagine, there's a fair bit of discussion going on about what to do here. Phil Keed, Tim Edwards and his man, Mark Winterbottom, you're suited up, ready to go. Can you shed some more light on what's gone wrong with the car?
Yeah, it's we started the race. We led the race for a while, and we had a tyre blowout there down into the chase, and now it looks like we've got a little niggling engine problem. So perfect time for safety car to come out. We'll have a good look.
Does it clear itself at all, Mark? Does it seem to improve?
I went to the toilet for 1 second and took the earpieces off and missed what everything was said. So we're going to have a look. Perfect time on the safety car to do it. Hopefully we can fix it.
Thanks, Mark.
Numerous driver changes up and down pit road, as you can imagine. McConville's in the 51. Rick Kelly has brought the 15 in. And Jason Barguana has handed over to Craig Baird. This is Max Wilson to David Bernard.
Yeah, Todd's jumped in the Toll HSV dealer team car. And he'll now do battle with Cam McConville.
they're all making the most of this yellow. Wire yellow, if you've just tuned in. Jim Richards is into the wall on top of the mountain.
I heard Jimmy say on the radio, sorry fellas, and then a few seconds later we saw the images of him up on the top of the hill there on the left side of the road on the approach to Forest Elbow. I wonder whether anybody else was involved in that.
Alan Simonson out, Richard Lyons, the Irishman, in. So both WPS Fords have been serviced. And what a time for the yellow to come out. It suited them nicely, the majority of them. A little later may have been more ideal, but they'll take it.
This gives them a strategy break, though, with the first one due to Mark Scaife's car. Now, ironically, the second one for the second HRT car. So Ryan Briscoe won't get a turn at Bathurst this year.
Would you ever have predicted this? No HRT Commodores by lap 26. Car 7 is in. Stephen Richards following Jason Richards in. And Andrew Jones standing by for the Firepower Commodore. Rips the door open, ready to climb on board. And Paul Dumbrell will be standing by to take over from Stephen Richards further up at Jack Daniels Racing. Ingles in as well, incidentally. We'll be handing over to young Luke Youlden.
Just going to wait for Q, Jonesy. We're going to wait for Q, mate.
This is Dumbrell climbing aboard. We spoke with him earlier in the telecast. Made a couple of significant errors last year, but boy, has this kid matured. He is up for the task. Go for it, Paul Dumbrell. Darryl.
He stalled the car on the exit here, but Richo away. The Dumbrell away nice and steady. That was an 18-second fuel dump for that car, so it took on about 79 litres of fuel on lap 25.
And Andrew Jones inside the workshop of this car gets out ahead of Luke Youlden. And Lowndes cruising, race leader. It's all going nicely so far. And as you mentioned earlier, Neil, it's been somewhat of a bizarre weekend for him.
Turn the wheel.
In terms of not really being at the top of the timesheets as we may have expected, but he leads when it counts.
So they're playing a different strategy game again to everybody else because they've left him
Staying out.
Ooh. They had a different strategy on at Sandown, and that meant for a lot of hard work later in the day.
Yeah, it didn't work for them. Even though Craig put in an amazing drive coming from behind. They're rolling the dice strategy-wise. Is this the Zinger replay? Jim Richards, it is. That was a heavy, heavy hit.
Just coming out of the dipper is where he's first whacked the wall, possibly made contact with the inside wall or the gutter in there before it actually flicked the car over, and then punted the car into the left side of the road there, and eventually it's come to a stop down near Forest Elbow. More trouble here. Contact with the wall for car number 39.
It's the Alan Gurr, Kane Scott, second Sirame car.
And it's wiped the mirror off it and done a little bit of damage down the right-hand side. And Rick looking at, oh, the tyres on that car don't look good either. I wonder if we've got an issue here.
And that looks exactly like the Jason Bright tyre.
See, it's a hot day.
Yeah. Rick Kelly, first part of his day done. He's handed over to his older brother Todd. Eric Pender, race engineer, the tall gentleman there looking on. And there may be some looks of concern there because these tyre problems persist, if indeed it is a tyre problem.
Well, it might be debris on the racetrack, which is what Kevin Fitzsimmons was describing before to our boys in the lane, but might be a fair bit of debris lurking around there to start knocking that many tyres around. So Russell, notice he just puts it in a higher gear there. Whole idea in these safety car periods is to run the car at the lowest possible number of revs to conserve fuel. The lights are out on the safety car. I beg your pardon, that was Luke Youlden at the wheel of the number 1 car. Been a busy boy this weekend. Now, what's got me puzzled here is what 888 are up to. They didn't take the opportunity to bring the car in. There's 26 laps banked. Had a couple of safety car interventions, laps 2 and 3, and we're in the second phase of a safety car intervention now commencing on this lap. So it's going to extend this fuel window by about 4 laps, and so depending on the fuel economy of the 888 car, they're going to have to come in by maybe lap 34 or 5. So he's in possibly under green inside 10 laps from now. That'll bury him in the field.
All right, building up to a restart. We've had 2 safety caution periods in this race.
Yeah, Bright's in for a look at that misfire too.
Let's go. Green flies. Lowndes leads this field ahead of Stephen Johnson, who also did not come in. And Alex Davison runs third. The 2 Dick Johnson racing forward, second and third, chasing Lowndes. Then it's McConville, then Todd Kelly, then Paul Dumbrell and Andrew Jones. Great shot. The boys on it. Foot to the floor.
Catford's just right beneath our feet here in pit lane, taking the opportunity to switch the drivers over and now having a good look at what the issue is. Hopefully it's something simple like a plug lead or a plug and not something more sinister. Greg's on the spot.
Neil, that's absolutely the first thing they dive for with those plug leads. The boys made sure all of them were connected properly to the spark plugs. Now Mark Winterbottom is in the car, Jason Bright is out. They have shut the bonnet. No indication yet as to what the cause of this problem might be.
Can you hear us running on 8 at the moment? Oh, no more trouble up the top of the hill. This time it's car number 17 and it's Stevie Johnson heavily in the wall.
Running second at the time. Stevens trying to get himself out of that situation, but stuck.
Now, if this triggers another safety car, and Campbell's already onto it, so Campbell has said, I want you in this lap. Keep it moving. I want you in this lap right now and keep hustling. This gets them out of jail.
That's the message to Craig Lowndes. Lowndes.
No, it's still on 7. Hear it? Just listen to the engine here.
And Stephen Johnson's day has come to a very abrupt end. It has been a perfect week for these guys, for he and for Will Davison.
Well, at least he's okay.
He's out of the car, but boy, oh boy, they had a brilliant race car. He was very confident of getting his first podium on the mountain, but not now.
And because Lowndes will be now coming down the mountain, he'll feed straight into the pit lane where they'll get their stop done. They're ready for him. Here he is, into the pit lane, aggressively into the pit lane, coming up to the control line. There it is there, flicking the button on. 40 Ks. Resetting the fuel, resetting the bars, unplugging the radio.
How would you like to be Craig Lowndes' teammate? Because Jamie Whincup is the young man who started the year with the biggest headline. There he is there. He finished on the podium here last year at Bathurst for Tasman Motorsport, got the ride at Team Better Electrical and won the opening round of this year's championship. And now he takes over of the race-leading car at Bathurst. What a moment for Whincup.
Car controller just putting some more water in the driver's drink bottle there as well, on the left-hand side, the B pillar. Fuel, obviously. Is there a problem with wheels and tyres? It looks slow on the right rear. Yeah, there's an issue here on the right rear, is there?
Everybody stand clear.
Or are we all done?
Hold.
Just got the job done that efficiently.
Okay, mate, away you go.
It's our crew member, helmet cam.
Kevin May on the radio.
And the Lowndes Whincup car released. If you have just tuned in, welcome to Bathurst. This is the Super Cheap Auto 1000. Race-leading car until that time of pitting the 888 Better Electrical Ford of Jamie Whincup, Craig Lowndes. Zinger replay. Steve Johnson, it just got taily. It just got away from him.
Wow. They didn't need that. Thing just jumped away on the little run down to the metal grate between Reed and Sulman Park. He's grabbed the brakes to try and minimise the drama, but by that stage he's in tons of trouble. See, the tyre pressures have gone down a little. Here it is again, looking rearward. Watch this. Oof. Tyres cooled out fractionally, pressures go down fractionally. The car moves around more on the tyre case, and that can be a real trap in the first flying lap when you get back on with the game.
So, this situation being cleaned up, and we'll go back to green when we return.
What a way for Stephen Johnson's campaign to finish. This is far from the first time he's come to Bathurst with a very competitive car. He's never been on the podium. Fourth 3 times. He's been in the top 10 7 times. This is his 13th start here. So a very competitive record without nailing a significant prize. He debuted here in 1994 with Alan Grice, one of the great names involved in this race. And Will Davison never had a chance to drive the car today. He, in 2 starts, had finished 19th last year and the year before a failure. So the bad luck continues for Davison and Johnson, although Davison has many more chances ahead of him, a younger driver. Race leader Jamie Whincup taking the reins from Craig Lowndes. A brilliantly timed pit stop, although you might say a little fortunate that the safety car came out when it did for the 3rd time today after only 27 laps of the race.
Roger, race control. Lights are out. Maintain speed going into pit lane.
Race. Team control there, chatting with the drivers, the instructions being ordered as they make their way around under yellow. Just running through the placings, although this doesn't mean much at the moment because we've had the orders shuffled through the safety car and some hurried pit stops. Lights are out, incidentally, which means, of course, they'll be under green as they come through the final corner and up the straight. There we go. Safety car peeling off. And the race is underway again. This, of course, compresses the field, gives drivers opportunities to improve their position. So now this is the order. Look at the charge up to hell corner. Weaving all over the track there was Andrew Jones, obviously hungry and fired up. First stint for him. Cameron McConville holding off Todd Kelly, then Dumbrell, Andrew Jones. He was weaving all over the track into hell corner. The great race resumes after the 3rd safety car in 28 laps.
Well, McConville got a little taily there, and that allows Todd Kelly to close that gap as they climb the mountain again. As we detailed with the head-to-head combination stats earlier in the program, McConville and Murphy bring 26 starts at Bathurst to this year's campaign. They are both very experienced, they're good mates, they're great drivers, and they lead this motor race.
Because of the track position of Lowndes at the time when the safety car was deployed and where the safety cars picked the field up, Jamie Whincup's come back out and is buried in this field. They've got a massive amount of work to do. Campbell's been on the phone to him and just said, look, it's going to be hard, I want you to be careful, just plod your way along here and we'll try and rectify this later in the day. But waiting for what was ultimately going to be another break, like the safety car we got, has really hurt them strategically. They needed to get that stop done when everybody else did to stay in step with the field.
The man who led the majority of this race is standing by with Greg.
How's the car, firstly, after that first stint?
Yeah, car's great. He basically got a ripper start. We managed to get into 3rd position. And, we just sort of shadowed Jason Richards there for a while and just sort of see what was happening. Bridie was in front but wasn't pulling away. And the car sort of, everyone settled down. Jason started to hold us up, so we had to get by him. Then other Jason had a tyre problem, so, it all sort of fell into place for us.
From a strategic standpoint, some of us have question marked why you wouldn't have pitted, not in the most recent safety car period, but the one prior when most of the field did.
Well, basically, the first one wasn't in our pit window and our second one was, so it was about 3 laps away from where we wanted to, so we're sticking to our strategy. We may have lost a little bit now, but we'll probably gain it at the end.
No changes to the car in that stop at all, Craig?
No, the car is really good on both full fuel and live fuel. The car is working really well.
We'll let you get some R&R, mate, but we wish you the very best for the remainder of the afternoon.
Thank you.
How about those sequence of corners heading into the chase? James Courtney in the gel went forward, and Nathan Pretty. Now look at this with Luke Youlden and Andrew Jones. And Andrew Jones gets hung out wide. Youlden forcing his way through.
We've seen people in the past getting up into the grey stuff there at turn 2 and not being able to get back. Andrew was a little bit lucky then just to be able to get the nose back on as Luke snuck through on the inside. It's a bit frantic at the moment, and vigorous stuff from James Courtney in the chase on the previous lap. He's on the go at the moment as well. Cam McConville leads from Todd Kelly, Paul Dumbrell. Andrew Jones has swapped positions now with Luke Youlden, then James Courtney, Lee Holdsworth, John Bow, Nathan Pretty, Matt Halliday. So a new bunch of names at the top of this field after the stops.
We know that many of you just watch V8 Supercars casually. You may not be round by round watchers. Car number 4 in the middle there is James Courtney, who lived a good portion of his life overseas. He's 2 times a world karting champion and a very credentialed guy. He took over this Stone Brothers ride when Marcus Ambrose left Australia at the end of last season to pursue NASCAR. Incidentally, an announcement this week that Marcus is moving from the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series up into the Busch Series next year, which is massive news. There has never been an Australian driver in the Busch Series, and Marcus just this weekend finished 17th at Talladega, his first super speedway. And look at James, he is brave. He is showing no fear here at Mount Panorama.
Andrew's taking a little bit of time to just settle in here. Let's get an update on the Jason Bright situation.
Jason, you were showing tremendous pace, but the day's over.
Yeah, mate, it's a big shame because we had great pace. The car has been good all week, and it looks like it's dropped a valve. So yeah, very disappointing.
A tough race to win this one, isn't it?
Yeah, the first one was easy, but this second one's a bit elusive. But we'll come back next year and give it a crack, again. But it's disappointing this weekend. We really did have a good car, and I was doing it pretty comfortably early on there. I was really happy with the balance of the car and thought we had a good car for the whole day.
Well, Bathurst has bitten hard, unfortunately, for the Holden Racing team. Jim Richards, just walk us through what happened at the top of the mountain there.
Well, the car was getting a fair bit more understeer than we'd had before as the race went on, and we were trying to adjust the bars to compensate for it. But in the end, I think it may have been a tyre graining or delaminating or something, I don't know. But the tyre didn't burst, it just got progressively worse and worse in the understeer department. And in the end, just out of the dipper, it just glanced the inside or the outside wall of the dipper and then put it into the outside wall on the little straight. So, yeah, I don't think it's repairable.
Day for you and for this team, Jim. Do you think the relatively warmer conditions here at Bathurst this year, we haven't seen conditions like this for probably at least a decade, has that contributed, do you think?
I don't think so. I think that, maybe the track hasn't got quite as much grip as it had, and that's maybe affecting the tyres a little bit, but who knows, it's one of those things.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks. Bye.
The other side of that story is that rookie Ryan Briscoe does not get to compete at Mount Panorama this time round.
Here's the dipper. I'll show you where Richo would have touched it on the right just there, and then that fired into those scars on the left side of the road. So when you got understeer, you can't get through the left-hander at the dipper properly, and he's glanced the outside of the wall at the dipper, which is then flicked him across the road.
No one is more experienced at Mount Panorama than Jim Richards. That was not a driver error there. And you can see Jim a little bit bummed about that as we go on board with Jamie Whincup, 5th in the championship, and is hungry for his first Bathurst victory.
You have to be patient now and just take cars here and there where he can. We know the car's got good pace. What he can't do is second guess some of the second drivers in the field. He needs to make sure that when he grabs them, he does it with plenty of air around him and without too much pressure on himself.
Well, Jim Richards was one casualty in this race. Another, the latest, is Stephen Johnson. Darryl?
Well, Stevie, unfortunate and not a nice place to turn a car around across the top there quite fast.
Yeah, mate, it is. It's pretty fast, but all these years I've tried hard and sort of had pride in myself not to make those sort of mistakes. And the car was quite twitchy and taily throughout the whole stint. And I'm pretty sure nothing happened. I'm pretty sure a tyre was still okay. It wasn't going down or anything, but pretty disappointing. And it's going to be a while before I forgive myself for doing silly stuff like that.
Car being like that during the week, Stevie, was it loose and light, or was it just particular today with the temperature even seems higher again today?
No, it was. It was a little bit taily at the start of the weekend, but we thought that was due to an oil leak we had in the engine, and
once we changed the engine and fixed that, it seemed to have made it better. But you know, pretty much lap 2 or 3 into the race there, it was really twitchy. Had a couple of pretty big moments over Skyline, and it was, I don't know, it's really strange. It's sort of like there's no wing on the back of it, you know, that sort of feeling, which is not a nice thing to have around here. So pretty hard on myself now for the next few months. Hard luck. Thanks, mate.
It's just the car balance has gone away from him, and it's trended worse as the stint's gone on. The rear grip's gone away. It starts to really heat up those rear tyres and greases them across the road. Jamie Whincup's march continues. More trouble here for car number 14, this time in the wall, and that's John Bowe at the wheel at Forest Elbow.
And that team was making significant progress. Brad Jones and John Bowe started well back in 20th position. Oh.
There's damage on the left rear there too.
And they were up to 8th, Neil, at that time.
Oh, and they're going to have to come in and deal with that, otherwise it'll smoke that left tyre.
And John Bowe will head straight to pit lane. Tried to recover. He knows what a good position they were in, making up 12 positions in the first 33 laps. It's no mean feat. And now the pressure comes on. Team BOC, damage in that left side. That tells the story, doesn't it? And Bowe is in.
Yeah, it's a good, safe thing to do with that sort of damage. I think that V8 Supercar would have brought him in for a look at all that anyway, just to ensure that the car is okay. So they'll put another tyre on it, make sure that the bodywork is removed from any possibility of rubbing on the tyre. The thing you've got to be careful of when you come to the pits is that concrete area. The reason it's concrete, by the way, is so those air jacks that you see pop out beneath the car don't stamp impressions into the asphalt, which makes up the pit lane itself and also the racetrack, obviously. A problem here with the right rear. Now they need to do a bit of body work here, so it's not just a case of doing the tyre stop. They might need to use the slide hammer just to make sure that that guard is not on the tyre. This is where teamwork's important.
Oh, there's a wheel nut that's jammed.
Yeah, putting the other one back on. They need to look carefully at that damage on the left rear guard as well. The issue is not so much the right rear at the moment, it's making sure it's safe on the left rear.
And Kim Jones, team manager, Brad Jones and John Bowe know all too well the importance of staying on the lead lap here at Bathurst, so he may well go out and come back in again. Here's what happened.
He might have got some help.
And that's Matt Halliday was the car immediately behind. Is there damage on the front of that? There's a big drill mark in the side of John Bowe's BOC Ford, so who knows? We'll join the dots later. Meanwhile, this is Luke Youlden and James Courtney, teammates, both Stone Brothers Racing Falcons. Courtney's got an inside run up to Hell Corner. Has he got the pace? I don't think so this time. Big inside move, he's going to go for it. Courtney's there and Youlden gives him space. James is on a flyer.
Blazing at the moment. It's that time of the day when lap times are a bit of a battle too. The westerlies really picked up here. It's forecast to slowly move a little further southwesterly later in the day. And the temperature's rising, so we're seeing times in the high 10s, low 11s.
View from beneath Craig Lowndes, Jamie Whincup's car. We will show you that quite unique camera angle multiple times today throughout the broadcast. Meanwhile, the race order is Cameron McConville in the Super Cheap Auto Commodore. He's got a 1.1 second lead over the Toll HSV dealer team Commodore of Todd Kelly, then Paul Dumbrell, then James Courtney, then Luke Youlden. That's the top 5, followed by these guys, Andrew Jones and Lee Holdsworth, 2 young chargers who are having their time in the sun on the mountain. Holdsworth, the second car in shot, had a very scary moment on Thursday morning in the opening practice session where he had a valve stem problem. The tyre went flat on him at almost full speed heading down Conrod Straight and just pitched the car sideways, very similar to what happened to Stephen Richards. Unfortunately for young Lee, it didn't hit the wall. He did spin multiple times heading into the chase. The crew told me when he got out of the car, he was still shaking in pit lane. It was a very lucky escape. Darryl?
Lee, you talk about valve stems. Well, this one's inside the engine, and FPR, as we knew earlier, dropped a valve. They said they're not sure the reason why it has dropped a valve. Obviously, there's different ways it can happen. The collar's in the top of the valve here, or the valve spring, or from the camshaft, the valve can obviously go down and touch the piston, but what's happened is it's torn the bottom of it. This one is an inlet valve here, the exhaust being smaller, but the inlet valve here is the bigger valve. It tears it off at the stem here. Obviously that falls out. A lot of time it puts a hole in the piston. That's why the FPR car was smoking with that one cylinder not working. You see the valve come up here, it just comes down, just misses the top of the piston there, and down it goes again. But that's what's happened to the FPR car, lost the top of the valve.
And once those two touch, and they make friends, there's big problems. That shot that you saw before of the 888 car coming into the pit lane, that weird looking mark on the tyre was pickup. A little bit of rubber that they get as they come in the pit lane puts an unusual looking mark on the tyre as it rolled to a stop.
There's only 1 second between first and second. Stay with us, this is a good race.
Well, 3 of the top 10 cars at the start of this race have either dropped out altogether or have suffered significant problems. And the attrition rate, quite unexpected here in the Super Cheap Autos 1000. At the wheel of the race-leading car is Cameron McConville, car number 51. And his co-driver Greg Murphy made a terrific start. And they have been the sleepers fighting their way through from a difficult season to a start in the top 10, and McConville's lead is now just over a second from Todd Kelly, who was right behind him as they restarted the race after the third safety car came out. But Kelly has now settled into a rhythm. They're in the early 2-minute 10s, much slower than the race pace we saw before from the leading cars. They were into the 2.9s. Very hot conditions though today, more than 50 degrees in the car for the drivers. Paul Dumbrell in third place, but he's now 2.6 seconds behind Todd Kelly. So they're starting to space out as they fall back into a rhythm yet again. Some terrific battles here among some of the younger drivers. As we ride with Lee Holdsworth in car number 34.
Hard P1 on the rear, tight P1 on the rear, as long as it's not too tailing.
7th place.
Okay.
So as we cross the start-finish line again, it's McConville expanding his lead by a couple of tenths from Todd Kelly. Dumbrell nearly 3 seconds further back now. And then James Courtney, who's made a couple of bold passing manoeuvres, one of them on his teammate Luke Yulden, who's in 5th. Then Andrew Jones. Here's another look at a little slight touch there from Holdsworth on Holdsworth. No, that's on the Ritter McLean entry. That's the other car, car 33. That set them back. That's the car that leads the race right now, and some terrific young talent in that top 10 lead div.
Cameron McConville is the race leader to the tune of 1.4 seconds. He has got fellow Holden driver Todd Kelly sitting comfortably in second. It's a Holden trio at the moment as we go on board with Cam.
That's nice work, mate. Just keep it comfortable. Just look after your tyres as best you can.
Yeah, no worries. Steve Henderson is the race engineer of this car. And they've got a very good organisation, really good staff down there at Super Cheap Auto. Keys Wheel is the team owner. The grandfather of Paul, who's driving in this race. You've got Steve Henderson, who is Greg Murphy's regular race engineer, and Bryce Seals, who's had significant overseas experience. You've got a real slick lineup. Now, this is the second car. This is the sister car to the race leader. And Nathan Pretty steps from the wheel and Paul Wheel jumps aboard. They're out of sequence because they came in early. And now this is their second stop of the race.
Just in the Holden Racing team pit bunker at the moment, and as you can expect, boys, it's a pretty flat feel in here at the moment. They are gradually packing up the millions of dollars worth of equipment that this team has brought to the mountain, coming to the mountain in the hope of scoring a victory. Ryan Briscoe having an early lunch with his engineer Matthew Crawford, but some long faces, and they're packing up early here at HRT.
I've said it before earlier in the broadcast, who would have ever expected that? Certainly not Mark Scaife and his men, that's for sure. One of the strongest teams in the paddock, and they're going home. Bathurst has been a nightmare in 2006. It's not for these boys though. The season's been a nightmare for them, but Bathurst could be their high point. They've just struggled to get an optimum setup, a feel, a balance with these cars this year. But when it counts, they're doing just fine. They're leading the biggest motor race of the year. McConville shot to prominence when he got a break with Dick Johnson Racing many, many years ago, but he crashed the car, and that kind of tainted his progress in motorsport. But then he returned by winning the GTP Production Car Championship, and then that gave him a chance to drive for Brad Jones in the Oryx Audis, in which he acquitted himself very, very well, and then that gave him a leapfrog, a springboard back into V8 supercars, and he's driven for a variety of teams, most notably the Lansvale boys, and then Gary Rogers, and before getting his great opportunity at Super Cheap Auto Racing. We'd like to show you a replay of the biggest incident of the day. Watch this, Singer replay, on board with Mark Scaife, lap one, smack. He got nailed from behind by Jack Perkins, who had nowhere to go. Perkins was boxed in.
Yeah, what this vision is here, Lee, is this is the Tiga camera, Touring Car Engines Group of Australia camera from Jack Perkins' car. We've downloaded the data from the hard disk on that car. We did a story on it earlier in the weekend. Watch this. Coming up to the point where you crest the top of the hill, look to the left, and it was because of the traffic to the right that trapped Jack in that position. Massive impact.
That was a very unenviable position to be in. Meanwhile, Andrew Jones is scrapping. He's fighting with Lee Holdsworth. And then the next car in the line is Kiwi driver Matt Halliday. If you watch the A1 Grand Prix series, you'll know this guy. Halliday, the Kiwi, is their #1 driver for Team New Zealand. He too has plenty of international experience in open wheeler racing in the United States. Zinger replay, and it's one of the Fujitsu Fords into Richard Lyons. Warren Luff gives Lyons a bit of a touch-up, heading through the cutting, saying, Richard, I know it's your first time here, but get a move on. And look at Halliday. He's growing impatient with Lee Holdsworth. He wants a way through. He currently sits 8th. Took over from David Brabham at a very early stage. It's on something like lap 11 or 12. Very early because David flat spotted a tyre hugely. And they said, righto, let's bring it in, fix it, and we'll put Matt in the car. He's been suffering with a sore left shoulder. And I turn to you because I know you know how this feels. Whether it's ligament damage or something, it's with the severe forces of changing gears, and it's been really niggly. He's been having acupuncture and everything, and it's a bit of a nightmare, but he's soldiering on.
Gear change elbow, or a version of that. It's also induced a little bit by all the flat shifting. You've got to use quite a lot of force to be able to keep forcing the car through the various gears, and a real repetitive strain injury there.
Thinks about it on Holdsworth, then thinks again.
That caption's a scary one, isn't it, for drivers? When you look at how much activity there's been so far today, lap 40, 161. Huge amount of work to come.
To the pits, and Mark Howard.
Kim Jones, Team BOC. John was involved in an incident at the top of the mountain. What exactly happened?
We're not sure. We haven't really had a chance to talk to him about it, but obviously the whole side of the car is damaged, so there's a bit of a touch up there. Unfortunately, he just kissed the wall backwards, which pushed the rear bumper bar onto the tyre and made it rub. So we decided to come in, it's a long race, and fix that problem. While we're in the pits, we had a wheel nut jam as well to exasperate the things, but the Team BOC number 14 car is going like a rocket. We started 18th, we've worked our way up to 8th. Like we're not halfway through the day yet, so we're 20 seconds in front of the lead pack, still on the lead lap. Hopefully a safety car will come out, we'll get back on the back there, but everything's going really well. The other car with Michael in it is doing a great job there in 17th, Michael and Dale, and that was a car that Mark was going to drive with us, so they're trucking away as well, and this is a very special day for us, and we're working hard to get to the front.
You should be in sales, Kim. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Just to elaborate on that explanation there from Kim Jones, he's talking about the car 12, Michael Caruso and Dale Breed in it. Not this car, this is John Bowen and Brad Jones, but the reason why young Michael Caruso was drafted into that team, there was a terrible accident here, you may have seen it on the news broadcast, involving David Clark and Mark Porter. Both drivers were critically injured, and this is the car that Kiwi driver Mark Porter was meant to be in, and of course he remains in hospital in a critical condition, and they had to find a replacement driver, and they drafted in Fujitsu Development Series driver Michael Caruso, and he's doing a wonderful job at the moment, sits in the top 15.
And they've kept Mark Porter's name on the side of the car. He was officially entered in the car, and Kim Jones explained to me this morning that they wanted to do that, and they've also got the race number of his car from the Fujitsu Development Series just to the right-hand side of his name there. So,
and needless to say, our thoughts are with both families. 1.5 seconds, the race lead, with 120 laps to go. Cam McConville still leads Todd Kelly. But have a look at this battle. The first time we've seen the Autobahn Commodore. Steve Owen and Tony Longhurst, the combo in that one.
Bad sportsmanship flag is going to be shown to John Bowe, car number 14, for running too aggressively across the top of the curbs on the pit lane entry that last time that he came into the pit, so he must have got a bit of dirt up onto the circuit as he did it. So they're going to show him that. Seems a long time after the fact.
Yeah. Incidentally, Tony Longhurst on screen right now in that yellow and green Autobahn car. We welcome Tony back to the mountain. He's enjoying it. He's doing a lot of tarmac rallying at the moment. Tony moves up the order of merit, if you'd like to call it that, and he makes his 25th start here at Bathurst. Make that 24th. He draws level with Kevin Bartlett. Well done, Tony. Enjoy the day.
Interesting tug of war going on at the moment between Cam McConville and Todd Kelly for sector splits, and they've both got strengths and weaknesses in different parts of the race circuit. The big push from James Courtney has just eased off a little bit at the moment. It's easy to make the early gains. There was the warning to John Bowe as he came off the exit of Forest Elbow. We'll take a break. We'll be back at Bathurst in a tick.
Well, this is the battle between James Courtney and the blue car. The Geldwen car, Stone Brothers Racing, attacking Paul Dumbrell in the Jack Daniels Racing Commodore. Ford versus Holden, fourth versus third. Bear in mind, Courtney had passed Andrew Jones and Luke Youlden, so he's already gained 2 positions, and he is now looking to move into outright third in this race. A very aggressive drive from a young man who made his debut in this race last year for the Holden Racing team, drafted in from a very respectable international career in open wheel racing. Did some very good times, but that race came to grief, so Courtney had very little opportunity to show his wares. He was snapped up from under Holden's nose by Ford to drive for Stone Brothers in his full season this year. It took a little while to get into the pace of things. It's not an easy championship to dial yourself into, particularly if you're coming from open wheel racing, but Courtney is now really starting to fire. And back at Bathurst 1 year on, he is capable of running with the best of them. If he could win this race today, it would be one of the great stories of all time at Mount Panorama, because his co-driver is the great Glenn Seaton, who in his 23rd attempt is still trying to find a victory. And time is clearly running out for Seaton. A lot of years ahead of Courtney. An extraordinary story. Dumbrell will be running to a pace, obviously. Wouldn't be too fussed if Courtney does get past him. It's only lap 42. We're just over a quarter race distance here. Race leader up ahead of them is McConville, maintaining about 1.5 to 1.7 seconds from Todd Kelly. That hasn't changed much in the last few laps. Paul Dumbrell is 5 seconds adrift from them. So perhaps Courtney needs to get past him. He feels like he needs to keep in touch with McConville and Todd Kelly. And he is firing. A great talent who just gets better and better in V8 Supercars.
Zinger replay, Forrest elbow, and Matt Halliday locks it up and says, see you later.
We've got a report of that on the radio. It looked like it was, he was well wide on the right-hand part of the corner. It didn't even look like getting the car slowed down for the left, and he stuck it up against the wall out there at the Falcon Forest elbow, and he's grabbed a gear and gone on. I think he's actually come back to the pit lane with the car. Here's the view from the other angle, and how much damage is done here. Oh no, it was a bit more solid than it looked from the other angle. So did it break the rear wing off the car? Certainly done a bit of damage. So like the Holden Racing team, Ford Performance Racing are in the wars there, Rusty. How much damage on that left rear that you can spot?
Just have a look at the wing here, Neil. That's the part that concerns you. At the moment, the safety retaining clip is there. And some damage to the to the light and so on. They've refueled it, thrown some tyres at it. No attention at the moment to the rear wing, but as you can see, there is a definite crack, and it's on both sides.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be too keen to let it go with that. The last thing you want is for the rear wing to part company with the car at high speed.
The V8 Supercar.
Optimistic, and yeah, I'll just sit that back there. Need a big fistful of race tape to get that one back in the spot. I think what they might well do, yeah, there come the Go Jacks. If you put the car in the garage, more people can work on it. Only 8 allowed across the control line there. So you may as well take the car in the garage, get the job done efficiently and safely. The car's going to be off the racetrack for several laps while they get that done. So life's not good today for Ford Performance Racing. Now here's John Bauer arriving. Zinger replay shows the reason why he got the bad sportsmanship flag. And I understand that he was pretty aggressively across the curbs here. She didn't look that bad to me.
Have to say, we were in the driver's briefing at 5:30 yesterday afternoon, and Tim Shanken, race director, did say that they will be watching for that and they will punish that. They will not tolerate it. As this battle continues, it's a good one, isn't it? It's for third place. 2 young guys, 2 nice young blokes. Paul Dumbrell, we ride with, looking at James Courtney. And you pick little things up here at Bathurst each year. And one of them that I noticed earlier this weekend, was talking with Ross Stone, who was just so bubbly and optimistic about their chances. And now we're seeing it, aren't we? His cars sit 4th and 5th. They're strong, they're fast, they're reliable, they haven't had any problems yet. But more importantly, they came off the back of what Ross described as possibly their best test ever at Queensland Raceway. It wasn't the longest test or the most laps, but it was more quality rather than quantity, and they made some good headway.
It was the last test of the year for them as well. You may be surprised to know that unlike in a lot of sports in V8 Supercar competition, you don't get to practice too often. 6 days maximum testing days for any one season, and you must nominate a particular track in your home state, and that's where you test. You can only ever do it on second-hand tyres, you're not allowed to do it on new tyres, so a lot of restrictions in place to try and cap cost, but they were very bubbly after that recent test between Sandown and Bathurst. They thought that they made great progress with their cars. They overcame the brake issues that they had at Sandown. Mind you, they'd want to, and these cars look pretty handsome so far today. Lee, you made a remark to me before about the wind, and I just wanted to pick up on that. It has strengthened significantly from the
Paul,
west.
you're doing a great job. Can't ask for any more at the moment. Just keep that concentration up. Make sure you have a drink.
Just having a chat there to Paul Dumbrell. And it's going slowly more southwesterly later in the day, but at the moment it's getting up to around 30 kilometres an hour, even gusting to 35 kilometres an hour. Pretty much on the nose of the cars as they come along pit straight, and the boys will be feeling that up and down the straight, certainly over the hump in Mountain Straight, and most particularly coming down Conrod Straight, where you've really got to make sure that you hold a little bit of steering lock against the crosswind down there, and when you're side by side with another car, that's especially the case.
This is on board car 8, the WPS Falcon, combination of Max Wilson and the current driver David Bernard.
Watch the exhaust headers on this Ford engine there, squawking along 7,500 revs or near enough to it. Look at the exhaust beginning to glow red. When they run them on the dyno, you can see through those exhausts. Obviously a bit of air circulation around the car in these circumstances. You know, almost 60% of the lap at Bathurst is spent at 100% throttle. These engines are a miracle in themselves that they can pound away with that sort of workload going through them between 6 and 7 hours of rock-solid racing all day. It's amazing.
David Bernard, who is no longer a full-time V8 supercar driver, locks the rears just slightly, approaching Hell Corner. He does have some driving coming up in New Zealand in the summer coming up, but he has enjoyed his opportunity to be back with WPS for both Sandown and here at Bathurst. Darryl?
Jason Richards, a great opening stint for you, but we hear Andrew and both yourself not completely happy with the pace of the car right now.
Yeah, look, obviously, you know, outright speed at the 9.9, so we're not complaining too much, but just the average lap time, I reckon we're probably 2 or 3 tenths off where we need to be. But as I was saying to Wally, you know, the car's changing so much throughout the stint anyway, and I think this track's starting to rubber in a little bit more, so it's not too worried. Maybe the track will come to us, maybe it won't.
Is there enough adjustment in the bars in the car to the end of the race, or are you looking at maybe a safety car and trying to make more of an adjustment?
Look, we just tweak it each time it comes in with the roll centre, rear roll centre, and that time we just lowered it 3 mil, so we're not talking about big lumps here, but there's also plenty of adjustment in the bars. The rear bar for me was up full hard, so we can still tune it in quite nicely.
It's early days and you're in a good position.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to sneak up on this race.
Thanks, Jason.
Thanks, mate.
The boys at Dunlop have done some exploratory surgery on this left rear tyre, which has come off the Kelly car. Kevin Fitzsimmons, just tell us what's happened here.
Greg, it appears that something's crept in through the sidewall. There's a very small hole here in the sidewall. When the tyre came off the car, it had a bit of a blister in it. We opened it up, and as we got in there, the cap ply, which is the Kevlar protection over the top of the steel belts, has started to knot itself up. And I don't know if you can get it in there, mate, but it's just like a ligament on your knee. It started to break the protection, and when this is exposed, it starts to tear the sidewall out of the tyre. So this is actually a really good example, the first time we've seen it on the rear, because usually it's a front tyre here that if we have a problem, this may well be how it starts. Little tiny hole is all it's taken to upset their day, but luckily they haven't lost too much ground.
Do you believe this could be the same sort of symptoms that the Bright car suffered?
Yeah, I believe so. The tyre we had a look at on there seems to have a cut on it as well. The front tyre that came off the same Kelly car has also got a bit of a indescript cut in the sidewall as well, so there may well be something out that's just having a little bit of niggle at the left-hand side tyres.
Guys, we'll wrap this up here. I've just been to the HSV dealer team and had a word to Rick Kelly as well. I said, hey, why aren't you attacking the super cheap auto car? And he said, we don't believe this race is going to start until the final 30 laps, and we want to buy a ticket for the final 30 laps, Neil.
Yeah, that's a saying that you've heard me go on about in the past, haven't you, Greg? And that's exactly right. That's all you can do here. The rest of it's just preamble. You've certainly got to rock around. There's no case for dawdling, but really the motor race is the last load of fuel, and that's where it counts. And you've got to have car pace, and you must be in it there at the end. One of the things that we should focus on at some stage when we get a chance, and when we have that wonderful shot up of the front left tyre and wheel on the Craig Lowndes Jamie Whincup car, you'll see how much running these cars do on the inside edge of the tyres. One of the things you've got to be super careful of at Bathurst, because of the very long straights up and down the hill. When you run a lot of negative camber on the cars, which means that when you look from the front of the car here, it looks like both wheels are bent outwards, if you like, much more so on the front than the rear. It's about 6 to 6.5 degrees negative on the front, 2 to 2.5 perhaps on the rear. Oh, problem here for Team BOC cars. it heats up the inside edge of the tyres when you've got that negative camber on. And the more of that negative you run, the hotter those inside edges get. But the more negative you run, tend to be able to get more grip out of the tyres. So engineers always juggle the right amount of that. But if you're even 0.1 of a degree out, and it's the wrong way, perhaps too much, that can really hurt you. That's something we'll keep a very close eye on today in this motor race.
You may have noticed on the previous lap that this man here, James Courtney, did get by Paul Dumbrell. So the order is now McConville, Kelly, Courtney, Dumbrell and Youlden. That's the top 5 as we go to the break. But more from the mountain when we return.
Watching Paul Dumbrell losing track space to that man in the blue and yellow, James Courtney. Courtney driving for Stone Brothers Racing, the last Ford team to pick up a victory here in the Bathurst 1000. Just cresting the rise there down Conrod was the 5th placed Luke Youlden, the other Stone Brothers entry, and his teammate Russell Ingall. Championship winner last year, pretty much conceding the title in 2006, says it's pretty much out of reach. There it is. And the man most likely to win the championship, Craig Lowndes, well, they've lost a little bit of ground, but Jamie Whincup in the Triple Eight Falcon is back in 7th place. Important points, 260 of them in fact right now, heading his way if they can hold that position. More if they can improve. That's the top 3, I beg your pardon, that's 3rd through to 5th. Up ahead of them, Cameron McConville. His lead now down to 1.2 seconds over Todd Kelly. It's been pretty much steady, those two guys running in the 210s, and Courtney is now running in the high 210s. In fact, his last lap was quicker than that of the 2 leading cars, so Courtney is on a charge. He was significantly faster than the next 2 cars. Lee Holdsworth doing very well. He's just done a 2:10.9. Jamie Whincup's done a 2:10.8. Now the next 2 cars in the queue, Andrew Jones and Stephen Ellery, have done 2-minute 14s. Not sure what traffic issues they might have had, but that gives you an idea of the sort of pace the top cars are running at the moment. On lap 48, up the hill they go. Sirame Wines entry, car 67. First stint was Paul Morris. I mentioned Stephen Ellery running in the 2:14s, and this is him, just ahead of Craig Baird on the track for the WPS team. Baird and Jason Bargwanna, the pairing. Baird's 12th Bathurst, Bargwanna's 11th. Plenty of experience there. Likewise in Stephen Ellery. Morris's record here is not too bad. He was 3rd in the Commodore with Scaife in 1999. That was his best of 13 attempts. Stephen Ellery has finished 3rd twice with Tony Longhurst in 96 and Luke Youlden in 2003. So the co-drivers in both these cars in the top 10 just, but also with plenty of nouts when it comes to making their way around Mount Panorama. Back to the top couple, McConville and Kelly. Heat won't bother him as much as many of the drivers here today. He is super fit, competes in triathlons, does a lot of bike riding, and he will cruise along in fine form. James Courtney, though, is doing very well in 3rd place.
He is, and so too is the man in 2nd. Here's the Zinger replay of how Courtney got 3rd.
James is really on the blaze here at the moment. He's doing a good job, very consistent, not making mistakes, and he's picking off cars one by one. A couple of interesting observations in the last couple of laps. The team at Jack Daniels Racing have said to Paul Dumbrell that the tyre pressures when they took the tyres off the car for Richo when he came in were too high, and they didn't get a chance to repressure them for PD, and so they've just asked him to be a little bit gentle on those tyres, and that could be another issue today. If the ambient temperature's high and the track conditions are such that they're guessing the pressure's a little wrong and they overinflate, that won't be hurting the cause, and it'll take that probably till that 3rd stint till everybody starts to get the right level of prediction there. Another interesting radio message is that the Stone Brothers Racing have just asked Luke Youlden how he feels about the notion of doing a double stint. That'd be physically pretty tough today. Now in the pit lane, I imagine at the moment, one fella that's watching this with great interest at the moment is Greg Murphy. You there, young Gregory?
Hello, gentlemen. Can I, by the way, just get in early and buy one of those tickets to the last 30 laps? That sounds great.
I'll sell them to you just the right price,
I
Murph.
bet you will.
Well, you're in the box seat at the moment, mate. Great start.
Oh, do you want me to go with a cliche like those other blokes, or like about, it's too early
Just
and all
give
that
it.
kind of stuff?
Just give it to us straight. Car looks good. It's strong. You did a good job. Cameron's doing a good job.
Of course he is. He's a champion.
What were the reports we were getting on the warm-up lap that there was fluid coming from the back of your car? Any truth to that?
I didn't know anything about it, which was probably the best way to keep going. I don't know, mate. It might have been just a bit of water or something. Temperature might have been getting up. It's a funny race. It's very slow, and was trucking along out there, and Lowndesy was sort of getting away a bit, and I was having a few dramas, but nothing much else was going on behind us. So as you can see at the moment, Cam's holding a good pace there, and I'm sure Todd's not trying to do anything too much. So we'll play it as it is at the moment.
Greg, you said to me yesterday that you were a little bit unhappy with the car in its race trim with fat fuel on it in that run in practice 4. Obviously, the changes you and Steve have made since then have turned it into a pretty reasonable race car.
Yeah, we've all worked hard. We've changed the car back to more like what it was on Friday, and it is a little bit better. Just a little bit more predictable on what it's doing, but still, as I say, it is hard out there because the speed overall isn't quite there for anybody, and if it's a track or not, I'm not sure, but everyone's having, I think, a few little issues with their cars at the moment.
How's the heat, Greg?
It was all right then. It was fine. We put a couple of windows with some holes in it in the car last night to be prepared for it. And as you said, Cam won't have any issues with it, and it was pretty comfortable early on.
Are you just planning on running standard stints through the rest of the day, Greg, like between the two of you just alternating one by one?
Yeah, that's the plan. Obviously, we've got some different strategies in place if that changes. So, I mean, if the safety car came out now, I'd be in a bit of trouble, wouldn't I?
Yeah, you would be standing there with your sunnies on and your overalls folded around your waist. Is probably not the real look, is it?
It's a great look, but it's probably not the prime sort of target for getting back in the race car.
While we have this footbox shot, talk us through Cameron entering the chase.
Yeah, well, he's obviously just gave the brake pedal a bit of a dab there just to make sure the brake pedal was still there. Heel and toe down to second or third gear. I'm not sure what he's using at the moment. Progressive on the throttle, second gear, my engineers just told me. And he's coming down to the last corner to give the brake pedal another dab just to make sure there's pressure. Back down a couple of cogs, down to second, and feeding it on. Yep, nice and smoothly, just trying to look after those rear tyres as he comes past the pit lane and give him a bit of a wave. Hi, Cam. And yeah, he's doing, well, I don't have to worry about Cam, he does a great job.
He's very consistent at the moment, Greg. He's just peeled off another 10.7, and yet so is Todd.
Yep.
The two of them are really every lap almost separated by just hundredths of seconds.
Well, as I said before, it's very early on, and there's no need to be going hearing out the front at the moment, and Todd's not obviously putting that much pressure on because he knows what the game is as well. So they're just making sure that no one's flying up behind them and going to attack and just maintain this pace, which is quite comfortable, albeit, as I say, probably surprisingly a little bit slower than what I thought it would be.
You can see the wisdom of the guys that have been around here a few times. Every single time Cam gets a pause moment, he brings brake pressure up to make sure that he doesn't arrive in a spot around here where he's got tons of rear brake and not much at the front.
Yep, it's one of those things you do, just to give yourself that confidence that when you do stand on it hard, you've got a good pressure straight up. You don't, there's no leeway in the pedal before the pressure comes on. And it's something you sort of get used to doing, especially around this place where there's some fairly big stops, obviously.
I noticed he's using both feet to brake too. You've taught him how to left foot brake up there in Reed Park.
He's quite comfortable with it, obviously, for that kind of thing where he's not having to change gears, and a lot of guys do left foot brake in that respect, but he prefers to do that rather than bringing his right foot across to give the brake pedal a dab. And the advantage of that is your throttle, your foot's near the throttle as well, so you can cross over a bit with your brake and your throttle pedal.
Thanks for taking time to talk to us. Go and put your race face on. Good luck for the remainder of the day.
Pleasure, and you can drop that ticket down any time.
No problem, I'll send you
No,
an invoice.
you go and earn it.
That'd be right. See ya.
Thanks, Greg Murphy from Super Cheap Auto Racing. He shares this car, the lead car, with Cameron McConville, and 110 laps to go. We've still got a good chunk of this race, and it's shaping up to be a good one, isn't it? It's been action-packed thus far, but now that we've settled into a really good rhythm, and let's bring you up to date. Here's the second place Todd Kelly. He and his younger brother Rick drove a big Hummer up here all the way from Melbourne. had a lot of fun. They had their good friend Nathan Pretty on board that big truck as well. He sits second. James Courtney is third. Paul Dumbrell is fourth. Luke Youlden for Stone Brothers Racing is fifth. Then it's Lee Holdsworth.
See him having a rest there.
Have a drink, mate. Have a drink.
And right on cue, Eric just reminds him to get a bit of water in him. He didn't have a drink at all throughout the race at Sandown. He couldn't get water through the hose, and that was pretty daunting.
Of course, he is the defending winner. He and Mark Scaife drove all the way to the checkered flag last year in a mighty victory in red. He's now in the orange and black toll car with his brother and sits in a prime position.
Just 1.5 seconds, nearly 1.6 seconds between the two of them last time through, so it's just a knife edge at the moment. Both of them were a little slower on that lap due to traffic. Courtney continues to blaze along. He's still in the 10s. Virtually the rest of the field are in 11s and 12s at the moment. It's peak of the day in terms of temperature. Interesting phase of the race. Take a little break and we'll come back with more racing from Bathurst.
Todd Kelly in pursuit of Cameron McConville, but gee, this is a race where it seems both these drivers have settled into a nice rhythm. As Neil Crompton pointed out, they are clocking up a sequence of 10.7s, that's 2 minutes 10.7, and the margin has been between 1 and 1.5 seconds around that time. James Courtney has lost a bit of time on those two. He is now more than 8 seconds adrift from Todd Kelly. He has 1.6 seconds on Paul Dumbrell, and then there's another 5 seconds to Youlden. So a map of the race starting to show here as we approach the middle stages. Further back, Jamie Whincup taking over from Craig Lowndes, who stormed to the lead after a few laps. A bit of drama there involving Mark Scaife, of course, who's out, and then Jason Bright struck trouble, so Lowndes took charge. Whincup has just moved into 6th place ahead of Lee Holdsworth and is now 3.5 seconds away from Luke Youlden, so good pace there from the 888 Falcon. Ellery, Jones and Baird make up the top 10. Just outside the top 10, Fabian Coulthard running a pretty good race for 021, his teammate Paul Radisich, runner-up here twice in 1990 and 2000 out of 15 starts. Fabian, another New Zealander, only the 2 starts, and not much to show for it in cars that were off the pace, 20th in 04 and a failure to finish last year. Here's Courtney, up the hill he goes and is a very lonesome driver at the moment. Tony Longhurst in 13th position in car 55. Tony Longhurst no longer a regular driver in the series. Every time he has finished the Bathurst 1000, that's 13 out of 23 starts, it's been in the top 9. 10 times he's been in the top 5. Remarkable consistency and driving with another capable driver here, Steve Owen. He seems to grow a leg when he comes to Mount Panorama. Still circulating with Courtney, a multiple world karting champion, a man who was destined for a Formula One drive at one stage. We thought that he might get there ahead of Mark Webber. How things change in motorsport. Webber is now cemented in Formula One. Courtney back here driving in Australia. The Ritter McLean team, driver change in the pits.
There's been a lot going on, that's for sure, and this man is on a charge. The Geldwen Falcon driver, James Courtney, holds down 3rd place at the moment. He's a good chunk of time behind Todd Kelly. Now, Zinger replay shows us he may have been pushing it a little too hard, just on the exit of the Caterpillar.
There's no problem there. You can slide onto the other side of the ripple strip there. It's quite a flat patch on the other side. I had a walk around the track about 2 weeks ago, and there's plenty of exit space, but he's definitely pushing hard at the moment.
Fujitsu Ford, Warren Luff and Development Series leader Adam Macro is the combination in this team. Done and gone. Back to the pits and let's have a chat to a man who's right in the middle of everything, Craig Lowndes from Team Better Electrical Racing. Craig, you led the race early on. Jamie's doing a good job at the moment. Your teammate Whincup sits 6th. How are things?
Yeah, going really well at the moment. The car was sensational. Took our time compared to what we tried to do last year. So, really shadowed Jason Richards at the start of the race, and the car really come on strong. Jason's then started to hold us up. We got by him, and then Jason Bright himself had a tyre issue. So I guess we inherited the lead, I should say. I should say the win. I'm getting in front of myself. But really, the car is sensational. We didn't opt to go in for the first safety car. It wasn't in our pit window, but then we didn't expect, obviously, for Stephen Johnson to have a problem such short after the restart.
Can you believe the attrition rate? I mean, for the majority of the week, everyone has been chasing the number 2 HRT Commodore and the FPR Falcon of Jason Bright. They're both out of the race.
Well, I guess, knowing what we did last year and the speed we had last year, it's, I feel sorry for them because I guess I'll always say it's the one that got away because, they definitely had the speed. It was the cars that we were going to look for, especially today and especially right now when everyone's trying to conserve fuel and get it all right for later in the day.
Hey, mate, just for a moment, turn to the right because there's something going on. Look at the monitor. Your man is hustling.
He's a good man. He's a good man. Look at him. He's doing a great job. He's got the lights on.
Yeah, he's just slipped underneath Luke. Craig, just going back to your comments about taking the stop there when you got that extra little safety car break, were you prepared to actually do your stop in green conditions based on where your fuel was going to burn to zero?
Yeah, we were. We really wanted to do another sort of 6 or 8 laps after that first safety car period, and we wanted to try and make a break. And really, we're just focusing on our program. And as I said, we just weren't expecting Stevie J to have a problem such short after a restart. But look, that was the brakes. We decided to come in straight away, and we've done that. Jamie's done a sensational job. I put him in about 27th or 23rd position. He's got back up to, I think we're 6th now, so all going well.
And your fuel window closes about lap 65, so you've got a couple of extra laps in your window relative to those around you. So will you use all of that?
Oh, definitely. It's something now that we're pretty focused on the end of the race, and we just want to, as I said, do our program. Jamie will run as long as we can, and we'll see what happens then.
Now, Craig, Neil and I spend a fair amount of time telling everyone about how challenging it is to drive a V8 supercar. Were you really watching the big screens before of that undercar camera?
Well, they've been, as our double 8 car disappears, done a great job. Boys are good. Yeah, definitely I was. Coming out of the chase, there's a big mega screen on the left-hand side, and they've been talking about this undercarriage tyre camera angle, and I haven't actually seen any shots, but then when I saw it on the big screen, I asked the boys to make sure that the tyre was going to be okay.
Mate, what's the track condition like? Is it sort of typical with the way it normally feels and behaves around here year on year?
Well, actually, I would have said the track's pretty good. I don't know why people are having tyre issues, but our car is working really well. We have a little bit of understeer to start with. The car comes neutral, and again, we have a little bit of oversteer towards the end. So we have pretty a neutral car, a pretty very predictable car, and at the moment, touch wood, we haven't had any problems. But the day is hot, track temperature is hot. Maybe there's something else on the circuit that we're not running over that's causing these tyres to go.
Was it a bit frustrating for you to have to burn up all those tyre sets and then not have a green set for the shootout?
Well, we've been focusing pretty much on, race package, and I think that's where it's showing now.
Yeah.
We definitely didn't have the pace in qualifying, and, that was frustrating, you're right. But, knowing that we really want to get to this point, we want the car to be perfect, we want the car to be nice on both Jamie and I, and that is the case at this stage.
From an event point of view, Craig, is this the biggest Bathurst you've been to, that driver parade this morning? How about the crowd?
Oh, the crowd's awesome. I think it's, it is definitely the biggest Bathurst that I've ever taken part in. And, when you drive around, it was pretty emotional knowing that car was 2 years before my time. And I think that first stint was pretty emotional all above it. I think the whole day, people standing on the grandstand watching today and people at home that, have memories of Peter. And he's here. Like, we haven't had a weekend this good in about probably 25 years. So, there's memories all around. And, there's been great stories being told by all. And, we'll remember this day for a long time.
Thanks, Craig, for your time and trouble this morning. The battle on here for the lead, and these guys having a big go. And there you go, Todd Kelly now makes the move, and McConville has switched to reserve, so he's going to come in either this lap or the next. In fact, they may have just queued him to come in on this lap. So thank you, Craig Lowndes from 888 Race Engineering. Always appreciate it when the drivers take time out to talk to us, but it's on for young and old at the head of this race.
Watch the second car in shot, though. Does it dive for pit lane? They both do. No! Kelly goes first.
Yeah, so an extra lap for Cam. So he grabs the lead and immediately in.
Bars, fires, do your mirror, loosen your belts off,
We're doing a driver change, and disconnect your radio.
Voice of Rob Crawford, team manager. Went all the way to Formula One and back to V8 Supercars. Very experienced man to have in your camp, and he's in charge of the two Kelly boys this weekend. Todd will be out, Rick will be in. Greg.
They've got the brake pads on standby here too, boys, so the two crew at the front here pushing those pistons back inside the calipers with the special pliers. They give the nod to each other, the two men working on the front of the car. Those extremely hot pads are out already, making sure the pistons are right back safely in the caliper to fit those big, thick new brake pads. They're in. Rick Kelly now at the wheel. Todd Kelly is out. Pump the pedal, says the crew chief, Rob Crawford. In the meantime, fuel is done. They're away.
Make sure that brake pedal's pumped up, mate. Reset the fuel.
Zeroing the fuel and just ensuring that they've got pedal pressure, and sometimes you even need to double check it again up mountain straight before you grab the brake. That was a very, very good stop. So the window is obviously now open. It opened on lap 48 for the compulsory pad stop, so you'll start to see some of those creeping into the game now for a while, but that was a very efficient stop from the Toll HSV dealer team. Driver change, pad stop done, 120 litres of fuel, wheels and tyres, fresh driver, away you go.
For those with a good memory, you will take your minds back to last year's race toward the end. And do you remember when at Stone Brothers Racing on Russell Ingall's car, they changed the brake rotors? Talking to the SBR boys this week, I think we may have shown our hand too early. I think there's a lot of people up and down pit lane that may have copied us. But talking to people, canvassing people, I don't find many that say they're going to change rotors this year. Pads are enough.
Every extra job that you've got to do means you open the door for more possibilities for things to go wrong. So here we go, Cam McConville in.
Okay, mate, watch your speed.
Got to try and make time through here, but at the same time not incur the wrath of the stewards by pounding those curbs too much, and then
make
leap
sure we
on
pull
the
it up
brakes.
nice and slow, bang on the marks, mate. Line yourself up with the board.
If you overshoot on the stop, they can't get the fuel rig coupled up. Cam's a really quiet, level-headed, experienced operator, so he just gently answers, yep, no problem. Greg's on the spot, so he'll see all the action.
That was the voice of Johnny Panozzo, team manager. And Greg Murphy, who we just spoke to, helps his teammate from the car. Great job, Cam McConville, well done.
They're onto the pads here too, Lee. This team, as you know, run the Allcon system, so already the two crew members at the front, yep, the eye check happens across the bonnet. Pads out, fresh pads going in. McConville is out of the car. He looks in pretty good shape. They do not use the driver assist here, boys. As you know, under the rules, only 8 men allowed to work on the car over the line, but they are permitted a 9th, only to help the driver. But in the case of the super cheap team,
make sure you've got a brake pedal. Make sure you've got a brake pedal.
Murphy and McConville help each other. We'll get a word with Cam shortly.
Well, so both those stops were very good.
You've got a preset position. Preset position for the rear brake bias number that they want to hit as that car comes out the lane. It's going to be very close between these guys.
Murphy's got the jump on Kelly, but Kelly's up to speed. Will he be able to pounce on Greg while Murphy is on cold tyres?
Fuel's always the limiting factor now in the stops because there's a restrictor in the fuel hose provided by the Touring Car Entrance Group. 2-inch inside diameter hose delivers the fuel. Problem here for the Tasman Motorsport entry, as you said. Andrew Jones in strife. Did they run it out of fuel, or has it got some other issue? I was going to say that restrictor's tiny. It's about half the diameter of the actual tube diameter that delivers the fuel. So the fuel flow rate for the refuel
Do the brakes next time. Do the brakes next time.
is only 4.4 litres. So that's Wally saying, don't worry about the brakes. We've already burnt too much time. The fuel goes on.
Meanwhile, at the top of the mountain, Greg Murphy had traffic in front of him heading up to the cutting, while Rick Kelly was hot in pursuit. So the fight's on at the front. Meanwhile, this did not go to plan for Tasman Motorsport. Perhaps they went a little too close to the line. Mark.
Andrew Jones came into the pit lane and the car seemed to lose power right at the beginning of the pit lane. Just speaking to Wally's story, he said they flipped the car over to the reserve tank, but reserve didn't kick in. So basically, guys, they ran out of fuel.
You may remember this morning in the warm-up, when Richards has stalled it, gets going again. Here's Kelly. There's Murphy up the road. So he's got past that BOC Falcon. Traffic wasn't an issue, and the super cheap team are in the superior position. James Courtney is in the lane. Is Glenn Seaton standing by? Yes, he is. Wow. Cito must be feeling good. Never won Bathurst, and this is his 23rd start. Is today Glenn's day? Darryl.
Glenn Seaton with that traditional open face helmet. I know we talk about Todd Kelly wearing that, but Glenn has always worn the open face helmet. A little slow on the front right here, just getting the pads done. Left side finish first. Pretty good stop. Fuel still going in this car.
Keep on pumping, keep pumping, keep pumping.
24 seconds of fuel into that car, so 105 litres, nearly 106 litres. Glenn Seaton pumping the brake back out.
Glenn's done this a million times before. He knows the routine. He'll make sure he's got a pedal by the time he gets to the end of Mountain Straight. Incidentally, that Jason Richards, Andrew Jones car did 32 laps on that stint of fuel, and they didn't get the last benefit of the few litres at the base of the tank for the reserve, but they did have the benefit also of the safety car. Greg, got an update for us?
Well, Cam McConville, it was a ripper stop by the Supercheap Auto team, and you managed to hold out there for one extra lap over the HSV boys.
Yeah, only just. Rusty had actually coughed on me down Conrod when Todd went by. So I went to reserve, and the boys said, no, do one extra lap. And it was starting to cough a little bit, that last in-lap to over the top, down the hill, so we stretched it.
Pace-wise, how is the car?
Yeah, look, it's pretty good. The last 6 laps, the rear tyres just dropped off a bit, so I sort of radioed in, so hopefully we can adjust the start pressures for Murph. But it was really good up until the last half a dozen.
You're feeling pretty good too?
Yeah, mate, I feel good, despite probably what I look like. No, I feel good. It's comfortable. It's always nice cutting the breeze anyway.
Good luck for the remainder of the afternoon, Cam.
Good bit of presence of mind there from Cam McConville to use his head and call forward and say, look, I reckon we can reset these pressures for the incoming tyre set for Greg, and they'll have data from the first set that came off in the first stop. But good smart thinking there, where he's just able to assess the performance of the car. He knows what half a pound or a pound one way or the other feels, and they've just adjusted themselves accordingly. These guys look good at the moment. Car 7's in as well. Paul Dumbrell at the wheels, Stephen Richards at the ready.
Problem down at the Fujitsu camp. Jose Fernandez, Tony Ricciardello, and here's Luke Youlden. Russell Ingall will be standing by at Stone Brothers Racing. Dumbrell is out. Well done, Paul Dumbrell. Good stint. Stephen Richards is the next in.
And they're onto the front brake pads here too at the Jack Daniels team. Stephen Richards getting strapped in, those front brake pads being put in. There's actually small flames on those enormously hot front discs. Pump the pedal, pump the pedal.
Pump brake pedal, wait for fuel, first gear. Okay, go.
You may have heard us talk throughout the year about the new ATEC rims, and we first saw them on 888 Race Engineering. Now these guys are running them. They look pretty mean, painted black. It's their first race meeting with the ATEC rims, and they quite like them. This is at Stone Brothers. Russell Ingall takes over from Luke Youlden. They're in a powerful position as well.
Did he? I didn't actually see him jump over. They were discussing the possibility of Luke staying in for the double. Have a look at that. I think Russell's gone in. That would have been a big ask today. Double stint.
Go. Yep, you're clear.
Yeah, it's Russell in the car. You can see the fluorescent helmet colour. And Glenn Seaton is back behind the wheel of the Geldwen Ford. And there you have it. Look at that. Richards got back out ahead of Seaton. So that was good work from the Jack Daniels crew. Very nice job.
Former teammates at Ford Tickford Racing there one season.
Out goes the second top HSV dealer team Commodore. That's the combination of Anthony Tratt.
Watch for traffic on exit.
And Tony D'Alberto.
Understand that Repco Valvoline Cummins entry came in a bit hot on the concrete.
Oh,
gee,
no.
Look, that was a shocker. That was bad. He's okay. So he was braking and turning on the concrete.
Oh.
Fortunately, the wheel was between the two of them. And that was bad. Hate seeing that stuff.
Lee Holdsworth just went a little wide. He wasn't on line. Dean Canto couldn't believe it. He was looking over at the crewman who got bowled over. So that's 2 today. 2 crew members that have been hit. We hope that guy's okay. We'll go back to Gary Rogers just to do a check on that bloke to see if he's all right. Meanwhile, Stephen Richards back behind the wheel of the Jack Daniels Commodore and looking good with exactly 100 laps to go.
Well, safety car deployed here at Mount Panorama. Car number 12, is it? That's Caruso. Michael Caruso, the man drafted in to replace the critically injured Mark Porter. Porter's name still on the side of the car. Caruso was in the development series race and was very impressive when they brought him in at a late stage. Did some very good lap times, but it is a big ask to come in at such a late stage and perform in what is literally a pressure cooker situation. Very, very hot conditions. Not only a physical demand, but also massively tests your concentration. Now, this car, of course, in a very precarious position. A number of the leading cars have already made their pit stops, changed drivers, but not all of them. Jamie Whincup is out there. Now, will 888 perhaps change their strategy? They took advantage of the safety car a little earlier today, which was outside their preconceived window. Car 18 makes its way back on the circuit, the Davison-Denyer entry. Denyer running a very good second stint. Not sure whether he changed back to Alex Davison. That would probably be the plan. Now, yes, the 888 car comes in. So can the better electrical team gain
pit speed, 7% throttle.
A big advantage
Loosen your
here?
belt, disconnect your drink hose and your radio. Make sure the car's in neutral, please.
Will Jamie Whincup hand over to Craig Lowndes for the next stint, following suit with the other leading teams? The Murphy McConville, yes, they will change. So Lowndes settles back in the seat. Murphy and McConville managed to get out in front of the Kellys. Water goes pumping into the drink bottle for Craig Lowndes. Stephen Richards made a gain, coming out ahead of Glenn Seaton. Fourth place, fifth there.
Hold, Craig, hold. Okay,
this is for the race lead.
Okay, Craig, let's clear. Away you go. Make sure you've got a brake pedal.
But there was a problem on top of the mountain which has forced this safety car to come out, and it may well have played in the hands of 888 Racing, Neil and Lee.
Yes, yet another safety caution period, and this is the reason why. Boof, car 12, Dale Breed.
I wonder whether or not he had a problem. He was sort of on the wrong... he just ended up, I think, in too deep, and then once he's on the grey, he couldn't pull the car up. Race director Tim Schinken made a call to the safety car to pick up car 54. Bad news there is no car 54 in the race. It took a little while to sort that one out. They then found car number 33. Opportunity then for these guys to come in and do their stop. They've done their pad change. Craig Lowndes is back on board. Jamie Whincup out after a ripper stint in that car, topping up water, and basically all went pretty much according to plan.
That camera angle, incidentally, is mounted on the top of Gary Bailey's head. He is the crew member at 888 Race Engineering. Car they were after was car 51, wasn't it? Greg Murphy. That's the leader of the race. 54.
Car 54, where are you?
It's good when we've got one over Tim, isn't it?
That doesn't happen terribly often, and he'll bash me when it's me later.
So we settle down again, take a breather, and go at a much slower pace. And if you've just joined us, the attrition rate in this race has been quite high. Out of this race, both Holden Racing Team Commodores. Mark Scaife out on the opening lap. Jim Richards out about a third of the way through with heavy contact into the wall. We've also lost Jason Bright from Ford Performance Racing. Alan Gurr from Team Sirame, he's gone as well. So too Stephen Johnson in the First Rock Home Loans Ford. And then Jack Perkins, Shane Price, they went out on the opening lap. Mark.
Well, Lee, you saw the incident when the Gary Rogers car came in, and boy, do these pit boys do it tough. This is Kevin, but he operates a Shirl. He's a bit camera shy, but Kev, what exactly happened?
When Lee came in, he had to swing around the other car. He came in a bit hot, the concrete's a bit slippery, and he just come a bit close. He just collected me at the front there, but we've got a job to do, and you get up and do it.
Collected you, mate. He gave you a genuine whack, and your job was to still get the car up, and you managed to do that on the jack.
Yeah, I've managed to do it. That's what I practice doing it in the workshop, although they don't practice hitting me, but it's all part of a day's work.
You okay?
Yeah, fine, yeah.
By gee, these boys do it hard.
I tell you what, Mark, that wasn't a smart move, because Kevin, who is known as Shirl, named after Shirley Strawn, the late Shirley Strawn, his real name's Kevin Scheuer. Well, Shirl is the team manager, so he didn't just hit a crew member, he hit the team manager And while we're on the topic of Gary Rogers Motorsport, I want to give a special shout out to Mike Excel, whose father passed away recently. Mike is a long-time member at that team. He does the engine program for Gary Rogers Motorsport, and on the cars they're running a decal in memory of Rowdy. So Mike, I know you're doing it a bit tough lately, but all of our thoughts are with your family, and hurry back to the racetrack. It'd be great to have you back, mate.
Well, one of the great storming drives of the race so far has come from car number 4, and James Courtney did a ripper job in his stint, and he's with Darryl Beattie.
He certainly did, Neil, and even Ross Stone come and congratulated him when he got out of the car. James, that was a really good stint.
Yeah, the car's running really, really well. It's been great ever since we got it out of the truck on when was it, Wednesday. So it's just running really, really good. I just come off with the bar a little bit through the stint just to help with the traction in the rear a bit, but no, everything's running perfectly. The car's pulling up really well. It's holding its tyres, and it's just a little bit warm in there today.
It's going to be tough, and even other drivers have spoken about it up and down pit lane, wanting to do double stints at the end. What are you thinking about that when that comes to later in the day?
Yeah, that's what our plan is. So hopefully it's going to get a lot cooler really quickly. But no, it's going to make it really hard for me, and just have to pace myself. Lucky I've got a good car under me, and it's making my job a lot easier. So
temperature's been up high now. A lot of teams are trying to evaluate tyre pressures before the next driver gets in. How are you guys balanced with that?
Yeah, our tyre life was really, really good. Right until the end, I was able to push quite good. I was just being quite reserved. So I think our tyres are lasting really, really well, and I think we're in a really good shot.
Thanks, James.
Thank you.
I'm just down here at the Jack Daniels garage, and we've got some of the equipment that they use during the pit stops for the brake pad changes. These are the crucial things here. I'm not going to touch them because they're awfully hot still. But the boys here in the team have had the vernier gears out, and what they've done is they've measured from the backing plate to the very edge of the meat or the remaining pad just to see what sort of width they've got. They've compared that to the brand new set of pads that they started the race with, just to get an idea of the sort of wear rates that they're getting in the Paul Dumbrell, Stephen Richards Commodore at the moment. But we may have stumbled on a little part of their strategy for later this afternoon. Come and check out what's cooking over here at Jack Daniels Racing. A brand new set of pads. And boys, there is some talk in this team. Although the pad wear's pretty good at the moment, they may throw some fresh pads at that car later this afternoon to give them good pads toward the flag.
Always on the pace, Hairy Knuckles, aren't you? Hey?
Go to work.
Good work, mate.
That's a good idea. I've seen it done before here, and it just means you've got a good pedal, great, strong braking performance later in the day. And the reason why they did those measurements was to check the wear rates really accurately, and they can do a prediction then as to where they'll be at various stages through the race.
As we work our way back towards green flag racing, this is the order. It's Greg Murphy over Rick Kelly, Stephen Richards, Glenn Seaton and Craig Lowndes. That's the top 5, and a pretty handy effort here. Team Suramay Racing, Paul Morris, after taking over from Stephen Ellery. Now those guys started in 15th position and are now running 6th, ahead of Paul Wheel, Russell Ingle, Dean Canto and Jason Bargwana, the first of the WPS Fords, rounding out the top 10. So that's the order. We'll keep you updated on that. And Steve Owen's done a nice job too. Tony Longhurst has just finished his first stint. Steve's in for his second. They started further down the order as well. They weren't too fussed where they started from. They were in 19th position. But now Steve runs in 11th. So that's a pretty handy effort.
Lee just got an update on the track temperature, and it's 47.3 degrees on the surface of the road out there at the moment. So it's very, very hot. 7 cars out of this 31 car field. Car 2, Scaife Tander. Car 6, Bright Winterbottom. Car 11, Price Perkins. 12, Reed Caruso. 22, Jim Richards, Briscoe. 39, Gurr and Scott.
We may as well make the most of this caution period and squeeze in another break, so when we come back we can go racing.
Good opportunity here to take a look not at the latest laps that these guys have conducted, obviously under safety car, that's pretty pointless, but the fastest laps, just to get a bit of a measure as we embark on lap 63. They've just crossed the start-finish line. There we go, it's ticked over now. Greg Murphy, official race leader behind the safety car. His fastest lap was a 2:10.2. Rick Kelly, the Kelly brothers' best lap was a 2:10.1. The best lap from the Richards-Dumbrell combination was a 2:10.1. And the best lap from the Seaton-Courtney combination, a 2:10.5. Now in 5th place as another car exits pit lane. Craig Lowndes' best lap was a 2:99, so he's the only driver in this race other than Jason Richards, who, due to a little bit of a problem, is back down in 20th position to do a 2:9. That just gives you an idea of the potential pace. Mark Winterbottom also in the 2:9s. That data has just come to my attention. So only 3 drivers or driver pairings in the race. That arguably might not have been Winterbottom who'd done that time, would have been Jason Bright, and that car is effectively out of the race anyway. So among the top contenders, the guys are in a very good position. Lowndes has done a 2:9, the only one to do so as they clear this car off the track. They're still well into the yellow flag period. Everyone else, as I said, is in the low 2:10s, so some pretty good pace there. And even looking a little further down the grid, even Dean Canto has been able to do a low 2:10 in car 34, which is not a car that anyone would have predicted to be in contention for this race going into the weekend, but he not only put that car into the top 10 shootout, but it is in the top 10 at this stage of the race as well. So a great effort there from Canto and young Lee Holdsworth, who may be cleaning up his pit crew, but they're also doing some great things out on the track. Holdsworth failing to finish at his only 2 starts here at Mount Panorama, relatively inexperienced and not a driver in the main game, that is the V8 Supercar Championship proper. Nearly 52,000 people, and today nearly 63,000 people. The total attendance for this year's Bathurst 1000, 193,647. Today's attendance is a record. The previous best was 60,359, which, of course, you guessed it, was set when Brock made his comeback in 2002 with the ill-fated Team Brock team. It's also a record total for Thursday through to Sunday. The previous best was 172,000 in that same year when Brock came back to drive. He did make another comeback with Jason Plato, but he was unable to get in the car because Plato came to grief in a memorable collision with John Cleland. There is the stricken car number 12 being taken from the circuit. Breed and Caruso, the one who came to grief, will return to Lee Diffie and Neil Crompton in the commentary position.
Field still following the WPS Chrysler 300 safety car at a very reduced rate. And quite often, this is hotter work than at speed.
Well, very often it's terrible because you've got time to think about it, and there's big heat soak up through the floor, back through the firewall of the car, and even worse, you get to...
I will confirm lights out at Forest Elbow, just wait for that.
Voice of race director Tim Schenken. So you get the opportunity to actually pause and reflect on the temperature inside the car, and that's the worst aspect.
Feet start to tingle. And speaking about being hot inside the car and working hard, one man who's just stepped from the cockpit of the 15 Toll HSV dealer team car is Todd Kelly. Todd, Lee Diffie, Neil Crompton here. Well done, mate. Good run. That was your first stint of the day. You and your brother are travelling nicely.
Yeah, so far so good. The car's not too bad. There was really no reason for me to get up behind, I think it was Cam in the car, and try and pass those guys. There'd been a few guys with tyre dramas prior to that, so we were really looking after ours, and I think it's turned out to be punches that's catching people out, not any other drama than that. So the car's good, and we're just cruising along and conserving the brakes and everything, and we might need to race a few of those guys at the end if we're still there, so hopefully we've got the car.
Todd, have you got good car pace if you do need to lean on it? Is there plenty of potential in the car?
Yeah, there was plenty of pace there. I pushed on the last few laps before I came in and got up behind Cam, and just wanted to have a look in case we need to know later where he's a little bit weaker than we are, where we might be able to pass. And I don't know how Cam's tyres were or how hard he was pushing, but we didn't have too many dramas catching him. But saying that, if we need to race those guys at the end, the car isn't 100%. We've made a change when I came in for Rick, and we'll probably just tweak it as the day goes on in each pit stop and make sure we've got a good car at the end.
You struggled for a drink at Sandown. Did you get that sorted out today? You managed to find some H2O?
Yeah, plenty of water, so I'm good to go.
Todd, I chatted with your brother Rick before the start of the race, and I'd be interested to hear your opinion. Rick in the past has been accused of being a little hot-headed, maybe showing a little bit too much youthful exuberance, but it was a very mature Rick Kelly that I spoke to this morning. Would you agree?
Yeah, and even at Sandown, Rick's really got a good frame of mind this year. He's got the focus on the championship, and he's going about it the right way. He's calm at every race. He doesn't do any silly moves. He's just there for the points. And we both had a little bit of a chat, a week out from this event, and even today on our strategy, and that's just to be calm, just to be smooth, and if we've got to just wave guys past and make sure we're there at the end of the day. So we're both in a good frame of mind, and hopefully the car keeps going, we can give them hell at the end. We're just about to go back to racing, but just quickly, your brother qualified for the finals of the Clio Bachelor of the Year. Did he deserve to be there? I think he'll be a bachelor for a while. Well done, Todd. Good luck, because it's going well. Hey, you won last year. Does it feel the same? Are all the ingredients there? Yeah, the car's good. It's strong. There's not been a drama, but you never like to get too excited at this point of the day. You have to keep your head and not think about the end result, just the process of how to do that. So we've got our heads down, and we'll just focus on getting through each stint, and hopefully we're there.
Happy birthday tomorrow, old boy.
Hopefully I got a bit of a present from the podium, we'll see.
No worries, he won the race last year on his 26th birthday. Thanks for talking to us, Todd Kelly. We go back to racing, and he's well and truly in the game at the moment as the green flag flies.
The race leading car is there. It's about fourth in line. Greg Murphy right there, and he's got Rick Kelly and Stephen Richards and Glenn Seaton hot in pursuit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those 4 cars are not in it. We're talking about the one behind, car 51. Greg Murphy looking for a way through, and here comes Rick Kelly, putting pressure on the man who he won 2 Bathurst with.
Extremely careful on these restarts as well, particularly this early in the motor race. Traffic's mixed up now in terms of pace order, so you must be careful and respect those other guys in front of you and choose the very right moment to be able to sneak on by.
That was sensible driving there by Kelly, because he was right on the Paul Cruikshank Racing Ford. Here it is now, the Marcus Marshall, Jonathan Webb entry, and he just pulled back from Marshall there. He may have gone around the outside heading up into the cutting, but he pulled back, took the cautious way.
See there's a bit of a rubber groove beginning to appear on the racetrack now on their 66th lap. So the track personality will have changed quite substantially since 10 o'clock this morning, and car number 5 is off the road again today, unfortunately, and bunkered. I think that's at the outside of McPhillamy. And David Brabham at the wheel of that car, you can pick his distinctive voice. Caught up with him this morning, haven't seen him for a while. Great international operator, but a real shame for him today. He's gone wide at McPhillamy, and that car is awkwardly parked, and race control will need to look long and hard at that. Can they drag it out with a 4-wheel drive or a tractor, or will we go to full course yellow? I think we're going full course yellow.
We are, and it's our 5th. Now, we had 7 last year throughout the entire race. We're already up to 5 on lap 65.
It's always after those restarts where tyres have lost a bit of temp. Look, he's out. He couldn't get the car turned. No, he's got a problem.
It had a tyre problem.
I reckon he couldn't turn it. I reckon, no, something's broken. It's broken something in the front right-hand corner. He couldn't turn the car, David. Look at it, flapping there. You just see a glimpse of that front right wheel wobbling around. So broken a steering arm or an upright or something of maybe even a tyre. I'm not sure. I reckon the whole wheel was wobbling around there.
Yeah. Greg?
Guys, it may not be related, but this is the left front tyre which has come off the Russell Ingall Luke Youlden car. Check this out. It's almost identical to the one we showed you before with Kevin Fitzsimmons from Dunlop, that protective piece of carbon fibre which is over the actual belts here has broken away again, just like a ligament breaking, and he is adamant that it has to do with debris on the circuit. Now, this car may have run over some debris under the safety car, they believe. There's no evidence of a flat spot whatsoever, but the key message from Dunlop right now to all the crews, we've seen it to the Todd Kelly car, to the Jason Bright car, the sister car for the Kelly brothers at the HSV dealer team, now this one as well, is be very careful of debris on the circuit. If it manages to cut the tyre even slightly, this is the net result you could be faced with today.
Belt edge separation, you want to be careful really leaning on the front tyres today. High temperatures, big loads through the tyres. That's something they're going to have to watch, particularly if there is a bit of stuff around. But I tend to think that it's people pushing hard on a pressure motor race.
The other thing to remember too is that car crashed earlier at the elbow. Did that have an ongoing effect? We'll find out when we come back.
Within a couple of laps, we've had 2 safety cars here at the Super Cheap Autos Bathurst 1000. And we are heading for, technically, a fairly slow race as a result. Since the era of safety cars, you can throw out overall race record times because it's quite irrelevant. It hasn't been too long since the safety car was introduced as a factor. For many years, the race was run without them. So as they file down the mountain, Greg Murphy, officially the race lead. They're towing that car out of the sand trap, which will take a little while yet. And the safety car has picked up Murphy. Rick Kelly next, Stephen Richards, Glenn Seaton, Craig Lowndes, Paul Morris.
Safety car, 100 kilometres an hour on the straights, and we've got that recovery going along, but we've also got a number of recovery vehicles we're having to bring onto the circuit and reposition.
Murphy with the little golf website on his helmet. Murphy's actually taken golf extremely seriously in the last few years. One of the few race drivers actually sponsored by a golf sponsor. Whincup just having a little stretch back in the pits after a very strong stint. Paul Wheel. Now this is a man who would need a banana or two, because Wheelie, who was a full-time driver in the championship until recently when he took control of his father's very successful business, and which is now very much his own, building radiators among other things, and just did not have the time to be a full-time racer anymore. He would need to have done a lot of training to get ready for a day like this. Not driving competitively in any series at this stage. But he knows his way around here. And Nathan Pretty, his co-driver, also not a full-time driver, but was 5th here in 2000 with Todd Kelly, 6th last year with Owen Kelly. Paul's had some top 10 finishes here. It'll be interesting to see their physical condition at the end of the day. Only 67 laps down. Look at that mass of cars parked behind the circuit here.
Just down here with Jamie Whincup, Billy, and during the course of the break he's been doing some stretches and the like. Are you feeling all right at this stage of the game?
Yeah, feeling good. I've just come out of a 30-lap stint. It's reasonably warm out there. It's a nice warm day, but the car is fantastic. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it at this stage. I can't believe we're not halfway yet. It's a very long day, but no, having a lot of fun out there, and it's good.
Jamie, there's been some tyre issues for some of your rivals. I guess the key thing is just how hard you blokes lean on the tyres in these warmer conditions today. Is that a fair statement?
That's a very accurate statement, and a lot of the tyre issues are mainly due to car setup. And we're aware of that. Our car has always been very good on tyres. All year it's excellent on its tyres, and it's proving to be the same today.
Tell me how you're feeling and what might happen in terms of a strategy here. Obviously another safety car period here. Is there a plan for either of you to double stint, or you'll keep going the way you are?
At this stage, we've got the most boring strategy of all time. 4 stops when the fuel runs out, and so far we're on that strategy. So it's just straightforward. It's won here in the past, and it's working for us at the moment, but who knows, anything could happen.
Hope it pans out for you at the end of lap 161, Jamie.
Thanks, thank you.
Cheers. On the podium last year. Let's go to Mark.
Thanks, Greg. Gary Rogers, things going well, especially for car 34. Apart from Lee trying to run over your pit crew, him and Dean are doing a great job.
Yeah, well, that was unfortunate, but fortunately no one was hurt. And, you know, actually I wasn't a great supporter of the helmets, but after seeing that, I certainly am these days.
Got a couple of young blokes in the car in that 34 car. Gee, they're doing a good job today, aren't they?
Yes, I think Holsworth in particular, he hasn't done a lot of driving, but this year he's really shown that he will be a great driver, I think. And Dean, certainly, you know, he's had a few years, but I don't think he's ever done as well as he has since he joined us. I'm not necessarily saying it's our cars, but it's just the way we look after our people.
How's the strategy unfolding for you, especially with that car 34 today?
Well, I think you just got to keep in that lead lap and just keep, you know, torturing on as best you can. I mean, you know, I think we're at lap 65 or 68. It's a long, long way to go. But on our, you know, our car speed seems okay, and you know, a lot of the main players have fallen by the wayside. So you just really just got to keep at it.
And in car 33, we saw Greg Ritter jump out of the car early, and he said he was having problems with his foot, and there seemed to be ice in his back. What's going on there?
Yeah, well, it's a bit of witchcraft, you know. We're doctors, homemade doctors. Look, honestly, he got a cramp in his leg, and he said it's not, his back's not sore or anything, but it's like a sciatic type thing. So we didn't know whether to hot him up or cool him down. So we decided we'd cool him down and send him back out.
Very technical. Good luck with that.
Oh, yeah, well, I'll be a surgeon next week.
Gary himself raced this weekend in the historic touring cars. His favourite Monaro did quite well. One of the races got called off early as a mini barrel rolled on the main straight, but Gary having fun as a driver and as a team owner. Well, we've certainly spent plenty of time under safety car, although we're level pegging with last year, you know. We hit our 5th safety car last year on lap 66, so we're right on target, and we have...
Just the reason I just had all the hands going in the air there, Lee, is they just asked car number 15 to sit in behind car 20. They were the other way around, so Marcus Marshall was in 20, and in car number 15 it was Rick Kelly, so they've just switched them around on the road to get the order correct.
Yeah, that's in keeping with how they were when the caution came out, because Rick Kelly had not yet got past Marcus Marshall. We've got Stephen Johnson on the line, First Rock Home Loans Ford. Stevie, we're very sorry to see you out of the race so early when you were running so strong, mate.
Yeah, Lee, it's a little bit disappointing, you know. I sort of strive on not making mistakes like that, and it's been a bit hard to swallow, to be honest.
Stevie, what was the issue there? It was just too hot over the top of the brow, dropping into Reed and Sulman, or was the tyres not back up to full temp and pressure after that safety car?
Well, I think it's a combination, Neil, of... wouldn't say it was a speed issue. I wasn't actually going that hard over there. It was actually probably maybe a slight tyre temperature issue, but the car's been very, very nervous in the rear end for the whole race. So I had a couple of moments over Skyline and was really taking it easy across the top, hoping to get the car to the first stop so we can at least make a roll centre adjustment. But mate, I went over there and lifted off, and just as I was just about to dab the brakes, it just swapped ends on me. It was very instant and very fast. So I'd like to have a look at some data.
What's your observation of the race so far? Any thoughts, any clues?
I don't know, mate. I've been sitting in the trailer playing PlayStation, so I don't really know what's been going on, but I probably should take a little bit of an interest at the moment. But Craig, I think, sounds like he's going all right, and Rick Kelly. So, you know, it's amazing. You know, it's still beating myself up because of all the cars and all the fast guys that have gone out. Really, it's only a 2-horse race, so disappointing for First Rock and for DJR.
Thinking of your team and Dick Johnson Racing, boy, Alex Davison in the 18 car is doing a wonderful job. He's in 10th position at the moment. He just missed making the top 10 shootout, and I think, in fairness, now that he's got some good equipment under him, he's really showing what he can do in a V8 supercar, isn't he?
Oh, he's loving it. He's, you know, he's really a talent, and he's been around for quite a while, as probably a lot of people don't realise. But you know, he's very fast in the Porsches. He raced the Autobahn car last year, and you know, he's loving this DJR car. It's you know, I guess head and shoulders above what he's had before, and it's something that he can get his teeth into, and he's really enjoying it. He's doing a fantastic job, and you know, hopefully he can get a seat next year because he thoroughly deserves it.
Thanks for taking time to have a yarn to us, Stephen, and commiserations on such a tough day, but I'm sure you'll fight back.
Yeah, thanks, Neil. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Stevie. And just trying to get some fluid into that 33 car there, pardon me, being driven by Greg Ritter. He got the bonnet down and sent that car on its way. Makes you wonder what the story is there, why it's dropped so much. Once it's gone somewhere, and where's it gone and why? Greg?
Neil, ordinarily this bloke right here, you know him, Matthew Nilsson, is wearing an HSV dealer team shirt again today, but in the last few rounds, Sandown and Bathurst, he's been working for Team Red, seconded across with Garth Tander in terms of his partnership with Mark Scape for the Enduros, but unfortunately with Team Red out for the day, Matty Nilsson is back here helping car 16 for the day, and they've got a few other red shirts. Remember, they're grouped together under the testing rules here, and there's a few other red shirts in this garage, I can tell you, trying to help Todd Kelly and Rick Kelly get to the line.
It's like the dentist in that commercial, he can't show us his face.
So he feels like he's back at home. That's right, both those teams under the Tom Walkinshaw Performance Group banner. I noticed Dave Svensson in the background there as well.
Well, they've got a bit of time on their hands now, unfortunately, because both those cars out early, so tough day for them. And let's go racing once again. The safety car has pulled off, the lights are out, they'll come up to the green flag. Away we go.
Let's do it. Enough yellow. Let's see green. And Kelly dives for the inside of Marshall but can't get there. He wants to get through. Marshall's run wide. He lets them through. Good work, Marcus. And the fast guys are at it. But Murphy did get a break. It's Rick Kelly, then Stephen Richards, then Glenn Seaton. And here comes Lowndes.
Same old story again. Tyres have cooled out a little, so have brakes. Temperatures are down in the tyres and there's track congestion. So you've got to be particularly careful on this first lap or two when they build their pace back up once more.
Ingles well placed also. He's in the mix, just ahead of Dean Canto. Oh, contact! Speaking of Canto, he's come together with Marcus Marshall in the cutting, but Marcus will be able to get going again. And there's a few opportunistic moves going on there. They're scrambling. They are scrambling. So, and as you can imagine, damage to several cars, most notably that one. The Paul Cruikshank Racing Ford, the Glenford's Tools machine.
It's dislodged the front bumper and splitter on the car, and then car number 25 with Adam Macro at the wheel has copped a bit of a drilling there when they all did the concertina going into the cutting. And they're going to give that car a mechanical black flag. They'll need to deal with that loose rear bodywork on the car. There's the car that was involved in the incident at the cutting. Marcus Marshall at the wheel, Glenford's Ford.
So two wounded race cars on track. This is Adam Macro. He was a podium place getter last year. He and Steve Ellery drove for Team Better Electrical. Here's the Zinger replay. Watch to your right. Bang.
Dean was under him and Marcus obviously didn't see him properly. And they've made contact. It's kind of weird. This has been a pattern in the race in recent years. This sort of stuff takes a long time to ultimately cleanse. And then in the back end of the day, the last 2 hours, maybe 3 hours of the race, you start getting into a much cleaner race. There will be a little bit of rubbish on the road up there at the cutting as well, which they're going to have to be mindful of. And drivers are being warned at the moment to make sure they don't get any debris on the tyres.
Lowndes got past Courtney. Morris is on a surge, and Ingle ran wide.
Lowndes on Seaton there in car number 4. So former teammates.
And up front, that lead has evaporated, hasn't it? Rick Kelly has caught Greg Murphy. There's a gap back to Lowndes, then Seaton.
Coming up to the area where the problem was. Turn through this little kink and then up into the cutting, turn 4. Marcus Marshall's now in the pit lane. They'll have a look at the damage on the front of that car. Right there was where the contact happened.
Any debris that was on the racetrack there, I'd say that the flag marshals on that corner may have had an opportunity to clear it up. Zinger replay. This is how Glenn Seaton lost a spot to Craig Lowndes. Simple as that, at 300 kilometres an hour.
Another angle here. Glenn just leads it high and wide for him, and the bad sportsmanship flag's been shown to car number 51, not maintaining 5 car lengths between himself and the safety car at the restart. So Greg Murphy a little bit naughty there. He's going to stay within 5 car lengths according to the rules. So they'll give him the flag next time round to warn him of that.
We're in a good position here approaching the halfway mark of this race because there is not a runaway leader. This is good close racing. And at the moment we've got 20 cars on the lead lap. There's Murphy. The buffer back to Kelly, and Stephen Richards right in the mix.
They'll need to keep hauling because Lowndes is coming at the moment. Good lap speed. His sector splits. He's 0.6 quicker in the first two sectors than Greg Murphy. It'll take him a little while if he's got this speed, though, to deal with cars 7 and 15. There's the work going on in front of the Marcus Marshall Ford. You can see a lot of damage to the front wing bumper area on that car.
Mark.
Leon down here with Paul Cruikshank, the man that looks after Marcus Marshall and his car. What exactly happened, Paul?
Well, it looks like the 34 car, the GRM car's got into us coming into the cutting. So it's knocked it around a fair bit. It looks like it's done some suspension damage at the front and bits and pieces all around. So it's not very good really. So we're a bit disappointed. We went a lap down with the second last safety car because we actually had we were out of fuel. So.
And believe it or not, this has got a very special tyre on it, this car.
Yeah, it's not done a very special job for us today as far as luck goes. Yeah, the 40,000th supercar, Dunlop supercar tyres on the right rear, so went on at the last stop. So.
Didn't last too long, did it?
No, I mean, hopefully it'll be right and we can get it back out again, mate. But it doesn't look, we'll see what happens in the next 2 minutes, mate.
The 40,000th tyre produced by Dunlop for supercars on Marcus Marshall's car, but not looking good for Marcus at the moment.
Paul's just secured some additional funding for that team for the future, so he's continuing to try and march forward in the V8 supercar field. Dunlop brought 1,100 dry tyres here this weekend. On the subject of tyres, here's an amazing shot of all the load that goes through the tyres here. This is the left front on the Craig Lowndes Jamie Whincup 888 Falcon. You can see how much the tyres run on that inside edge, and if they present too much of that inside edge to the road around this very high speed, high average speed track, you can superheat the inner edge of the tyre, and that's been some of the issues, particularly if you put a little flat spot on the tyre. You pinch the brake, maybe you're a pound or two too high in your tyre pressures, maybe you make a little mistake and just lock the brake momentarily. That combined with the high degree of negative camber on the car exceeds the ideal temperature, sort of generally in probably around about the 80-90 degree Celsius mark, and then that's when the problems can begin. So you've probably seen evidence today of a few people with aggressive geometry on the front of their cars, and it's hurting them. Heading up pit straight now for Lowndes, under brakes, look at the crush in the tyre wall, heading into the Western Sun, turn one, just skips across the ripple strip.
Is there a challenge on up front? I think there might be a challenge on up front. Oh, we've got a car on its side.
Safety car for sure. Team Kiwi Holden, car number 21 with Paul Radisic in that car, and it looks like pretty substantial damage on the front. This is not good news for our Kiwi friend. We hope he's okay.
Can you hear me, Red?
It's on the exit of the chase.
That is a massive impact.
This will trigger a safety car for sure, and that car has made very high speed impact with the wall. There's belts of tyres in front of the guardrail there. Hate it when I see these walls at aggressive angles to the racetrack.
Again, it's the Team Kiwi entry of Paul Radisic. Here's the replay. Watch here.
No, he's run out of the road. Look at this, and he's gone. Oh my goodness me, that is a shocker.
That is big impact. He's gone around the outside of the Super Cheap Commodore and cannot pull this car up.
No, it's on the edge of the sand trap there, Lee, so he just can't get the pace off the car.
The Tasman and Super Cheap cars fighting over the same piece of real estate, and Paul was at the wrong place at the wrong time, travelling at high speed right into that earth wall. There are tyres there obviously to try and help soften the blow. It is a Paul Morris Motorsport car. Steve Ellery, part of the team. He's not in that car, and we will find out more on the status of Paul Radisic when we come back.
So the Cirame Wines entry comes into pit lane. Car 67 peels in for its pit stop. Stephen Ellery may well get behind the wheel here for Paul Morris. They seem to be running a different strategy to the other teams as the safety car comes out yet again after that nasty accident involving Paul Radicic and Team Kiwi. Radicic runner-up twice in this event in 1990 and 2000 out of 15 starts. I mentioned earlier, team with Fabian Coulthard, another New Zealander, and a relative of Formula One driver David Coulthard. Brake pad change, always tricky. Absolutely piping hot. Team Better Electrical. This is the second of the cars with the international drivers, Simonson and Lyons.
Hold for fuel, Ella. Hold for fuel. Hold. Okay, clear. Where you go. Where you go.
Simonson at the wheel here. So yet another safety car and perhaps more strategy change on the run for these teams. Rick Kelly had built a 4.5 second lead before that safety car came out. Running very strongly indeed. Ellery back out on track. I'm pretty sure they've had a driver change. So it's Kelly with his lead evaporating under the safety car. Greg Murphy next, then Stephen Richards in car number 7, just creeping into the picture. Car 33 has been picked up by the safety car. That's the Ritter McLean entry, but it's not the leading car. Looking further down the order, Craig Lowndes, Glenn Seaton. Lowndes passing Seaton not long ago in the chase, or just before it. Russell Ingall, Dean Canto, Paul Morris had made that pit stop for the driver changeover. Well, we're not sure if Ellery or Morris is still behind the wheel there. Bargwanna and Davison, Alex Davison, making up the top 10.
Billy, third position right now is the Jack Daniels Racing Commodore, Stephen Richards and Paul Dumbrell, but he's got a bit of a flashing light. No major issues, but at first I think he thought there may have been a fuel problem.
Yeah, no, it's just our low fuel light, which is obviously just still stuck on. So obviously we've gone to our second plan, obviously just ignoring it. It's just a little bit frustrating to have a little yellow light in your face, but no dramas at all, Rusty.
How's the car been today for you, Paul? It seemed as though when you exited the car from your stint, you were pretty good.
Yeah, no, the car was great. I was just obviously, it's so early in the race. I just had to get my 30, 35 laps out of the way and stayed out of trouble. We lost one position, but we probably gapped a few of the crucial guys which we needed to. So Richo's out there now and it's all looking good.
Richo can be a tough customer to pass, but that thing of Craig Lowndes seems to have some pace at the moment. We saw him round up the Courtney Seaton car there before.
Yeah, he does. He's got a lot of pace, but once again, it's only lap 65 or 70 now. Oh, sorry, 73. So, it's such a long way to go. So we'll just play our cards smart and make sure we get the fuel economy that we need, and we'll be around the money somewhere near the end.
Young bloke doing a really good job right now. Looks pretty cool, calm and collected. Darryl?
Yes, Rusty, we know someone really well, Dickie Smart, but Dickie, was a lot of relief there to hear that Paul was talking to the crews. At one stage there, you hadn't heard from him at all.
Yeah, we tried him on the radio and he hadn't spoken, but maybe his plug had come out in the crash, and they've said he's talking and moving around, and he's just trapped in the car at the moment. They're getting him out.
Seen a few problems with tyres here over the weekend. There was no report leading to that he had tyre issues. It was just the contact that pushed him off the track.
No, he didn't say. He hadn't said anything the last few laps. We've been in a few times just to top the fuel up to try and get a lap or two up our sleeves, and hadn't said anything, so we don't really know what's gone wrong.
Thanks, Dickie.
Okay, thanks, Darryl.
The replay, the shocking replay. The full force of impact into that earth wall.
Marshall and a photographer behind there as well. Unfortunately, they were protected from that incident. That's very good news that he's okay. Those head-on impacts are...
well, I just saw you wince.
Oh, they're fearful.
Yeah. So still under safety car conditions, as you can imagine. This is our 6th safety car period. And just before we went to that, remember I said, look up ahead, I think there's a challenge on for the lead. Indeed it was. Straight line drag race, and Rick Kelly won that battle. Up Mountain Straight, Kelly moves into the lead, and that's where he stays right now.
Former teammates, pretty good mates, and a fella that's taken time out to join us who should have been enjoying a better day than he has been. On the line, Mark Winterbottom. Afternoon, mate.
Going.
Probably better than you, bit disappointing, no doubt.
Yeah, it is. We, we led the motor race there for the first 20 laps, and the car pace was really good. All weekend we've had really good speed, and it's a shame when you have an engine problem that costs you the race. But it's good to go out when you have a fast car, because we had the feeling that we were going to be there at the end at a strong position.
Any news on what happened to the sister car while David Brabham was behind the wheel, Mark?
It looks like he's had contact with the wall up the top, because on the footage the mirror was folded in, but not too sure. It's obviously broken the suspension after the contact, but unless it might have happened before, I'm not really too sure. But there's contact at the top of the hill, and that's what's put him out of the race. The double whammy for you is this hurts you in the championship too, mate. Unfortunately, coming into this race, you're placed in a very strong third. Yeah, it does. It's affected me a bit, but Bathurst is a round we'll drop now. We'll take the 125 points from Adelaide, and hopefully still end up in the top three. And we'll try and fight hard at Indy. At least we can have a good go at the last couple of rounds, and see where we end up.
It's disappointing whenever one of these things happens at a motor race, as you well know, Mark, but I guess the plus in it all is, in broad terms, FPR and you personally very much on the pace in this season, and that's a real breakthrough for everybody. It's great news. Yeah, definitely, and the car here was just superb. It's the best car I've driven here by a long way, and there was probably two really strong cars out there, and one of them went out on the first corner in Scaife, and we're probably the next strongest there, and it's pretty bizarre that the two Holden teams have gone, the two factory Holden cars have gone out, and now the two FPR cars have gone out. But, car speed was really strong, and it's a good sign for Indy, because there's, a lot of things that we've come into this weekend, and we're going to improve as the year goes on. So it was, a really good weekend. We don't get a chance to talk to you during a race meeting in this kind of a situation. So on behalf of everyone, well done on your year so far, mate. You're enjoying the year of your racing career, and we hope it continues that way. Yeah, thanks, mate. Isn't it a long day when you go out on lap 15? It's, when you're racing, the day goes really quick, but lap 15, I think it's only lap 70 now, and it feels like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so it's a long day. Go and find a nice shady spot. Thank you, Mark Winterbottom from FPR. Thanks, mate. There he is, one of the rising stars of V8 Supercars, that's for sure. Darryl, what do you have for us?
Well, Stephen Allery's had some great results at Mount Panorama, and Stephen, that was a fantastic stint of yours. Paul Morris now in the car. You've done a splash while it's under a safety car, and that's going to help you at the end of the day now.
Yeah, it should. We decided that it was best to bring the car in and just do the splash, because the window at the end of the race was starting to look a little bit narrow, so we just wanted to widen that up a little bit. So we believe we've got the car speed to get us back up there, and Paul's doing a great job. So, things are looking pretty good at the moment, but still a long way to go.
Enjoying your time. You haven't been in the championship full time this season. Enjoying the Enduros?
Oh, I love it, especially this place. It's special, and it's got a special feel over it this year for many reasons. And it's a beautiful day, and I'm sure Brocky's up there looking down on us. He's given us this wonderful opportunity just to go out here today. It's just a fantastic place, and I just can't wait to get back in the car. I always look forward to coming to Bathurst, and Sandown was good. We really want to work hard to make Bathurst better.
How are the kids going with their go-karting at the moment?
Well, they went all right in Dubbo last week. It was the New South Wales state titles, and we had an 8th and a 32nd, so we're loving it. It's good fun.
Weather's like Queensland today. We just can't hear the beach.
Yeah, I know. It's almost like I got up this morning, I had thongs and a T-shirt on, and I said to Kerry, it's almost like we're back at the Gold Coast. Where's the horses, But no, it's beautiful. I just can't believe I've never seen Bathurst like this. It's the most amazing, most amazing Bathurst I've ever seen. It's fantastic.
Well done so far, Steve.
Thank you.
Yes, with his two young sons locked into go-karting, he's locked into an expensive sport for some time. Yeah. That's for sure. But he's well placed. He and Paul Morris are enjoying a very strong day here on the mountain, and they pitted not so long ago. And there are the faithful on the mountain. Hope they're having a great day. Hope you're having a great day. We'll go racing when we come back.
While we're under the safety car, interesting aspect of this race is the V8 Supercar Championship. This is the 9th round of 13, and it's Rick Kelly with 320 championship points playing Craig Lowndes with 290. Lowndes is 27 points ahead of Kelly in the championship. The difficulty, if you are following this event from overseas, is that after 10 rounds, the drivers have a choice to drop their worst round. So there's a lot of calculating still to be done, but just on the bare points margin, that is how it's playing. So there's also a championship at stake here with those two guys who are right at the front of the field. Disappointing day for the other contender, Mark Winterbottom, whom we saw interviewed in the pits not long ago, unable to take any significant points from this race. Now, 4th place in the championship is Garth Tander. He is also out of the race. So a very costly day for Winterbottom and Tander. Jamie Whincup, 5th in the championship, and Craig Lowndes, co-driver in this race, is of course sharing the points with Craig Lowndes, so he'll be in for a 290 haul as well. And those guys managed to finish strongly in the Sandown 500, so the endurance races have been very good for Lowndes and Whincup at this crucial stage of the championship battle. Back in 6th place, Russell Ingall, and he's quite a long way off the pace after a very disappointing run at Sandown where he picked up only 60 points. He'll drop that round, obviously his worst so far. That is, of course, unless this round is even more damaging. But in terms of the championship, more interesting stories coming out of this race as we continue under the safety car for one more lap. Still no word on the condition of Paul Radisich there, but the ambulance obviously alongside the wreck now. So there will be a pause in this race for quite some time. Just recapping the order: Rick Kelly, Greg Murphy, Stephen Richards, Craig Lowndes, Glenn Seaton, Russell Ingall, Dean Canto, Jason Bargwanna, Alex Davison now in 9th position. It's been a great drive from he and Grant Denyer in the 2nd car run by Dick Johnson. And Bradley Jones and John Bowe, they've had a few problems, but they're in the top 10. Bowe and Seaton, two great drivers still to win this race. Still under the safety car, and I'd imagine will be for some time. There's an ambulance parked beside the wreckage of Paul Radisich's car. That was a very nasty one, Lee and Neil.
The information that we've been given, Bill, is that from race director Tim Schenken, is that they are going to actually cut the roof out of the car, and that may sound worse than what it is, but that's actually just to assist with getting Paul out of the car. So from all reports, he is okay, but they're just having trouble releasing him from the vehicle because it's in such an awkward position, and majority of the front of that car is severely damaged, as we saw on those slow-mo replays. And that's why we circulate behind the Wright Patton Shakespeare safety car yet again. And what has been an eventful day with a very high attrition rate. A lot of big names are out of this race. Mark.
Luke Youlden, you're running around in 6th place at the moment with Russell Ingall. You've done one stint. How was it?
It was pretty tough out there, actually. It's very hot. It's been a while since I've driven in these sort of conditions, so it was pretty tough.
Is it difficult when you're not a full-time driver to compete physically with these guys? I know you're a fit man, but there's nothing like car fitness, I guess.
No, there's not. I mean, I try and do my best outside the car, you know, physical training and stuff, but nothing compares to actually driving these things. And you're right, you need to be match fit. Those guys got probably a bit of an advantage.
There's been a lot of talk about tyre wear today. I noticed just Jimmy Stone having a chat with you about it. What was that discussion about?
Yeah, a few of the cars have been cutting left-hand front tyres. We haven't had that issue yet. He was just concerned about which corner it was, and we're actually struggling to think what sort of left-hand corner you could cutting a tyre on, so we're not sure.
Strategy's obviously constantly changing, but when do you expect to get back in the car, Luke?
Probably lap 90 something. We'll probably run Rusty for the maximum now on fuel and try and run him for the maximum fuel at the end. So I'll probably do about 27, 30 odd laps, something like that.
Enjoy your next stint.
Thanks, dude. Cheers.
Yeah, it's a big ask, isn't it? Luke Youlden, who competes in the Porsche Carrera Cup Championship, not full-time this year, but he also has been in the Fujitsu Development Series, and then he steps up to be alongside the defending series champion Russell England asked to perform, and he has done exactly that today. We're going to try radio transmission to this man here, Greg Murphy in the Super Cheap Auto Commodore. Greg, can you hear us?
Hello, Lee.
How is it, mate?
It's a bit slow at the moment. I hope everything's all right in that accident. I hope Paul's okay.
Yeah, we've got word through Murph that he is talking and he's okay. It's going to take a little time to extract him down there just to make sure the job's done safely and properly. But good news, I'm sure, together with all of us, your thoughts are with him. We hope he's all okay.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been one of those races, hasn't it? It's been unbelievable. I suppose sometimes we just get them like this and there's not much we can do about it.
No, it's pretty weird. Tell us, what's the state of your race car? We spoke to you a little while ago as you were preparing to get in it. You've got back in it. How's the balance? How's it performing? We saw Rick grab you there a few moments ago, but it doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, he grabbed me all right, grabbed me, threw me behind him and buggered off into the distance. But it's okay. It takes a while for the car to settle down with a full tank. And you sort of have to be a little bit careful with it for a while until it burns off a bit of fuel, and then we can settle into a rhythm. But yeah, there was nothing much I could do about that HSV car. He was past me before we got to the hump. So yeah, pretty hard work when you're dealing with that.
At this stage of the day, Murph, we're not yet at the halfway mark. How do you play it? Do you just focus on this particular stint that you're in at the moment, or are you thinking toward the end of the day? Describe what you're going through for us.
No, definitely just trying to manage the situation the best we can at the moment. You don't want to lose touch too much, but it's not so important that you give away, or it's not not bad if you give away a little bit of time. But I mean, there's still a long way to go, as you say, and especially if we keep having safety cars. If you throw a little bit of time away, it's not going to kill you until later on. You know, as we've talked about already, that ticket that you're supposed to deliver to me is all about the last stint. So we'll play it by ear. Richo's sort of trucking along pretty good, and Lounsey or Whincup behind him's going pretty good too. So we'll just keep an eye on it. Don't want to fall back too far.
Just one quick question before we let you go, because we don't want to block your comms there, Murph, but you know the guys around you, immediately in front and behind. You've done a lot of racing with them. How do you fancy your form and the form of the car as the fuel load burns down? You okay to race with these blokes?
That little mongrel in front of me, who's my ex-teammate, I can't believe he was so disrespectful. But I'll have to have a word to him afterwards. I don't think we're going to be able to challenge that car. It's just too fast. You know, it's got a very, very good balance, and Rick and Todd know how to win this race. So that one could be a bit of a struggle. So we'll see what the other guys behind us are like, and just try to manage it the best we can.
Well, good luck this afternoon. We know we've got a lot of Kiwi fans watching us across the Tasman at the moment as well, and thanks for taking time out to talk to us during a motor race. Thanks, Murph.
No worries, guys. See you later.
Yep.
Yeah, Rick Kelly not showing enough respect. Murph taught him how to win here on the mountain. Just joking, of course.
Not a lot of difference in the fastest laps between those two cars, though. Lap 15 for Rick Kelly at 10.1. Lap 10 for Greg Murphy at 10.2. What Greg's saying, though, is that when the car's fat with fuel, it's just a little bit of a battle to hustle it along as it lightens down. It's not too bad. We'll see whether he can respond a bit later. On board now with the fellow that he was talking about. Bit of a shot there of gear lever. That silver lever behind the steering wheel is effectively a handbrake, if you like the line lock that we did a little story on earlier in the weekend to just help the car off the line. And anti-roll bar control just to the right of that Holden sign that you can see there. The drivers adjust that through the course of the race.
They're very talented brothers, these boys, Rick and Todd Kelly. Not only are they championship race drivers, but they're very talented motorcycle riders, and they're both very talented aviators. They have a real love of flying. Todd more the planes, Rick more the helicopters. But
and Murph came up here in a helicopter as well.
Yeah. So a lot of the guys in the paddock starting to show a fondness for aviation. Well, we just spoke to Murph. We're going to speak to the guy who he won Bathurst with back in 1996, Craig Lowndes. Hi, Craig. It's Lee Diffie. Can you hear us? No, he can't. So I'm not hearing anything in my headphones either. So it's gone a little dead there.
We'll have another go a little bit later on. He maybe can get bits of the conversation, but It's always a bit of a touchy subject because we don't want to tie up their communications when they're playing strategy games. One of the things that we get asked about a little bit incidentally are those letters that you see on the helmets of the drivers. 4 drivers in majority of the teams, that is, across the 2 cars, and they don't particularly signify anything A, B, C, D other than just the letter against that person's name helps the timekeepers and the observers in pit lane know precisely who's in the car at any one moment. That helps us with the computer timing and scoring throughout the day. So hopefully that answers some of the questions that come our way regarding that one.
Break time here at Bathurst while we're under yellow. They're still addressing the Paul Radicic situation, and we'll update you on that when we come back.
Still waiting on confirmation of the condition of Paul Radicic. We understand he is communicating with the rescue team, trying to cut him free of that stricken car down in the chase as the team makes its way back up the mountain. There is the Radicic situation. The stretcher is waiting for him. The ambulance is there. They're cutting through the roof of the car to get to him. It's just an easier means of extricating him, believe it or not, than trying to open the doors, which the top one is, of course, very badly twisted. The bottom one is inaccessible. It looks like they've managed to get Paul out now, so on the stretcher he goes. Radicic, vastly experienced racer, both as an international touring car driver, drove in Europe in 2-litre touring cars, and from memory won a World Cup race, a sort of World Championship of touring cars. Not that it's a true World Championship in the sense that there is in athletics or swimming, but very highly credentialed, and of course famous for that story in 1999 when he was in a winning position. The car broke down and the Rat found himself trapped on the inside of the course and really had no way of getting back to the pits. So he stayed around and ripped out some grass and fed the horses. A very famous shot from the Bathurst history books. And we've never let him forget it, and he's never let us forget it. So we wish him all the best. As we wait for this race to resume, it'll be some time yet, I'd imagine. At least another lap. And the laps are ticking by. 78 of them down so far. We've had 6 safety car interventions. And what that does is certainly slow the race down. It's caused a lot of thinking about changes of strategy, but it's continually compressing the field and enabling nobody to get away. So the true pace of these cars will be a little bit disguised, although fateful words from Greg Murphy when he said that the Kelly brothers car was considerably faster. And Paul is in the ambulance. Here's Lee and Neil.
It's good news, isn't it, Billy? He is conscious, he is talking to the medicos, and we'll update you with any more information on Paul Radicic, but they're promising signs.
And just want to point out here that they're following standard protocol, just extracting him safely and carefully. The easiest way to get Paul out is via the roof, and better to take time on this one to make sure. Current projected estimate of the race is just after 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. There is a time limit on the race, but we're nowhere near that at this point. It's 5:45 Eastern Standard Time, or 161 laps, and at this point we're easily going to see the 161 laps prior to that.
Well, New Zealand drivers feature in this race each and every year, and one of them who's in the top 10 at the moment, who's sharing that car number 10 with Jason Bargwanna, is Craig Baird.
How are you guys?
Beardo, thanks for joining us. We appreciate your time. Things are going well. Didn't start in an all too flattering position. Bargs gave it his best in qualifying, but things are going nicely in the race.
Yeah, we've had a pretty good consistent run so far, and that was pretty much the same as what we did at Sandown. You know, just got in, sort of stayed out of trouble, and hopefully we'll be there at the end.
Well, you're not a regular V8 supercar competitor anymore, but this is our opportunity to give you a pat on the back in front of a big audience. You are leading the Porsche Carrera Cup Championship. How's that all going?
Yeah, very good. We've had 3 races here. I think we finished second for the weekend. So, yeah, once again, just staying out of trouble, and you know, we've got a reasonably big lead in the championship there, so the last thing I want to do is sort of hang it off the wall.
Craig, Darrell's been telling me that you've been working really hard on your fitness, and it's a big, hot, hard day out there to test it. What's it been like? You've been going okay?
Well, I've certainly been working a lot harder at it than Darrell has. So,
wouldn't be hard.
But, no, I have. I've been working pretty hard. It's pretty important to be, you know, like today it's probably 30 degrees, so inside the car is probably 50 degrees. So it's a long, hot day out there. So to keep that concentration level up and everything, you've got to be reasonably fit.
I'm sure it must be even more taxing on you too when you're doing double duty like you are.
Not really. I think that probably the most taxing thing this weekend's been the injury of my old mate Mark Porter. It's you know, it's just sort of blowing us all away, and I find it hard not to bring it up all the time, because he's just such a good mate, and I think everyone's, you know, backing for them both, but you know, fingers crossed, just hope it comes out the right way.
Yep, absolutely, and we echo those sentiments, Craig Baird, and we are all thinking of the 2 families concerned there, that's for sure. We wish you well for the rest of the day, mate. Go get them.
Thanks, guys.
And here is the car that Craig Baird shares with Jason Bargwanna. Now, we spoke to Murph. We tried with Craig Lowndes. Perhaps third time lucky. Russell Ingall, are you there?
Hey, how you going, Dipster? What are you doing?
What am I doing? Well, I'm sitting in a much cooler place than you. But, hey, it's looking good. You're in 6th position at the moment. Your teammate Luke Yulden did a good job, and the car looks strong.
Yeah, that's what I said to you before, Lee. Like, you just got to keep stroking it, you know? I mean, hasn't it been an unbelievable race? Like, even from the first lap, you know, like losing one of the main contenders straight out the gate, just unbelievable. But typical Bathurst, it just throws so many things at you, and you just got to keep your eye on the ball, you know, not go too hard too soon, stroke the car along, keep it in one piece, because at the end of the day, you go racing in that last stint, the last 30 laps, that's when you go racing. So you got to have a good toy to play with.
You've been pretty low profile this weekend, Mr. Ingall. I haven't caught up with you terribly much. You've been sneaking around in the shadows, haven't you? But you guys are pretty happy. You had a good test the other day, and both the cars have been running well.
Well, you know me, Cromley, I'm a bit of a lurker. I like getting in the shadows, you know, I like lurking around to see what everyone else is doing. But, yeah, look, I've been up to this joint a few times, you know, and, you know, it doesn't pay to beat your chest too much, because this place can tear you apart real quick. So, no, you're right, I've just been keeping low-key, just making sure everything's been cruising good. You know, ever since they rolled out the truck on Thursday, you know, the car's been good, you know. I mean, ultimately, we're going to see whether it's got ultimate pace in a few laps' time, you know, in a couple of stints' time. But, you know, overall, it's all right, you know. Bathurst is a funny thing, you know, when things roll along nice and go smooth, usually you're in for a good day, and so far so good.
You've won the thing a couple of times. This is your 15th, so you've done plenty of these, as you say. What's your feeling? Do you reckon that you've got the sort of pace? I mean, you've certainly cleaned the car up massively since Sandown, where you fellas were struggling a little bit. Yeah,
mate, I tell you what, down at SBR, there's been a lot of soul searching and a lot of heads that have been banged together, you know, to try and come up with a good setup for this weekend. Because you're right, we've struggled all year, and finally we've said, right, we've used a little bit what we've used before, a bit of new stuff combined, and the cars felt great. So I'm really hoping this is going to continue on for the rest of the tracks that we go to after Bathurst as well. But the only thing is, you've got to watch it here though, because the track's starting to change already. You know, it's starting to rubber up a little bit, and the track does change. So it's the person that's going to have their car ready and set up for the last half when the track does change, because it does change as the day goes on. So this is staying pretty neutral so far. You know, sometimes you pick up a bit of understeer or a bit of oversteer, but so far so good, but we'll see at the end.
So if that team car is in front of you at the end with Glenn Seaton behind the wheel, is the sentimental side of Russell Ingall going to come out, or the enforcer side?
Good old Super Cedo, eh? Yeah, I know. Jeez, I didn't even realise I'd done 15 Bathurst. He's done about 55, hasn't he? Yeah, no, look, I've got to be a bit kind to the old boy. But then again, there's a 888 car in front of me, and I'm very keen on being the first forward, I can tell you. So I don't think I'm going to mess around too much. I think a couple of those Holdens in front of us are just pacing a little bit, and I want to be on their tail. You know, we can't let them get away. And I want to be with him come that last stint.
Russell, thank you very, very much for your time during this caution period, and enjoy the rest of the race. You've got half of it still to go.
Mate, we'll be doing that.
Russell Ingall there from Stone Brothers Racing in the Caltex Ford. Darryl, what do you have for us?
Lee, Hans device is something that all the drivers wear in this category, and we've got one here in our fabulous tech centre this weekend. Just to give you a bit of an idea, even with Paul Radisic's crash there, the belts that go over the top of here, the helmet on the driver, and you see these belts here that clip onto the back of the helmet. So when Paul's hit those tyres there, it stops the head extension forward and really helps the neck in an impact like that as well. The other negative, I guess, in some ways for the pit stops, and Neil spoke about it earlier today, and some of the drivers use open face helmets, is it doesn't allow the head to tilt down and look down at the buckle and the belts to see what's going on, so it makes it very difficult. But Neil, you look pretty flashing there, just a little bit pale.
Thanks, Darryl. Okay, I gave you a bit of a swipe about not training as much as Beardo, so give me a break.
No, Beardo said that, didn't he? So we're still under caution, and we will be for a little bit longer. We've had a report that the tyre wall, of course, needs repairing, so we'll continue to circulate under safety car conditions and come back to the mountain. Stay with us.
The sixth safety car has already been out for 9 laps now. This race has been a series of sprints. We always expect that, but we have over the years been granted some pretty long distance running at various stages. That may soon come. We're only just at half race distance now. Paul Radisic back in the medical centre by now. The big delay really is, of course, to obey race safety conditions, and that is to repair that tyre wall. Similar situation happened with the big delay with that nasty crash in the Development Series race on Friday, and that qualifying delay was long, not just because of the time it took to take the drivers back to the medical centre, but while the drivers were being stabilised under FIA law, they could not resume any more sessions because the medical centre has to be in absolute 100% readiness, so no one has to be in there. And a similar situation applies to the passive safety features around the circuit. That includes tyre walls. So they need to be repaired before the race can resume properly. Race control will be monitoring that at this stage. And again, just recapping the positions: Rick Kelly, Greg Murphy, Stephen Richards, Craig Lowndes, Glenn Seaton, Russell Ingall. So it's 3 Holdens followed by 3 Fords. And let's hope Ford has not given up on a victory here. Russell talked about being the first Ford home. In other words, his immediate target was 4th placed Craig Lowndes. But surely he has higher ambitions than that, with so much race still to go. Further down the order, Dean Canto in 7th place, continuing a great run this weekend. Jason Bargwanna, Alex Davison, who has raced Porsches with more notoriety than this internationally and back in Australia. Bradley Jones in the top 10. Just outside that, Anthony Tratt, an interesting entry in car number 16 with Tony D'Alberto. This is the second HSV dealer team car. Tratt's best result here in 9 starts is 12th. D'Alberto did not finish here last year at his only start. Not a lot of success between the drivers, but they are driving for a very strong team, putting a good car on the track.
We talk with Stephen Richards. Richo, can you hear us?
Yeah, guys, no problem.
Well, this extended caution because of Paul Radisic's crash. Thankfully, Paul's okay. Is it somewhat frustrating circulating under these slow conditions for so long?
Oh, look, it is, mate. But the thing is, it gives you a good opportunity to try and treat the car like a bit of a solar car and conserve a fair bit of fuel.
Richo, what's the track condition like out there as the day is worn on?
It's pretty good, actually. There doesn't seem to be a lot of debris offline or anything like that. The track just seems to be getting a little bit more grip since the first stint anyway. So, no, it all feels pretty good at the moment.
At this stage of the race last year, you were out of the game. Unfortunately, your teammate had crashed the car, but you're going great at the moment. Sadly, the sister car is out young Jack in a very unfortunate incident this morning.
Yeah, of course it's a shame. We would have liked to have had both cars across the line today. There's still a long way to go, though, as we always know with this race. But so far, so good. Car 7 with Paul and I is going good.
Rich, I have to say, and we talked to you on the set last night about this, it's just a remarkable performance by you and your team to recover the situation from the difficulties you had on Thursday, rebuild this car, not only get into the top 10, but be very competitive today. Fantastic job, eh?
Great job by the guys. I mean, look, this, I suppose, as drivers, we come to expect this sort of service regularly. It'd be nice if you could get this day in, day out on your road car, that's for sure.
Stephen, how do you think the pace will unfold this afternoon, and where are you positioned in that relative to the fellas that you know around you?
Look, I think we're looking really good. The car's definitely getting better as the day goes on. The HSV toll car is probably the only concern at the moment because can't seem to get near it in a straight line. So we'll wait and see what happens. We've just got to keep trying to apply the pressure, and all the cars around us we're definitely lapping on the pace, that's for sure.
Before we went to caution, Stephen Lowndes was showing some pretty nifty pace.
Yeah, look, I think there's quite a few guys around at the moment that have got a bit of pace. You want to have that pace though at lap 128. That's sort of what we're looking for anyway.
Well, Richo, you've just passed the halfway mark, believe it or not. It seems like it's been a long, hard day. It's been a struggle, but thanks very, very much for talking to us. I know that it's hard sometimes during the middle of the race. We really appreciate it. Best of luck this afternoon.
Thanks, guys.
Stevie Richards there from Jack Daniels Racing, and in all the years that he's been coming here since 1995, his first run was with Anders Olofsson. He's only not finished this race on a couple of occasions, had outstanding years in 98 and 99 with wins. The other thing I was going to say before is the incident that sidelined him on Thursday. Deflating right rear tyre, pitched that car into the wall. The other thing I was going to say when we were talking to Russell earlier on is in all the years that Russell's been coming here, he's only DNF'd once. This was the immediate discussion when Richo came back to the pit lane to talk to Larry, and they go through the little driver dances. They explain what happened, and this is the time lapse. 3 of the 4 corners on that car, about $100,000 worth of work. I got a raft of bits, a big list in front of me of the things they replaced, and they finished at 6 o'clock on Friday morning. Put that car back out on the racetrack, and amazingly enough, qualified very well, got it into the shootout, did another great job yesterday, and here we go. At the moment, he's 3rd in this motor race.
It's always very satisfying when you're sitting in a car and you're in a team that has a chance, an opportunity to win. We've just ended the second half of this Super Cheap Auto 1000. The man who drives for that team is Cameron McConville. Cam, are you there?
Yeah, certainly are. Lee, how are you doing up there?
Yes, very well, thank you. Great day. Congratulations first up. I know we've still got a very long way to go, but so far, so good.
Yeah, mate, look, it's going to plan, and I agree with Richo there. That Toll HSV car's got a lot of straight line speed, and I was watching Todd in the mirror. He'd catch coming out of turn 2 up to the cutting there and a little bit down Conrod, but we sort of had his measure across the top of the mountain. So the chassis working well. It's pretty consistent. It's pretty good on its tyres. Just, you know, there's a couple of cars there like Lowndes and I think that 15 car that are a bit of a threat for outright pace.
Mate, what a lot of people don't get to see is what goes on inside a race team garage. If you wouldn't mind, just give us a little bit of a tour. Grab your cameraman, I'm not sure who you've got, and just show us around. Just show us inside.
Sure, wander on in. It's all pretty quiet at the moment. This is all of our team here. We've got the if you wander over to the data area, which is probably
we're all at the nerve centre, if you like. If you just wander over here.
Your teammate Paul Wheel stopped eating his bananas, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, he's a bit of a banana eater. We've got our engineer here, Steve Henderson. He's just looking over what Murph's doing, if you like, with the roll bar settings. He's actually keying into the computer every single split so we can look at it after the race. Steve Harris going over all the telemetry, things like engine temp, gearbox temp, diff temp. So that's the car 51 crew, and then car 50 crew down here, Bryce Seals, who's engineering the car, my engineer for most of the year, doing pretty much the same. So this is a lot of information, and also Andy from Perkins. Obviously we run a Perkins engine. He's monitoring all the engine componentry, so just focusing on engines on both cars. And the guys are resting up pretty much. We're not planning to pit. Murph's actually only done about 5 laps, I think, on this fuel at race pace. So they got a bit of a rest. And of course, the hog in the background, I'm really not sure what that's all about, to be honest.
You have such a unique relationship, and not just you, but all of the drivers with your race engineers. Does it seem weird not being with Bryce Seals this weekend?
Yeah, it does. And Bryce and I, have got a good rapport going throughout the championship. So when you jump into Murph's car, you're sort of working with Murph's crew. But they look, great bunch of guys here. Work so hard all year. It'd be great to give them a result today.
Thank you, Cameron McConville. Good luck this afternoon.
Thanks,
go
guys.
back racing. Rick Kelly is the race leader from Greg Murphy, Stephen Richards, Craig Lowndes, and then Glenn Seaton. Let's get back to it.
Once again, no temperature, no pressure in those tyres. Everybody have to tread carefully for the next couple of laps at least before they get the cars back in rhythm and see what they've got again. Or Russell up the inside and gets it done.
Had his eyes on his teammate, executed the move nicely. Very well done. Dean Canto is the next car in line behind him, and Jason Barguana's lining up for a shot as well. There was a touch there between Canto and Seaton. Those two drove together here on the mountain this time last year for Nick Johnson Racing.
Let's just be more circumspect before he gets on with it. That's kind of indicative of the fact that he's not in the car all the time this year. He's done all the test days with the team. He's been driving the 3-up program, the 3-seater ride car for Stone Brothers. But it's just when you're in these sorts of circumstances where you need to get cracking again in low grip situation, tyres are not quite right. Just take a little longer than perhaps Russell, who was aggressive instantly. He's got a lot of pressure on at the moment from Dean Canto. It'll all settle down towards the end of this lap, and you'll probably start to feel more comfortable then.
We ride with Canto from Gary Rogers Motorsport. We'll stay on board, enjoy the ride down Conrod.
Take a bit of a listen. Interesting there was watching how very accurate Glenn Seaton was, just spot on each of those apexes, driving the car very, very neatly, driving it really straight, not sliding it off the rear tyre.
Greg Murphy's coming under increasing pressure from Stephen Richards. Stephen told us a few short moments ago that he's in a very good car and likes what he's got, but he has to keep a watchful eye in that rear view mirror because Lowndes is all over him. Lowndes has some breathing space further back to Engel than Seaton.
Pit lane drive-through for Nathan Pretty, car number 50, for a driving infringement against Paul Radisich in that incident that saw Paul Radisich off the road down there coming out of the chase. So pit lane drive-through penalty there for Nathan Pretty.
Here's Lowndes, the man on the move. He seems to have a very fast race car at the moment, but keep an eye on Engel in the background. Is he able to catch up on Lowndes? And if so, that means that Murphy may be holding this group up a little. We'll watch. If Richards has got the pace, he'll get him down Conrod. Let's go.
Quiet weekend for the judiciary. There hasn't been a lot of activity above us, in the floor above us in the control tower here. And relatively quiet for those fellas this weekend.
I've even heard a few whispers of our investigating and prosecuting officer Peter Wallerman taking a softer side on some drivers this weekend. Richards on Murphy at the chase. Oh! And Murphy runs slightly off-road. We'll lose a spot, we'll lose 2 spots. We'll lose 3 spots. That was costly. And there was nothing malicious in that from Stephen Richards. They just ran out of road. Murph did a good job to hang on to that.
Yeah, he did. Hopefully he didn't pick up too much dirt and grass in that radiator intake area. Here it is again. Oh, actually, I think it was because Stephen clobbered the ripple strip. Yeah. The car bounced its way across into Greg. Car number 50, Nathan Pretty, serving that drive through now. Here we go.
There it is there, and it got unsettled.
And that just sent Greg off the road. And he's got back on, dropped 3 spots in the process.
Lee, you often say in this business, tense up, this is serious, but John Bowes had a rub down. He's feeling pretty calm at the moment. Just recap for us what happened with the incident earlier on.
I was, well, you know, very simple terms, I was punted off at Forest Elbow by the FPR car, not the Cat one, the other one. And I don't know who was driving it, but I assume it wasn't David Brabham because he's too intelligent, so it must have been the other bloke.
How's the weekend been so far? It's a bit of a scare for the camp this morning before the race even started, John.
Yeah, we've had obviously a very up and down week, but you know, we're going along okay. The guys have done some terrific calls on strategy, so we're still in it. The car's quite edgy to drive. It's not as sweet as I'd like it. If the ambient goes up a bit, if the track temperature goes up a bit, it'll get better because it likes that sort of condition. But you know, we're still in it, so it's better than being out of it, isn't it?
Hey, Rusty.
We've got Cromley on the line. We've got a question for you from the big man.
From
Go
us,
for it.
just give him a congratulations for his 200th championship start in the Ford and his 21st Bathurst. Tell him well done.
Congrats on the 21st Bathurst and the 200th start for Ford.
It was actually the 22nd Bathurst.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah, thanks, JB.
I must have given you the wrong information.
Yeah.
And,
tell him I've still got the text.
It's the 200th championship race in a Ford. Isn't that amazing? I might get a gold watch.
You love your gold watches. Good luck.
My gold watches, yeah.
The important thing to take from that interview, as we watch Lowndes pressure Stephen Richards, is that they are still very much in it. Can you believe how much time flies? It was 10 years ago that Craig Lowndes won his one and only Bathurst alongside Greg Murphy, 1996.
New fastest lap of the race was just set on that very lap then by Rick Kelly, a 2-minute 9.3, sort of 3.2 second margin. Here's Lowndes. Is he going to jump out from under the slipstream of Stephen? Can he break it deep enough up into turn 2? Not quite far enough yet, but yes, space left. And Stephen just yields. Oh, Craig skates it across the exit ripple strip.
Nice work, mate. Nice work.
Was nice work, says Campbell Little, his race engineer back in the 888 pit box. And smart driving from both guys. It was forceful from Lowndes. That's Roland Dane, the team owner, and that's the voice man. That's Campbell Little.
We saw all that action earlier in the day with HRT, Holden Racing Team, and the Ford Performance racing cars going out relatively early. Remember we said, I reckon it's a big chance to distill to a battle between these guys, 888 Race Engineering, Craig Lowndes, Jamie Whincup versus the Toll HSV dealer team. Watch this for car control. Slides right across the exit ripple strip. There is actually plenty of space out there. It is sealed with the same asphalt as the racetrack. Craig uses every last millimetre.
Certainly did. Ingle feels he's in with a shot as well. Lowndes has gapped Richards very effectively, very quickly. Down into Forest Elbow one more time. Race leader Rick Kelly has a 3.2 second lead. And while he is setting fast lap pace, he'll continue to grow that lead. And we'll see if Lowndes can eat into it.
Chase. Just off to the left is where Paul Radisish went off. coming back up onto the pit straight. 2-minute 9.4 that time for Rick Kelly, and 3.8 seconds behind is this car.
Now they're back up to speed. This is how the order sits. It's Rick Kelly, Craig Lowndes, Stephen Richards, Russell Ingall, Murphy is 5, Canto 6, Seaton 7, Bargwanna 8, Alex Davison 9, and Brad Jones rounding out the top 10.
See where the car virtually comes off the ground over the hump in Mountain Straight. When you're in the car, it feels really light. Plunges off the other side, and when you're on the left of the road as you're coming up the hill, the drop-off is less severe than on the extreme right. So when you go to pass somebody going up the hill there, the drop-off on the right is quite pronounced and tends to sometimes upset the car a little when you try and fire up the dirty side of the road.
For many years, Bathurst was a standalone event. This is now, and for some time, has very much been part of the overall V8 Supercar Championship Series. And this man on screen here, Craig Lowndes, is the championship leader by 27 points over the young fellow who leads this race. So we've got the top 2 in the championship and the top 2 in the race.
That front left tyre all the way from the cutting basically to Skyline. It's on holiday. It just touches the road every now and again. Works a lot harder down here. Big jump across the dipper. Plenty of fresh air beneath it there. Look at the load going through that tyre. Forest elbow scuffing the inside edge of the tyre down there. Now the run down the straight. Big temperatures come into the tyre here as the car continues to gather speed. 265 k's the change from 5th to 6th, and then peaking just a whisker under 300 kilometres an hour. 3.15 to 1 differential in the cars this weekend. You might be interested to know the speeds across the gears. The first to second gear change, 116 k's. Second to third, 150. Third to fourth, 178. Fourth to fifth, 220. Fifth to sixth, 260 odd, and 299, 300 kilometres an hour is the top speed in 6th gear.
Last time round, the lead was 3.8 seconds. Lowndes has taken time out of Rick Kelly with a 2:08.96. That is almost on race lap record pace. Lowndes is flying.
Yeah, last year Mark Scaife lap record 2-minute 8.65. Lowndes 2-minute 8.96.
Now the most recent lengthy caution period was of course for Paul Radisic's crash. Mark Howard, do you have an update for us?
Lee, certainly do, Lee. We've been having a chat with the Chief Medical Officer down here. Now, Paul is in a serious but stable condition. He's quite lucid and he's been talking to the doctors. They want to do some scans on him that they're not able to do here at the track, so they're about to put him in a care flight and take him to a Sydney hospital.
It's okay that he's talking. Obviously, there's still some concerns there, and he's in the very best of hands. So our fingers are crossed for Paul Radisic. We're working lap number 90, 161. The race leader, Rick Kelly, for the Toll HSV dealer team. The man on the march, Craig Lowndes, 888 Race Engineering. Race is on. It's just 3 seconds between them.
Well, the pressure is starting to mount now as we are past the halfway mark in this race. There are 5 drivers in that top 6 that have cranked out a 2.9 or better, and the better, of course, was Craig Lowndes in the 2.8. Better in more ways than one. The better Electrical Falcon, 310 championship points at the moment, 10 points behind the guy who trails him in the championship, Rick Kelly. Stephen Richards third, then Russell Ingall, Greg Murphy, Dean Canto, Glenn Seaton, Jason Bargwanna, Alex Davison and Brad Jones. And it is very much a stayers race at the moment, although Rick Kelly has bolted to a 3.63 second lead. Riding with Craig Lowndes now. Let's have a listen. see those elastic bands stretching over a little bit of cable in the cockpit and then down onto Lowndes' harness. That enables the harness to spring away when Lowndes gets out of the car for the driver change, freeing up the seat so that the co-driver can jump in without having to worry about holding those harnesses back. He can then just pull them down, clip them in, makes for a smoother driver change. Lowndes on another hot one here. His sector times tell us he could pick up another fastest race lap. We'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, Billy, he's doing it well at the moment, isn't he? 3.5 seconds. But Craig Lowndes has just chipped away at it, and another one at a 2:08.83. Lowndes is flying. He's improved on his own personal best lap time. As we work lap 92, still a big chunk of this race to go. But now that we're up to pace, caution's out of the way. Pressure's on this man and his brother. Can they sustain the very fast Craig Lowndes? The next stint will be Win Cup in the 888 car versus the older Kelly in Todd.
The other thing this does is put big pressure on both crews in their next stop, which is due on lap 98 for Craig Lowndes, lap 93 for Rick Kelly. It's Todd just all dressed and ready in case he needs to jump in early. See Rick having a glance in the mirror just to check the margin. He lost a couple of tenths of a second in that last sector to Craig, who continues to fire along. We'll hear that car rasping away on the rev limiter, 6th gear, so we know that's just on 300 k's, even a whisker over, depending on how you choose to do the maths. Greg?
It's down at Tasman Motorsport, and Neil, as you well know, at this time last year, Jason Richards was staring down the barrel of a second-place finish, a podium here at Bathurst. Hasn't quite been the day that you wanted, and it sounds as though you may have to double stint before the end.
Yeah, look, we've put Jonesy in under that safety car, and I'm going to double stint the end, so it's a long day. Wally asked me on the radio, he goes, mate, do you want a double stint? And I said, well, not really, but I'll take one for the team, so here I am taking one.
Let's go back to the fuel issue this morning. You switched to reserve when the car coughed. The impression was that you still had another 15 litres in reserve, but that's not maybe the case.
Yeah, look, it's normally, you know, we obviously would monitor how much fuel usage there is, and it said we had 15 litres left, and then it coughed at the cutting, and then we came round again on reserve, thinking it'd be enough to get us back in the pit lane, but it ran out about 50 metres short. So one of those things, it cost us a lap, but we managed to get it back, and we had a lucky safety car. But I think we had enough speed probably to keep away from Murphy, who was the effective leader at the time.
You had to adjust your strategy to ensure that you've always got that buffer in the tank then?
Mate, you go to Bathurst, and if you go with a fixed strategy, you know you're going to be shot duck. So you've got to really have a flexible strategy, and we're certainly flexing our strategy at the moment. But as I say, I think we'll come right. I mean, I think the car's still quick. I mean, we still can pass people, and like we're 13th at the moment. Josie's sitting in 13th. We're still very much in this motor race.
Pump those muscles up for the big double stint.
Thank you, man.
Darryl?
Well, Greg, when you listen to Jason Richards from Tasman talk about their fuel situation and how they strategise with it, I've just been in FPR to talk about this tank we have in our tech centre, and it holds 120 litres, and you see the foam in here that helps stop the fuel surge. FPR don't really run any other baffles in their tank other than this, but they run another tank in the centre here which caps all the fuel, so there's no fuel surge when the car's got G-loadings through the corner, and they run a big tank in the middle. They have 5 pickup pumps in the bottom of this tank, so it's always got fuel no matter what loading it has in the tank or where the fuel is. It's picking up and dumping it into that main tank. Then they have 2 different pickups. They have the main one and a reserve, and for Bathurst, and purely just for Bathurst, FPR run about only 1 lap, so they only have that 3 or 4 litres in their reserve, and they just run a sensor. Teams run different systems, and they said it all varies up and down pit lane, but interested to listen to Tasman and FPR's how they go about their fuel tanks.
It is amazing, Darryl, when you consider so many different approaches to the same problem, and that safety cell that was behind you there is an FIA-approved fuel safety cell. That's what they all look like, and they're encased at the back of the car underneath the boot pan area. A lot of weight when they're full, about 100 kilos of fuel, and these guys are burning down to the very bottom of this current fuel load. Certainly the key players, at least anyway, due in any tick of the clock. They just told Rick Kelly he doesn't have long to run now. Craig got a little bit longer. We're just on slightly different strategies because if you recall, they brought the 888 car in at the second safety car opportunity right at the beginning of the day, and it just changed the way they were playing it. They're quite adamant that they knew what they wanted to do today, that they were playing to a 4-stop strategy from earlier in the day. They didn't care what other people were doing. And history's on their side there because we know how many safety car interventions there can be in this race. It seemed odd at the time when you compared it with the other teams around them. And once again, Lee, the safety cars played a huge role in this motor race.
It certainly has, and that's why there are so many cars on the lead lap. Make it about 20 still are on this lead lap of this motor race.
So much so that race director Tim Schenken asked the safety car driver about 10 minutes ago, how are we doing for fuel? And they've burnt just a little over half a tank, so they need to keep an eye on that.
This little scrap going on here is between Max Wilson in the WPS Ford and Andrew Jones in the Firepower Tasman Motorsport Commodore. They're fighting over 12th, which Max currently holds down. The Brazilian driver who was once a Formula One test driver, then featured in Champ Car, and of course did all of the Brazilian feeder series, came up around the same time as Cristiano de Mata.
Rick Kelly will pit this lap. He's just been given the instruction by Eric Pender. Oh, car number 16 in the wall. The driver at the wheel at the moment is Anthony Tratt. Heavy contact.
You okay, mate? Yeah, I'm okay. My mistake, guys. I turned in too late. I'm really sorry.
Obviously, we are live. We can't control what the boys are saying in this very passionate sport of motor racing. This is your race leader and the sister car to the one in the wall.
Craig runs with him, so runs with the race leader strategy. Good opportunity. They know there'll be a safety car for this. This is the time to stop. This basically puts everybody back in sync when it comes to strategy. So all the key players are now take the opportunity. Well, the smart ones, I'd be surprised if anybody stayed out, will come in, take fuel, and then it'll be a real hard charge through to the end.
We are now level on safety cars as 2004 and 2005. This is yellow number 7. Now this is a team game here. Watch it head to head. It's Team Better Electrical versus Toll HSV dealer team.
Wow, how's that for a couple of radical camera angles? First of all, seeing the car leap up on the jacks, back then to the car controller, and then on board here with the incoming driver. A lot of work to do there as they get him belted up, make sure that everything's secure, that his radio's connected, that he's got the drink bottle, his belts are on and tight. They've established communications.
I think 888 may have them here. They've got him. Win Cup is out. Oh, side by side. And Todd Kelly wins that one. Boy, that was close.
To the rear, about half a turn.
Mind you, they made net ground at 888.
So now it's one-on-one. Here are the Stone Brothers cars, and Seaton's been forced to line up behind Ingle.
Yeah, but better to cue them than to be caught out in the racetrack. James looked like he was a little bit late then. He only just skipped into the picture then.
I'll double check that for you, Neil. I was just down at the HSV dealer team keeping an eye on the Kelly car, but I think you're right. I think he's bolted out at the last second there. We'll get confirmation shortly for you.
Well, I'd say what's happened is they've said yellow, yeah. James, get your gear on. We need a change.
Good rule of thumb is that you need to always be dressed at least 10 laps before the end of your stint. Oh, he stalled it. Did he? No, he didn't. My apologies. He's in the car and away. Pressure time for everybody to be at their peak game.
Mate, you might want to bring the rear bar back up hard as well.
Putting the rear anti-roll bar to the full stiff position to cope with the extra fuel load over the rear of the car.
It has been...
You can go past the medical car, James. Nice and easy as you go past it.
Here's a Zinger replay. Watch this. Just how close it was. And Jamie Whincup forced to yield because Kelly was already in the lane.
You know what I love about this motor race is that...
It's unpredictable.
Well, yeah, apart from that, 94 laps are banked, and it's still massively intense. I know the safety car resets everything, but different people have played different strategy games. Here's the replay of what happened to Anthony Tratt in the Toll HSV car. Oh, it turned in, got it sideways, big impact with the wall, back of the car, badly knocked around there. Oh, comes into frame, totally out of shape. That's our remote camera up on top of the wall there. Very fast bit of road there as you come out of the cutting. You've grabbed third gear at that point and starting the climb. Your speed peaks there just as he comes into shot, about 170 k's, sort of hovers around that and then builds further to the fourth gear change up to about 205 k's on the run down to the little, what we call metal grate.
It's a real shame. Anthony Tratt was very excited about the opportunity of driving in this Toll HSV dealer team Commodore along with the youngster Tony D'Alberto, but his Bathurst is over. And yet another one to this growing list of retirements. We'll squeeze in a break. Boy, what an eventful Bathurst. The Super Cheap Auto 1000 will continue on the other side of this as we get into the final third of this classic motor race.
We heard possibly the medical team on its way up the mountain. Just in case, you heard Anthony Tratt talking to his team, apologising to them. So that was good to hear. It was a very heavy impact though, so as a precaution, they may well have the ambulance up there again. Kelly, that is Todd's lead, was 2.5 seconds. Well, actually, it was Rick in the car at the time, but now they've changed over. All the major players swapping drivers. Jamie Whincup in for Craig Lowndes as well. And there was a good gain to be made there in the pits. They did it. They came out almost ahead of Kelly. That was very, very tight. Will that be a telling factor? Had they come out in front, may it have changed the course of the race? Lots of shuffling of positions now as we see all the cars filing in to make their pit stops and really get hold of each other in this race. There haven't been sustained periods of real racing because of these safety car interventions. Lots of strategy changes and adjustments as Canto and Holdsworth make their changeover. Canto, incidentally, was vaulted to the front of the field after those cars peeled in, but now that he's come in, he will also lose that position at the front. This is the second of the better electrical cars. They've been in a mess of trouble today, Simonton and Lyons, but the teams kept the car going.
Okay, mate, away you go. Co-driver light on, co-driver light on.
Just hearing the radio communications there, the shadow of Flycam, which is why we can keep pace with the cars from overhead. There are a group of drivers now within striking distance of race victory. And sooner or later, as Neil said, the strategies have almost been balanced now by this 7th safety car appearance. So those who may have felt like their race was a little offset can now position themselves to really challenge. It'll come down to speed.
Where's the accident, mate? It's turn 4, mate, turn 4 on the left.
And durability. With all of them able to get away some strategic pit stops, we could well have 4, 5 or more cars in a true race to the finish, gentlemen.
It's good, isn't it? It is fantastic. It's mouth-watering.
A couple of interesting things, though. We've not had a rock-solid green period where we truthfully know how people's fuel economy is.
What was that last one? Was it 10 laps?
No, don't ask me questions I can't answer. Rick Kelly, Craig Lowndes, based on where they've just stopped and depending on when we get back to green, the current fuel close for them, if I can describe it that way, is about lap 131, which gives them a 30-lap run to the end of the race. Now, can they do 30 laps? It's going to be really touch and go. So Eric Pender just said to Todd a moment ago, think fuel economy for me, mate. They want to take away any risk at the end of this race, and everybody be thinking about that. Another quick strategy point before we go down to Greg is that because of the minimum maximum driver lap requirement, at Tasman Motorsport, Wally Story has been really forced to leave Andrew Jones in the car a little bit longer for the moment because he hasn't done the required 54-lap minimum before ultimately he wants to get a position where he puts Jason Richards in for the double stint at the end. So that's something that he will be frustrated about because he wasn't able to take advantage of that safety car scenario.
Sorry to put you on the spot there, mate, but as Will Ferrell said in Anchorman, I was just throwing it out there. You can throw it right back. Greg.
Just having a chat with Glenn Seaton, boys, and we were talking about double stints with Lee and Neil a moment ago there, and it sounds as though James is going to do that now through to the end. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the plan, Greg.
as long as he doesn't get tired, but I don't think he will. He's pretty fit, young boy. But no, he'll double stint to the end now, and that was always the plan for me starting.
Given the way things just unfolded there a few moments ago, was it a late call? Was it like pit now?
Yeah, it was just, as I was coming through the chase, the guys said pit now, so we just had to wait and line up behind Russell and wait until, because he had to do his pad change, but we'd done it the stop before, so we're in pretty good shape. The car's got pretty good speed, it feels really strong, but what is it, 90 laps? Still got a long way to go.
Just as you were talking in quite an animated fashion there with Ross and Jim Stone about the car before, and they seem, you don't often see those guys smile at this stage of the race. They feel like you're in pretty good, in a pretty good position.
I think both cars are in very good position because we've only got one stop to go now to the end, and the cars are really good on fuel economy, which is really great because that just opens up your strategy so much. So from here on, we're looking good.
Fingers crossed. Everything crossed. Sit back and enjoy, Glenn Seaton. Thank you.
Thanks, Craig.
Darryl?
Well, pit stops, Rusty, are a critical part of the day, but especially that last stop that we're all talking about right now before they run to the end of the flag later in the day. But these markings on the ground here, the driver has to stop here every time, and every team does it very differently because this hose from this fuel gantry won't reach the back of the car. So if that's wrong, then they lose valuable time trying to line it up. During the stop, you obviously have the air guns, the rattle guns that take those captive nuts, loosen the wheel to pull the wheels off. You got water, hot day, drivers sucking a lot of this today throughout their duration in the car. Running down here, this team, the Jack Daniels team, just in the last stop, put 1.5 litres of oil into the car. We've done over 500 kilometres now, so valuable to keep that engine nice and lubricated, and they heat it before it goes into the car. So I can tell you, Stephen Richards in that last stop, Neil, he took on 88 litres of fuel.
Dean Canto's just handed over the number 34 car to his partner Lee Holdsworth, and I said to you, gee, you're running high, mate, and you said, well, so we should be.
Yeah, I mean, the car's running really well. We had a little bit of an incident with the driver change before. I don't know if you saw when Lee came in, and he sort of gave the boys a bit of a wake-up call in the pits, but no, the car's running really strong. We can get a little bit more out of it when I get into my latest stint later on.
Well, you have another stint probably to finish the race. What do you do in between? I know you're right on the physical preparation. You're pretty big on that, aren't you?
Yeah, I've got a friend of mine, Kevin Ivans. He's a dietitian, chiropractor, and he monitors urine samples, and from that he can get hydration levels, protein levels, and he's got all sorts of supplements in his little bag of tricks, and he'll give me what I need accordingly.
Thanks very much, Dean.
Mate, cheers.
Dean Canto doing a great job. And, well, here's a man who's just come out.
He's pretty happy too, Lee, because Craig Lowndes, you feel like this car's in a great place at the moment, and a great battle in pit lane between yourselves and the Toll HSV dealer team, but Jamie just having to yield.
Yeah, I think we had a faster stop, but didn't quite get going cleanly, and you had to yield, and look, they're the rules, so we'll do the racing on the racetrack. But it was a great battle there. I had to get past Richo and then Merv. And then basically had to pull in the gap, and we were starting to pull it in, so the car is working really well.
Your rivals next door at Stone Brothers Racing are talking about double stints to take them through to the end. What about you? Will you get back in this car, or will Jamie take it to the finish now?
Good luck to them. I think it's a little bit hot for that, but look, I don't know. I think you talk about James Courtney, he's just got to be sensible. It is quite hot out there, and you do sweat a lot, but at the moment I'm planning to get back in. Just depends on what the race goes like.
Race drivers talk about the phrase, which is buy a ticket to the final 30 laps. How is the 888 Falcon going to be for that run to the checkered flag?
I think it's going to be pretty quick. We're pretty happy. The car is good up the hill, across the mountain. We're losing a little bit down the bottom, but at that time I wasn't flat into the chase, and just making sure we look after the cars, because a lot of cars up and down pit lane here have had some tyre problems, but not for us at the moment.
Maybe some quiet confidence there. That's Craig Lowndes, boys. Thanks, Craig.
Thank you.
Bit of news about the Anthony Tratt car as they bring it back. It's got a ruptured fuel cell, so they want to bring that car back down to the scrutineering bay to minimise any fire risk. We're preparing for a break. Bit of other information, Jamie Whincup, as he left the pits slowly there, you've got to use very low throttle percentage with the pit lane speed limiter on, something less than 15%. There's the order. This battle continues. It's a fascinating conclusion coming up in the Super Cheap Auto 1000. Stick with us.
but there are still 5 or 6 very quick cars in strong positions.
It's a warm and windy Mount Panorama today, that's for sure. As Stephen Ellery described earlier, he's never seen a Bathurst like this. Quite comfortable conditions, although that wind is really picking up now as we enter the final 60-odd laps here at Bathurst, the Super Cheap Auto 1000. And the attrition rate has been high. Almost a third of the field are out. Brabham and Halliday gone. Bright and Winterbottom gone. That's both FPR cars. Add to that both Holden Racing Team cars. Mark Scaife, Garth Tander, Jim Richards, Ryan Briscoe, gone. Shane Price, Jack Perkins from the Jack Daniels team, gone. Breed and Caruso from Team BOC, gone. Anthony Tratt and Tony D'Alberto, the latest victims from the Toll HSV dealer team, they're out. Steve Johnson, Will Davison from Dick Johnson Racing, they're out. Paul Radicic, Fabian Coulthard, as we know that heavy accident and impact involving Paul Radicic, they're out. And Alan Gurr and Kane Scott from Team Sirame, they're gone. Now after the race today, we're looking forward to it a little later on tonight, I should say, we are very much looking forward to Formula One. Japan, and the championship is alive.
And good news is the weather's improved up there today, and they had pretty ordinary weather in the lead up. The sun's broken through, it's about 24 degrees up there. Of course, in a couple of weeks, the V8s move on together with the champ cars on the Gold Coast. Network 10's big coverage coming up both days, Saturday and Sunday. Check your local guides for that one. If you don't already know, Felipe Massa has pole position for the Japanese Grand Prix. It's an all-Ferrari front row. Just a little over 1.5 tenths of a second margin between himself and his teammate Michael Schumacher. It was a big Bridgestone day yesterday in qualifying because Ralph Schumacher and Jarno Trulli in the Toyotas occupy row 2. And then it's an all-Renault row 3, Fernando Alonso and Giancarlo Fisichella.
You mentioned Fernando Alonso, the defending world champion. Are there some cracks starting to appear in his armour? He's shown his real hot-headedness lately, hasn't he?
Well, he got stuck into Michael a couple of weeks ago, and then just while he was feeling a bit aggrieved, he got stuck into his own team this week, said he wasn't getting enough support from them, so he's feeling the pressure a bit at the moment. They're equal on points in the championship. Michael is ahead on the table by virtue of his additional Grand Prix win. He has 7, Fernando has 6, so that championship, 2 rounds to run, 1 today at Suzuka, Japan, where there's a sellout crowd, incidentally, and the final race of the championship season will come to us in the early hours of Monday morning after we complete the Lexmark Indy 300 on the Gold Coast with the Champ Car. So we will arrow back to the studio to cover that one live.
And that weekend up on the Gold Coast also doubles as a championship round for these guys. The V8 Supercar Championship Series. This is round 9. At the end of today, they must drop their worst championship round, and then it's a fair fight to the championship from there on in. Points will be solidified after today. You must drop your worst round and then go on from here.
And there's going to be a lot of work always. The turnaround between the 2 race meetings is tough at the best of times, even if your car pulls up straight. But for some teams, as evidenced already through today's race, are going to face a very tough turnaround, getting back from Bathurst, stripping the cars, starting again and making sure they're delivered midweek in that paddock the week after next on the Gold Coast. And that in itself is a place that is pretty tough on cars if any mistakes are made.
Just spoken to the Dunlop technicians here in pit lane, Neil, and they tell us it's the warmest it's been here all weekend. The ambient is currently 32 degrees, on track it's 40, and that wind you spoke about before seems to be coming from the west, blowing straight down pit lane in the wrong direction. It's eased momentarily. I've also taken a quick walk back up to the Stone Brothers. Now, while the current plan is that James Courtney, providing he's up to it in these warm conditions, is going to double stint to the flag, that doesn't mean that Luke Youlden will carry car 1 through to the checker. At the moment, Barry Hay says you can expect to see Russell Ingall back at the wheel of car 1 before this race is done.
The westerly certainly blazing there at the moment. It's going through phases at the moment where it's swinging a little to the southwest. That's typically where the weather comes from. So as those cars run down Conrod there from that aerial shot, the wind is coming from left to right. And as you go over the humps in the straights, it can really grab the car. You've got to be very mindful of that here at high speed.
Well, we've got a quiet moment. I'd just like to remind you again, Billy's been doing it throughout the broadcast, that Super Cheap Auto is giving you the chance to win a one-off Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000 helmet. It looks fantastic. It is customised by Headcase Designs, And this unique prize features the Bathurst track map and will be personally signed by this year's race winners. And that SMS number is 19775151. Let's go racing through Murray's Corner, and they will see green with Andrew Jones at the head of the line. And we look further back to the two that we're focused on right here. Todd Kelly, Jamie Whincup in the middle of the mix. There they are.
Behaviour at the restarts now much better than it used to be in the old days. People are keeping the right level of gap between each other the majority of the time. It's making for better starts, fairer starts across the board.
What a shot. The chopper is giving us some beautiful images today. And look at that. A car in between Kelly and Whincup, just to give Todd some breathing room, just to get Whincup off his rear bumper. And we wait nervously, anxiously for this first lap back.
So Andrew Jones is leading this race at the moment in car number 3, a Media Tasman Motorsport car. He's due to hand back to Jason Richards. Fuel will run out in that car. I say out.
Well, it did run out earlier.
Well, that's right, but it'll be in the realm of about lap 115, 116 thereabouts. They didn't quite get to the end of their fuel load, as the boys described earlier on. Just a bit of chat to Andrew last night. Really looking forward to today's race. These guys have been very competitive here this weekend. He's got pressure on him at the moment, though. His hands are full. Big angry queue behind.
We have the fortune at the two endurance races of having the Pit Smart software in our commentary booth, and that helps us predict, according to pit stops and strategy, who is where. Look at this. Down into the chase at 300 kilometres an hour. The super cheap Commodore right on the 888 Better Electrical car. Pressure time, big time. Inside, this is the Wilson Bernard car. And executes the move nicely. Tell you the other car creeping up there is the 88 machine.
Someone was in the dirt there. That was Craig Baird on Grant Denyer there through the chase. And someone was well in the grass. It was one of the GRM cars is also coming into the pit lane.
Darryl.
Well, Lee, we mentioned earlier about the teams during their pit stop filling the engines or the reservoir in the boot of the car with oil. You see here on a V8 supercar engine, they don't have the normal oil filler here on top of the tappet cover, but this is the filler or the container that sits in the boot of the car. Some of the teams run a different system or different size and run it low, obviously to keep the centre of gravity down into the boot of the car, but that holds up to about 13 litres, and that's when they inject it. It runs a T intersection off this under the bonnet of the car, and they push it in and it goes in and fills this container up, keeps it topped up for the remaining part of the race. A look at the teams now. Just had a run into Jack Daniels, look at the temperature of the engine oil. At the moment it's running about 95, and their gearbox oil is around 110, and they run these coolers as well just to keep it temperature down, but obviously when they're in traffic and in the safety car situation like this, it tends to rise.
Dry sump on a V8 supercar, so the oil's not down in there as it is in your road car. See, there's a little oil pan in there. It's a much reduced sump area. All that oil flows backwards and forwards through oil rails through the cockpit of the car to the boot area, and as Darryl pointed out, better weight distribution, and the oil's captive to make sure that the engine gets a constant oil supply, so it's always got good oil pressure. Such is the load that goes through these cars, the oil would slop around if it was a normal wet sump like your road car.
These are the two fighting for the lead of the race. They may not be in the lead at the moment, but on pit stops they are. Andrew Jones, Paul Morris and Adam Macro will come in, and these guys will go to the head of the queue. It is Todd Kelly versus Jamie Whincup, and Whincup is a championship contender, mind you. Jamie is 5th coming into this round. Good under brakes, look at that. How deep do you like it? Great work from Whincup.
Pushing very hard at the moment. He's got good pace in that car. Did you see all the big scuffs on the road through the chase as well, where those front splitters have been belting the ground there as the cars go through the motion of travel across the big bumps in the chase. Just takes the underside of the under trays out, and you've got to monitor the rider. Someone's losing a lot of oil smoke up pit straight.
There's a smoking car up ahead of you, mate. Just be ready to take advantage of those sorts of things.
Car number 25, it's one of the Brightech Jiu-Jitsu entries, and at the helm of that car at the moment is Adam Macro. Doesn't look too healthy.
Triple Late Brains Trust, look on. Whincup has lost some ground, a lot of ground, to Todd Kelly in that drag race up Mountain Straight. I really like the way that Jamie Whincup has conducted himself this weekend, because he knows that the spotlight is on Lowndes coming to Bathurst. He's the man, he's one of the biggest names in the sport, and Jamie has been very mature about things. He sat back and he said, Craig's the main driver, I know that I'll do my job. There's a lot of this, I can come out of this with a lot as well, because I get bonus championship points if I do well and Craig does well. And he's just been very level-headed about it. Watch how quick he is across the top of the mountain in comparison to Kelly. Does he gain ground?
Don't underestimate the role that he played in that second placing last year for Tasman. He did a great job here. And again, it was a relatively low-key role that he played, but he certainly drove beautifully.
This is a young man early in his motor racing career at a senior level. This is only his third year in V8 Supercars.
The Gary Rogers entrant, number 34, Lee Holdsworth, Dean Canto, have been running in the top 10 for most of the day. Lee's behind the wheel, and he actually just flat spotted a front left tyre, so he had to come in for an unscheduled stop to fix that, to put him back out on 18th position.
That was the car that we saw go off before in the chase in the background, and then we saw it come into the pit lane, so that's the reason why.
Here we go, back to the battle.
Campbell's just asked Jamie, just don't get in that hot air too much. Just keep the temperatures nice and conserve the car. When you're in behind another car that close, the hot air disturbance from the preceding car can be enough to instantly jump the water temperature by somewhere between 5 and 10 degrees C. There's a remarkable impact straight away. Also, the dirty air impacts the handling of the car a little, so see how he pulls to the inside there just to get a breath of fresh air in the front of the car, and head on to the cars at the moment is where that wind is coming from.
12 months on and nothing's changed. These two guys were first and second in last year's race in two different cars, two different teams, but they're still running as strong. Kelly, of course, won with Scaife, and as Neil just mentioned, Whincup was runner-up alongside Jason Richards at Tasman Motorsport. They're strong. There's less than 60 laps left to run on the mountain as we head into the afternoon run home, but loads more motorsport to come.
Just recapping the two drivers at the head of this field, Andrew Jones and Paul Morris, are out of sequence with the race leading cars. They are effectively ahead of them on the track, but they will be stopping sooner. So the battle is between Todd Kelly in car number 15 and Jamie Whincup in the 888 Better Electrical Falcon. And this is a great contest. They can't be too hasty. Still 59 laps of a 6.2 kilometre circuit to go. Nathan Pretty is sandwiched along with Cameron McLean in between these two guys, and the next place, Paul Dumbrell. Pretty and McLean also out of sequence in their pit stops. Then Cameron McConville, Luke Youlden and James Courtney not in a great position here. They are really in the top 6, but they have drivers who are out of sequence between them and these two guys fighting for the lead, so they may lose touch. That is the danger. They really do have a responsibility, Youlden and Courtney and McConville for that matter, to fight their way through traffic and stay in touch. Otherwise the slower cars will hold them up. So that's the equation as we watch from Todd Kelly's car, Jamie Whincup in hot pursuit. And this is the battle further back with Courtney, as I mentioned. Luke Youlden is there too. Courtney having got past Youlden. And now he has Cameron McLean in sight, and there's McLean directly in front of him. So maybe going up Mountain Straight, Courtney can pick up another place, and then he'll have Cameron McConville to deal with. There it is, Courtney through on Cameron McLean. And McLean wisely, because he's not really racing for true position, lets Courtney past, and he'll probably do the same for Youlden as well. Now Courtney unleashed will be able to attack Cameron McConville, and he'll be a little bit closer to the main battle. In the meantime, he's about 5 seconds off that real race pace set by Todd Kelly and Jamie Whincup.
Day is done, isn't it? Day is done for Cameron McConville and Greg Murphy in the Super Cheap car. That was a big impact, and Greg is watching like we are.
I think there might have been something on the road there. He was on the radio the preceding lap talking about having a big lockup, and I wonder whether he had another issue. He's trying to grab reverse. I think the car's still running. That was a very big impact up in the skyline area, and we could hear the tyres squeal in the background. They are going to deploy the safety car.
He's trying here, Neil.
Yeah, very difficult sometimes without rocking the car to get it in reverse. He has got it moving now. Good on him.
Well done.
And the number 50 car, incidentally, is also in the pit lane, so the sister car of Nathan Pretty.
And they spring to life at Super Cheap Auto.
A lot of damage though, and there's going to be debris all over the road up there.
It was a massive hit, and another safety car. We go to 8 now. 8th caution period of the day.
I wonder whether there was oil up there. Zinger replay. This is James chasing Cam in the foreground, and then listen. Smack that wall on the outside, just past skyline, very aggressively.
Good job, James Courtney, too.
Yeah,
just missed.
Did he flat spot a tyre, though, in the avoiding manoeuvre?
Never give up attitude. Good work, Cameron McConville.
Well, just on the preceding lap down in the chase, Cam had told the team, I just had a huge lock-up down there, so I wonder whether or not he's had a problem resulting from that, or was there some fluid on the road. The other drivers were getting reports from their teams. Be very wary, there's oil around the circuit. Now let's have a look and see if we can find this lock-up. There it is, it's the front right. It's always the issue down there, trying to pull the car up. A bit of aggravation further behind as well.
Here it is, on board with Ingle.
Luke Youlden on board with that car at the moment, and nearly a nose-to-tail incident between the two SPR cars as a result.
Keys wheel, Greg Murphy, they're all on hand, Darryl.
Yeah, Lee, they're all moving and clearing out the other side of the garage in here so they can get the car in. Obviously, they're trying to see what damage has been done from our shots up on top of the hill, but Murph's saying to Keys it definitely needs a boot and it needs a rear wing, so they're trying to get ready now to get this car fixed again. Nathan Pretty just came into the pits and said to him, what's happened? He said, I don't know. No one knows exactly what's happened.
Guys, just make sure we take it easy, nice and slow, and do a proper job of this. Let's not send it out unless it's safe.
Hit low. And cut up 3's in as well.
So Andrew Jones will hand over for the final time to Jason Richards as Cam McConville has finally made it back to pit road. You saw team owner
just
Keys
going to
wheel.
slowly put it into car 50's garage. So in past the fuel rigs, nice and easy. Make sure it turns.
It's Johnny Panozzo, team manager, calling the shots. Just instructing Cameron exactly what he wants. Can he get it in there? Will it turn enough? Not quite.
Work to do there, unfortunately. By putting it in the garage, they've got access to all their components. More people are able to work on the car there. Steve Henderson first in the driver's door there, engineer for the car.
Just spoken to the team. Cam's out of the car now, but initially earlier during the lap he mentioned that through the chase that he'd hit oil, Neil, and then said to the team just again now going across the top he feels like he's hit oil, so maybe there is a car out there losing some oil.
I think there is, Darryl. There's been a few reports on the radio. I think it was scattered around the circuit in various parts. So I got a feeling it was the 25 car, because I heard different people discussing it on the radio. At the helm of that car is Adam Macro,
And we saw it going up Mountain Straight.
Correct. And so that's trapped Cam, unfortunately. Very disappointing for him and that team after figuring very well through the course of the day.
Well, yellow is the colour of the day, isn't it? We're into our 8th caution period as the Super Cheap team call all hands on deck. We'll be back.
Well, even co-driver Greg Murphy was getting in on the act, assisting the crew by bringing up a new rear door for Cameron McConville. There's Murphy, still with the overalls down around his waist, so if they get this car back out, it looks like McConville will stay with it. Maximum concentration here needed by the crew. They're going to lose an enormous amount of race position. Their chances of a win gone, but they're trying to salvage as much as they possibly can. Neither McConville nor Murphy is a championship contender. They've had a pretty ordinary year until they came to the mountain. So really, this is just to stay in the game, stay visible. With the pit stop under yellow from a couple of other cars, we now see Todd Kelly get to his rightful place in the scheme of things. He's up the front. Jason Richards between him and Jamie Whincup behind the pace car. And then we have Ellery, Dumbrell, James Courtney, who did remarkably well to avoid the McConville crash. A little bit of a lock-up, though, as Neil Crompton mentioned, which might have caused a flat spot. They'll be monitoring that. If they do have to come in, they have the opportunity under yellow to do so. Car number 15 still out there. That's Kelly and Kelly. Todd behind the wheel at the moment. Well, this may unleash the top 5 or 6 drivers to have a serious go at each other if some of the slower cars that were in between them come in for a stop. Baird, Lyons and Longhurst making up the top 10. Richard Lyons and Alan Simonson have had what you would describe as an ordinary day, but somehow they've managed to get through it without too much damage, and they're well in the top 10 now. As a couple of cars peel off into pit lane, they've moved up to 7th place. Tony Longhurst in 8th. Grant Denyer is moved up into the top 10. Alex Davison had some very good stints in that car earlier on. Grant got in. They lost a lot of positions, but he's now found his way back into the game. John Bow in 10th place. So the top 4 are, in fact, the top 5 in real terms will be together when we resume racing. And that is Todd Kelly, Jamie Whincup, Paul Dumbrell and James Courtney. And Courtney is really looking dangerous. 106 laps down. Bear in mind, Ford has won Bathurst 14 times to Holden's 25, but Ford's only won 4 of the last 25 races. A great spectacle. We now have Jamie Whincup, Paul Dumbrell, James Courtney and Luke Youlden right on his hammer. Lee Diffie, this is mouth-watering stuff. Some of these guys are ready to really go hard.
It's good. It's had a little bit of everything, hasn't it, Bill, this race so far? We've had, well, far too many cautions, but nonetheless, we will still have an exciting end to this motor race and 2 very talented guys at the front. There's Jamie Whincup. Previously, we saw Todd Kelly. And I understand that in the garage, down at the Toll HSV dealer team, we've got Rick Kelly on the line. Hi, Rick.
How you going?
Yeah, good, mate. Well, not as good as you. You guys are going very, very well. Give us your synopsis of the day so far.
To be honest, the first stint there, we struggled just a little bit with the car. We weren't quite happy, but we made a couple of changes in the first stop, and when I got back in for my second stint, the car was unbelievably good. So at the last few laps there in my stint, we were just having just a little bit of a go. We've still got a bit more in the bag, and Lowndes was probably 1 to 2 tenths quicker. So we're pretty happy with where we're sitting at the moment, but it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a fight on our hands.
Mate, what happened off the line, if you don't mind me asking? Because you went back to as far as 9th. Did you just bog it down, or what happened?
Not much, unfortunately. We knew it was going to be hard to get off the line, and I just wanted to basically creep off like a grandma, and I did that a little bit too good, unfortunately. So we did sneak back a bit, but we didn't panic. We just snuck back up as we wanted to, and sat there and stayed out of trouble, and that's why we're in a good position.
Rick, it looks like physically you're really on top of the job here today. It's just sort of taking it in your stride. Is it just an appearance on the outside that we're misinterpreting? But for what's it like from your side? You look like you're travelling pretty nicely.
There's actually a couple of blokes just down here holding me up at the moment. No, to be honest, it's quite good. The first stint is always the hardest. You get out and go, because you're not really relaxed in the car. But in that second stint, it felt really good doing those fast times. So I'm looking forward to getting back in the car.
The car looks like it's performing really well. It's well balanced and it's got good pace. If you really get down to the arm wrestle, do you think you can go punch for punch with the 888 car?
I think so. Me and Todd aren't here to root around at the moment. We need to go out there and win this race. I think we can. We've got the car to do it, and we're going to have a good go at it.
Well done.
That's obviously an aggressive type strategy. You told me earlier this morning that in the early part of the race, though, mate, you're going to be really heads up, and if you wanted people wanted to get by, you were going to let them go. Was that something that you were asked to do by the team, or that was an initiative on your own?
I think that's our strategy. I let them all go off the line, so we had to work hard from there on. But we're at a lap 106 now, so it's time to get down with it, see what the car needs, give it all that and more, and hopefully punch out a few good times and keep these guys behind us.
Has it been all brotherly love working together at Sandown and this weekend? You two guys showing good chemistry, playing nice together?
Yeah, absolutely. And, seating position, car setup, all that stuff has worked really well. I think we're just both nervous as buggery all day long, but I think we're going well.
All right, thanks very much, Rick Kelly. Good luck for the rest of this great race. Let's go to Darryl.
Thank you.
And McConville, I guess you can't dig any further for talent when you hit oil on the racetrack. The boys said you reported oil.
Yeah, well, there was oil down through the chase, and I had a big lock-up and nearly ran off when I passed the GRM car. And I think it was the 33 car that was dropping it. Because I had oil on my windscreen, but got up through up through the cutting. It was all fine. I assumed it was just down there. Got over McPhillamy. Again, it was fine, plenty of grip, no oil flags. I got the Skyline and braked, and the rear end just stepped out. As soon as I braked, I lost the rear, and I corrected it, but went back the other way, and then just ran out of room. So
just disappointing for a day that's been pretty strong.
Yeah, it was going so well. It's very frustrating. I can't believe it, to be honest.
Thanks, Ken.
Cheers.
You can hear the emotion in his voice, and you can understand why when you put in so much and such a good position through the course of this race. These are the things that bob up at you at this racetrack. Incidentally, car number 7's being looked at the moment by race control. Stephen Richards, Paul Dumbrell entry there. Just think there could be an oil leak with that car. They're going to have a close look at it. Greg?
Billy, Neil, I should say, I'm actually down here in the Jack Daniels garage, and Barry Ryan and a number of the crew just in recent moments have been over to pit wall to watch Stephen as he came past on pit straight. They asked him to come closer to the wall so they could have a good look at car 7. That's Paul Dumbrell at the wheel, I should say. Now, they couldn't spot any oil coming out of that car. Paul's radioed and said he believes it's coming out of the 888 car and that there is oil around the back part of the 888 car. So this story is an emerging one.
Everyone's pointing the finger at everybody else.
Yeah, everyone's saying everyone else has got oil leaks, but a bit hard to work out. I mean, it does happen a bit at this time of the day here.
As you well know, mate, there's a philosophy of staying out of trouble and just circulate, and you'll bank a top 10. Well, right now, that's exactly what Richard Lyons and Alan Simonson, the all-international duo, they're well placed in 7th.
Well, one of the remarkable things about the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000 is that while we tend to focus on the 5 or 6 fastest cars that have been up the front for most of the race, quite often, particularly when we have as many as 8 safety cars, some strange things happen. You can tend to write off certain pairings that have had a little trouble early in the race. Cars that have flat spotted a tyre and had to make an unscheduled stop. Cars that have run off the circuit and had to come into the pits when not expected to. But then when the safety cars come out, those strategies can be reorganised and time can be saved. So what I'm getting at is, while Todd Kelly, Jamie Whincup, Paul Dumbrell, James Courtney and Luke Youlden are effectively fighting for the race win, it's been a remarkable performance by car number 88, the second of the Better Electrical Falcons. Richard Lyons and Alan Simonson at the wheel, particularly Lyons, the Irishman with a lot of sports car experience, but nothing here at Bathurst. They have just battled their way through, and I'd like them to pick up a pretty handy result. If you can make it to the top 10 at Bathurst, particularly in these very hectic, fast races of the new era, you've done extremely well. Longhurst in 8th, Grant Denyon 9th, John Bow 10th. And that's another example. Bow and Jones have had a world of trouble. Two men who are used to fighting for the race win, somehow still battling away in the top 10. Jason Richards is next. Then Paul Wheel, Lee Holdsworth. He and Canto have slipped up a little bit in the third quarter of the race. Then Ellery Bernard, Rick Yadello, Owen Kelly, Greg Ritter, Cameron McConville. After that, crash on the top. The car camped in the pits, and Adam Macro. That's the top 20. They'll be sandwiched up again. Shouldn't be too long now before we have race resumption, and hopefully we'll have a clean sprint to the finish with one more stop still to come. Some driver changes will be made, and that'll be interesting to see whether drivers will stay in the car or they'll swap over for the final stint. Very hot conditions.
Yeah, just a little over 50 laps to run once we finally go back to green, which should not be too many minutes away. You'll notice something that's very prominent there with Todd Kelly with his open face helmet is his balaclava. Remember 12 months ago we had the balaclava saga with the Stone Brothers Racing team and Warren Luff and Marcus Ambrose. It was all hot and heavy. Well, not this year.
Been delaying the restart here while they just fix the fence at the top of the hill after that incident, and pretty soon we are going to have lights out for a restart, Darryl.
Neil just confirming that James Courtney will stay in that car now. He will do the double stint to the end of this race. I just said to Glenn Seaton, oh, that's a long stint, but Glenn did point out with these stops right now, really get you back. It's a bit of a rest. Normally 35 laps for a stint. It's going to be, say, 50 for a run. So it is a big call, but James Courtney will stay in the car right to the end.
Well, he's young, he's fit, he trains very hard, and he's up to it. He has, the past couple of years, been doing endurance sports car racing in the Japanese GT series, so Courtney is up for it. Ready to go, ready for a restart. Look at Baird in car 10, he's keen to go. He's got his eyes on Youlden up ahead. The WPS Ford is performing well. Let's do it, let's go. Green flag flies. End of the 8th safety car period. And look at this on the inside. Whincup on Kelly. This is for the lead of the race, and he's got it.
Todd sidestepped him then, didn't want to get involved in a paint exchange.
Work, mate. And nice and smooth. You know what to do. Nice and smooth.
Communication to the race leader. Kelly's trying to come back on the inside up Mountain Straight. There's going to be no way through at Griffin's Bend. And inside Courtney. Almost on Dumbrell, and then he thought twice, thankfully. And now that gives his teammate a run. Luke Youlden's all over Courtney, and Baird's having a look at both of them.
Hopefully everybody's got their sensible cap on for this first lap or two, and again, until they get some temperature and pressure back in the tyres and get everything sorted. There'll be a little bit of debris at the top of the hill here, despite the marshals always cleaning the circuit up. And I must put a word in for the marshals here again this weekend. There's an enormous body of people who put in an extraordinary amount of work to get this racetrack ready, including the Bathurst City Council and all their people. But massive number of volunteer officials help out through the course of the weekend to ensure the track is safe and properly and professionally run. They do a great job clearing and cleansing the track and getting everything back to readiness.
And it's not just here, it's at every motor race we go to, and the ones that we don't go to all around the country. They are really the unsung heroes of the sport. So a big thank you.
little mistake there from James coming down the hill. Just needs to get his rhythm, find where the car's at. Look how much ground he lost there after that attack.
Mate, be very careful with oil. There's a lot of oil coming out of the JD car in front of James. Dropping a lot, be very careful.
That's the call from Barry Hay, race engineer for Luke Youlden. And a big cheer for Jamie Whincup, the new race leader. This is Youlden on Courtney, inside line, but just steadies himself into the chase.
Race director Tim Schenken says, there's car number 88 off down there as well. Who's in that at the
Richard
moment?
Lyons.
Richard Lyons. Tim Schenken, race director, said there is confirmation of a leak. Car number 7, left rear of that car. They're going to monitor it more closely now.
Craig Baird in the WPS Ford.
50 laps to go, 50 laps to go.
And that's the voice of Ludo Lacroix, who's the race engineer for car 88. He's communicating to Richard Lyons. Take it easy, take it easy. We've still got 50 laps to go. We are green flag running. It's good. We've just had too many cautions.
I'd like to see a decent stint.
Bit of scrapping further back in the pack. The Firepower Commodore. It's featured in this race for right reasons or wrong, but it's been there. The heavily damaged BOC Ford of Brad Jones and John Bow. John's behind the wheel right now.
They're on the lead lap, and in terms of our pit smart information, they're quite well positioned at the moment in corrected placings after you take into account the different strategies running across different teams.
Cars do we have on the lead lap? 15. And at this stage of the race, that's pretty handsome, considering what has transpired here on the mountain. Pressure on Bow here. He's under siege a little.
They'll get this car of John and Bradley's through to about lap 140, 141, which means they've only got 20 laps to do to get to the checkered flag, so they don't have to put as much fuel in the car. That'll help their scenario. They're not stationary for as long. 4.4 litres of fuel a second, and they burn about 4 litres a lap, and they've got to do about 20 laps, so they'll be stationary for not too long. Only got to stick about 80 litres of fuel in that car.
Can I take you from your living rooms into our commentary box and the beauty of live television? Crompo was just calculating that on his mobile phone.
Leave me alone. Trouble here for car number 3.
Yeah, we got that.
Jason Richards skating off.
Saw that on TV. Did a good job.
And perhaps a victim of the oil that they have been warned about down there in the chase.
Take him about 19 odd seconds to get that fuel on, so that's the reason why on PitSmart they're showing up pretty well at the moment. We'll wait and see and monitor that, see how they go, see how their pace is, and that'll influence whether or not they can stay up there in net terms.
Mark.
Alex Davison, Alex, a fairly tough start to the day in the Carrera Cup, but in the APBC number 18 car, it's going well.
Yeah, don't talk to me about the Carrera Cup race. I was about to slip my wrist before, but the 18 car's going pretty well, and had a bit of trouble getting some sort of clear laps in the race. I've always been in amongst other cars, but pace is good, and Grant's going around pretty well as well. Keeping it consistent, staying out of trouble, and I'll jump back in and finish the race off very soon.
Have you got the pace to compete with those guys in the top 5 or 6?
I don't know. I haven't monitored that closely what times they're doing, but I reckon I can sort of do maybe low 10s or just get into the 9s. So, I'm not going to sort of push the envelope too much. I just want to make sure I get the car to the finish, but have a good crack at the same time.
Enjoy your final stint.
Thanks.
Alex Davison, nice young man and a rich family heritage for motorsport. His grandfather Lex, his uncle John Davison is the promoter at Sandown International Raceway, and of course his brother Will is in the sister DJR car with Steve Johnson, which is one of the many retirements. Zinger replay of Jason Richards. Ooh, woo, woo.
Yeah, there was something on the road down there, so it trapped a few of them, of which Jason was the most notable victim. A lot of dust, debris, grass, rocks on the tyres there as a result of that. So various people taking to the turf.
Bed's gone too. Oh, the Falcon.
I tell you, Jace carried some pace down there. car 7 mechanical black flag. They've observed the leaking fluid and they think that it's the major culprit in this situation. Do you see the way
they split the line, didn't they?
Yeah, to get away from the oil down there. Actually, he's having a fair old skate. There must be a lot of it down there. I suspect there's more than one car throwing a bit of oil around though. Hard to tell.
James Courtney, Luke Yilden. Whoa, we've lost John Bow. That's on the exit of the chase.
They've all got the same issue down there. You can tell by the amount of shades of what happened a few years ago there with one of Bradley's cars and the HRT car. All that rubbish that you saw on the windscreen before tells you what it's like out there at the moment. It's a bit evil when it comes to visibility, and grip levels are down. Oh, trouble here. That was the reason why I went round. That was car number 34 making contact and Lee Holdsworth at the wheel. So JB coming off a little worse for wear in that manoeuvre. I reckon that Lee might find himself incurring the wrath of the upstairs for that one. We'll wait and see.
Car has been bashed up today.
It's got a little signature in the B-pillar area on there. Away he goes, lost a little bit of time through all of that.
This is the car that's received the mechanical black flag. The Stephen Richards Paul Dumbrell entry. Dumbrell is behind the wheel. It's the third place car at the moment, and you can see the traces of oil on the rear of that car.
I was about to make that remark, and just as you were saying it, race director Tim Schenken was instructing his people to have a long... Oh, you could see it there. You could actually see it coming out the breather in the left rear of the car. It was quite obvious. And the observers around the track, not just on pit lane, have seen this.
Jack Daniels' livery across the back is discoloured if you have a close look right here. That's the oil.
Yeah, see it there, just on the left-hand side. There's a little vent down there on the extreme left-hand end of the bumper.
Paul, you have to come in this lap, Paul. Come in this lap, and we'll put fuel in it only, guys, and fix this oil leak.
So he's in position 3 at the moment. This is a costly stop.
That will elevate James Courtney to the top 3. Look, he's looking at Todd Kelly right there. He's running with these front guys. And he has to pit.
Car 7.
So Paul just notifying I'm in the pit. That puts everybody on alert.
He just said he flat spotted a tyre, Joe. He just said he flat spotted a tyre. So if he tyres, you've got to put oil in it and empty the catch tank.
The catch tank is overflowing. It's breathed enough oil in there that it's actually, when the car's loaded, it's coming out. PD's pretty disgusted. Mechanical black flag. Under green flag conditions, this really hurts.
Greg?
Well, at the moment, boys, they're going to work on the tyre side of things, but they're climbing underneath it by the look at the back here. Main thing that they want to try and do is address this leak. So the main attention at the moment is to the catch tank. As you can see, our cameraman Rich Walter is showing you, I think, just excess fuel at the moment because the tank is now full. But underneath it, the boys are going to work. We'll come back to you shortly.
Car 34 has been given a black flag for that infringement down there on John Bow. So Lee Holdsworth was judged to have made a mistake down there when he made contact with John Bow. So remember, we talked before about the dry sump in the car, the oil tanks up the back there, there's a breather in the back left-hand corner, and we saw some fluid coming out the back. Having a look at that. See, they've got the incompressible jacks under the car as well. That's a requirement in the rules because they can't have people under the car if the car was able to fall or compress those jacks. And just draining the overflow tank.
And away goes their chance at victory.
Oh, trouble here for the Marcus Marshall entry, car number 20. Marcus at the wheel and up at the top of the mountain. This one, he's turned the car around between Reed Park and McPhillamy. It's pointing the wrong way on the exit of Reed Park. There's a lot of debris on the road. Yet another safety car. That'll take a bit of the pressure off the Jack Daniels crew while they try and sort out that excess oil.
Wow, that's a big lose at a fast section of this circuit. And Dumbrell is released just as the caution flies.
Oh, my goodness. That's not a good vibe when you almost crunch the safety car. That was a bit bizarre.
And now they wave him by.
Had contact with the safety car. I've hit the safety car. He pulled out into the side of it.
I would have thought the safety car driver needed to be a little cautious there.
Oh my goodness. And Paul was saying
he clipped it, he said. And he said, as you can see, it pulled out in front of me. That's a rare incident, that one.
This is Marcus Marshall for Paul Cruikshank Racing. The medical team are there. The corner marshals are there. And Marcus, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, is moving around. The Zinger replay.
It's a big hit on that wall up there. Why? Is there something on the road there, or he just come out of the groove? Actually, I don't think he got it turned in. He didn't get it to that left-hand apex. Something weird about that, though. It just didn't look quite right. He didn't get it down on the left-hand side of the road in the normal position. So was there something on the road? Was there a mechanical failure? Was a tyre deflating? Who knows?
When you pinch a tyre, the smoke comes out.
Yeah, you can see the smoke on the inside of the car. Yeah.
So Marcus is out of the car, thankfully, and waves, acknowledges the crowd. And it's nice to see him walking away from that, because that was a scary incident. And yet another safety car that makes 9. We'll be back.
Thankfully, Marcus Marshall okay, able to walk back to the medical car. The attendants just checking to see if he's okay. All the safety measures did a pretty good job, including that very potent roll cage inside the Falcon. But now that means the 9th safety car is on the track. There's a little bit of debris to take care of as well. Jamie Whincup, Todd Kelly, James Courtney. So once again, the veteran Glenn Seaton is within striking distance of that elusive Bathurst victory. I feel uncomfortable even saying that, because such as Glenn's appalling luck over the years, anyone involved with him or with the series would be afraid to even talk about the possibility of him breaking through. His father managed to win this race and has never stopped giving Glenn stick about that. His father, Bo, winning back in the mid-60s when things were a lot different. Looking further down the order, Luke Youlden in position 4, Richard Lyons in 5th place, ahead of Baird, Jason Richards in car number 3, Ellery, Bernard, Wheel, Holdsworth, Denyer, Bow, Owen, Dumbrell, Ritter, Kelly, Ricciardello, McConville back after that collision on the mountain, with the wall that is. Adam Macro in position number 20. Fastest lap times, well, they have managed to squeeze a few in between the safety cars. The Whincup Lowndes combination has managed a 2-minute 8.8. Todd Kelly and Rick Kelly a 2-minute 8.9. And they're the only drivers to manage to get into the 2.8s in this race when they've had a bit of wind in their sails. Interestingly, the fastest lap recorded by the Courtney-Seaton combination has been a 2:10.5. So if it comes to a sprint to the finish, they simply may not have the pace. But via the safety car and strategy, they are still in the game. Beautiful explanation there visually of the massive support here for the race this year. A record crowd, which has almost cleaned up itself. And there's the stricken car that is still to be removed. Thankfully, Marcus Marshall okay. He walked back to the medical car and is on his way back to the pits, if not there already.
Bit of information, Lee, just looking further into that issue with Paul Dumbrell's Stephen Richards' car, various people have different configurations with their dry sumps in their car, and in Larry's car, as I recall, and I just had young Jack Perkins up here as well to verify, but they carry their oil tank in the bell housing of the car, so it's not actually up the front. But in the last stop, they chose to put some oil in that car, and the suspicion is that they might have put too much oil in, so it's immediately gone into an overflow scenario, and the catch tank, which is at the rear of the car, hasn't coped with that, and so it's overflowed. They've had to take the drain plug out, and that's why all that oil was coming out the back in the end. Very frustrating scenario when really, essentially, there's nothing wrong with that car.
Just down here with Stephen Richards, and Neil's just updated what happened as far as the oil aspect was concerned, but your thoughts on the unfortunate scenario for Paul as he left pit lane with the safety car?
Oh, look, I don't think the safety car driver saw where he was. We have enough of that trouble out on the track, let alone in pit lane. No, I think, yeah, obviously there's some oil in the catch tank, and we've had to drain that out. That was overflowing, so fingers crossed now it'll be fine.
Thanks, Richo.
Thanks.
Yeah, you know when you can sense someone standing behind you, and I felt that, and I turned around and it was Jack Perkins at the door to our commentary box, and I said, "Are you okay, mate? Do you want to come and sit in with us or something?" And he said, "No, I'm just here reminiscing." And what that's all about is when Jack was a young guy, he used to come into the booth in the late 90s and sit with us and just watch the race, watch his dad race.
And we had to shoo him out.
yeah.
Nothing's changed.
He said, I said, "Hard luck, mate." I said, "You had nowhere to go." We saw the onboard camera shot, and I said, have you spoken to Scaife? And he said, "Yes, I have." And he said, "No worries. I understand it was one of those things."
He's a star of the future, but one fella that's well positioned at the moment and still surviving in this topsy-turvy race is downstairs having a listen to us at the moment. Hello again, Russell Ingall.
How you going, guys? What are you doing?
We're just cruising along. We'd actually like to see a race that lasted for more than a few laps at the moment. It's a bizarre event, isn't it, Rusty?
It's a bizarre race. I just can't believe it. Like everywhere you look, like I don't get between the pits to the motorhome to have a shower in between stints without something happening. It's just unbelievable. But all I know is that green number 1 Falcon is still cruising around pretty good. So that's all I'm concerned about.
Yeah, you're well in the mix, mate. You're well and truly in the mix. And your young teammate Luke Youlden has done a sterling performance, hasn't he?
Yeah, he goes well, young Luke, doesn't he? He's real comfortable with the car. As I was explaining to you when I was talking to you inside the car, the track is changing, and it's actually coming to us. Like every time, I've struggled a bit this morning with the car. When I was in that stint, the car was just getting better and better, and I think when I jump in it now, it's going to be really sharp because the track is changing fiercely. So I'm looking forward to the last stint. I reckon we're going to have a bit of pace.
It's the fun time of the day up here, isn't it, Russell? When the shadows get a little bit longer, we're coming up to 3:20 Eastern Standard Time. Rubber's up on the track. The shadow's a little longer. The sunlight's gone off the track a little bit, and you can really get in rhythm with your car and punch out some numbers. And it looks like both your cars are very, very handsomely placed after that last test.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I got down into the sort of mid-9s in that last stint. I know Lowndes in that got down into the 8s, so we're sort of half a second away. But I think we got a little bit more in it, you know, like it felt really comfortable doing mid-9s. So, you know, if I extract a finger and get into it, well, then I reckon we can probably step down into the 8s and run with them. So it's going to be a very interesting last stint.
Are you going to trim the car at all? Any roll centre adjustments, any tyre pressure variations? Going to do anything for any increased pace, or you reckon what you've got is what you've got?
We've been doing a bit each stop. We've been doing some roll centre. We may do another little adjustment because the way we've been going seems to be making the car better. So there might be a little tweak, but we don't want to lose ourselves as well, because like I said, as the track changes, I think it's coming to our car, so we don't want to miss the window. So I think we'll just keep it as is.
Russell, we don't like to talk about rubbish in the air intake area because Crompo gets a bit twitchy. It cost him a race win up here. But I tell you what, if you can, have a look at one of our monitors. I think there is some rubbish in your air intake area with Luke at the wheel. We'll do our best here to get a close-up. There's some kind of rubbish in there.
You're full of good news, aren't you, Luke?
I know.
Thanks for that. I was feeling pretty good to that. Yeah, good on you, mate.
Sorry to do that to you.
Well, the temperatures are all looking pretty good at the moment, so if it is, it's not blocking anything drastic. It may be, depends which air, it might be the intake for the engine. So
it's only small by the look of it there, Rusty. Just dial 1-800-BAD-NEWS, Lee Diffie.
Yeah, good on you, Lee. Yeah. Anyway, over to you, Neil. Yeah, bugger off, Lee.
It's all positive from this side of the desk, mate. Well, look, great job so far today.
Thanks,
and
guys.
Appreciate the time that you're taking to talk to us. And it looks like you're on for a good result, right or wrong, and a big bunch of points, which you need, my friend.
I certainly do, and we will certainly turn it on that last stint. You can take my word for that.
Hey, Russell.
Yeah.
I still love you, mate.
Oh, yeah, I can feel the love. Yeah, bugger off.
That's cause enough to run away, I reckon.
So here we go, the sole remaining Dick Johnson racing car, and we heard from Alex Davison before, and he is in for the run home. This guy is a very understated driver. He achieved quite a bit overseas because Alex ran in the Carrera Cup, the German Carrera Cup Championship, which is a fierce championship. He won races in that. He did some Super Cup, some Porsche Super Cup racing. Many of you will know that series supports the Formula One circus, and it's brutal. And Alex really held his own. There was some political stuff that went on, and he was left without a ride. He did some occasional drives in the American Le Mans series, and then decided to come home and ran in the Autobahn Commodore last year. It didn't go to plan, and then he's been left without a full-time V8 ride this year, and instead has been campaigning back in the Australian Porsche Carrera Cup Championship and doing very well.
Paul Cruikshank, I guess the good news is Marcus is okay.
Yeah, he's okay. So it's been a pretty tough afternoon for us, really, and a pretty hard initiation to our first Bathurst, you know.
What happened up there at the top of the mountain?
Look, I'm not too sure. We haven't had a look at any of the telemetry says everything's okay, but, you know, like he's just come over there, and I'm not too sure he's just come over too fast or something's gone wrong, so we'll have a look at it before we sort of make too much of a decision.
As you said, it's your first race here already. The guys are starting to pack up behind you. I'm sure you'll be back again, though.
Yeah, we've got India in 2 weeks, but yeah, we'll only sort of, you know, you get a few knocks like this, it makes you more determined. So we'll, you know, we've had a pretty hard year all round, but we'll bounce back, mate. We're not going to let this get on top of us.
Cheers, Paul.
Thanks, mate.
First race as a V8 Supercar Championship team owner, but Paul's been in the game now for a while in terms of development series and Carrera Cup, and he's been involved in this paddock for a long period of time. A lot of knowledge in V8 Supercar racing, and he's building up his small team and trying to go punch for punch with the big guns here.
And look at this, an empty HRT garage, all but one car and a few toolboxes.
Yeah, they'll want to get those cars back to Melbourne to their base and get both of them sorted and ready for the next event. I wouldn't be surprised if they've already dispatched some of their people. They've got a lot of work ahead of them now in the next 7 to 9 days, and they'll need to deliver those cars all bright and brand new by the early part of the week after next in preparation for the next event on the Gold Coast. Lights out on the safety car.
It's Whincup, Todd Kelly, James Courtney, Yulden, Lyons, Baird, Richards, Ellery, Bernard and Wheel, the top 10. Here we go. Please, 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 can we have some green flag racing? Let's get a good block. Fingers crossed we may even be able to go all the way to the checkered flag here on the mountain. Like this.
Just off the headset for a moment there, Lee, but I think I detected you begging for some green flag racing, and that would be good this afternoon. I'd just love to see what everybody's got in terms of their ultimate pace and how they're performing fuel economy-wise. We've had little glimpses of what different people can do, but it's still not a totally clear picture. One thing's for sure, there's still plenty of good cars and good operators at the sharp end of this field. At the moment, led by Jamie Whincup.
Car third in the running, I reckon thinks it has a very good chance, and that is James Courtney behind the wheel. By his own admission, he made a meal of it last year, got caught up in the emotion of it and the speed at the front of the pack and put it in the wall on lap 8. But I tell you what, he's learned a lot in his first year in V8 Supercar racing at Stone Brothers, and look at the young man fly now. The team said after the first 2.5 practice hour session here, boy oh boy, is this kid brave across the top of the mountain.
What is probably an interesting observation in the whole process of what's gone on today. I mean, as the pressures come on in recent years and the competitive levels have continued to rise, it's put more focus on every little aspect of people's driving and the risk-taking and how they react to different weird scenarios that always unfold at this racetrack. And I think this is the reason why we're seeing so much drama here. Everyone's pushing so hard trying to make lap speed, you know, lap times that we've not seen here in years gone by. And gee, we're seeing a lot of errors in various people's games. Confirmation of the black flag for Lee Holdsworth, car 34. He'll have to do the drive-through for that role that he played in the incident with John Bow. Look at the margin that Jamie Whincup's opened as they head down to the final corner. This time through they'll have banked 118 laps. There's that drive-through that will be served by Lee. Unfortunate for him, but it certainly cost John Bow, and it looked like wasn't a good move. So 1.1 seconds, sorry Lee, between Jamie and Todd Kelly.
As far as the teams represented, you've got a 888 Better Electrical car leading from a Toll HSV dealer team car. The two Stone Brothers cars running third and fourth. respectively. Then the second Better Electrical Ford with Richard Lyons in 5th. You've got both WPS cars in the top 10. Baird is 6th and Bernard is 9th. That's a very strong showing from that team. And then you've got Jason Richards, the highest placed Tasman car.
Drive-through being served there by Lee. The interesting thing to look at here is the flying lap times of everybody on that first flying lap after the restart. 2 minutes 10.8 for Jamie Whincup, 2:11.5 for Todd Kelly, 2:12.5 for James Courtney, 12:6 Luke Youlden, 12:6 Richard Lyons. So big disparities between different cars. The only guy that's on it in terms of his immediate pace as soon as they got cracking there was Jamie Whincup, straight into the 10s. That's interesting. Mark?
Jason Barguana, you and Craig Baird, keeping a low profile, but well and truly in the top 10 at this stage.
Yeah, look, we've decided to sit back and let it all happen in front of us, and it's been one of those days, hasn't it, really? So, sitting in 6th at the moment, looking good, one stop to go, like most of pit lane here, so it's definitely going to be a sprint to the end. Probably don't have the car speed of, say, the Lowndes and Kelly car, but hopefully we can still end up with a really strong result.
You've had plenty of success here. Just how physically difficult is it today? Is it the hardest race you've competed with the temperature and the heat?
Yeah, I mean, it is fairly hot. Obviously, the second stint there with obviously Paul's accident, there was a lot of safety car laps, so that made it okay. But I'd hate to be double stinting in this temperature today. She's pretty hot out there.
Good.
Tough.
Good luck in your final stint.
Thanks.
Double stinting is exactly what James Courtney in 3rd is doing, what Jason Richards is doing here in car 3, chasing Craig Baird. It's on, and we've got 15 cars on the lead lap.
Bit of a look at the field run through here. Whincup, Kelly, Courtney, Youlden, Lyons, Baird, Jason Richards, Steve Ellery, David Bernard, Paul Wheel, John Bow, Steve Owen. That's the top 11 or 12 cars at this point. Car number 26 just rolling through there as well. I understand down in the Stone Brothers Racing bunker, Glenn Seaton's on the line. You there, Seato?
How you going, Crombo?
Very well, thanks, mate. Hey, this looks pretty handy for you at the moment.
Been here before.
Yeah, I know. It's a bit nail-biting. Now, listen, James hasn't shown immediate pace at the restart. Any particular issues there? Is it just a question of temps and pressures coming up in those tyres?
With the oil that was coming out of Dumbrell's car, it's gone all over his screen, so he's actually struggling to see. So we've still probably got a few more laps before we'll bring him in, and we'll be able to clean the screen and send him for the end of it.
Glenn, you know all too well about getting too excited too early. 1995, we all know what happened there when you got within 10 laps of winning. But, what's it like sitting back, watching this younger guy do all the work to the end?
It's fantastic, Lee, to tell you the truth.
Not a lot of pressure, is there?
No, not at all. And he's doing a great job. He's done a great job all weekend, and particularly the second half of this year. So I've got full faith in him between now and the end of the race, and I think he'll come on pretty strong, and particularly after we can clean the screen and get some new tyres on him and send him again. So we're looking pretty good.
But you've done a nice job too, mate. Congratulations. Neil was praising you earlier, saying that you are doing the 3-seater rides for Stone Brothers Racing, but you're not racing full time this year. And to jump back in at just Sandown and here is a huge task. So give yourself some evaluation. How do you think you've gone?
I've been really happy with the consistency and the running that I've done, particularly at the start of the race. I hadn't done too many laps up until the start of the race, so I was sort of a bit apprehensive of how I was going to go. But once I got into it and got into a rhythm after about 5 laps, I was fine. But it is a hard thing to do, and coming back and only do this twice a year, there's no doubt about that. But no, I'm really happy with what I've done.
What about the 1 million kilometre kart race you did the other day in preparation for this? Was that useful?
Absolutely. There's no substitute for driving anything for this fitness. You can go out and ride a bike, run as much as you want, but to be able to acclimatise yourself to this sort of strain and mental concentration that you do, anything that you can do on 4 wheels of the steering wheel definitely helps.
You've been taking lots of people for a ride in the Stone Brothers Racing 3-up car this year, and they actually enjoyed the experience, did they?
Yeah, they sure have, and still got a fair few to go between now and the end of the year. So hop on the bandwagon and come out for a ride on the 3-seater, all those people out there watching. But no, I really get a huge enjoyment out of doing that. Just to see the expressions on people's faces when they get out, it's awesome. It's almost as good as winning Bathurst.
If I
maybe.
break out the
Find out.
Yeah, that's right. Fingers crossed. If I break out the credit card, you take me for a blast, mate?
I'll do it for you for nothing.
Oh, big call.
Okay? Old past. Okay? I remember you frightened me once at Calder.
You frightened me once at Calder. I'm not doing that ever again. I don't care what the price is. Good job today, mate, and we've got our fingers crossed for you. There's a lot of people around Australia who would love to see a strong performance from you and your teammate this afternoon. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, Neil, and thank you to all those supporters out there that have got behind us. It's been awesome this week that everybody coming up and saying, even though I'm a Holden supporter, I'd still love to see you win it. But that's been fantastic, and it spurs us on.
There he is, the king of SMS joke text messages.
That's right.
Glenn Seaton. Thanks, mate, and go get him.
Just wait until after today. There might be a few more coming towards you, Lee.
He forwards the worst ones that Craig Lowndes offcuts. They're shockers.
This car's having a strong run today, although there's slight damage on the front. Steve Owen and Tony Longhurst. They've been lurking around in the background, and Steve is just outside the top 10 at the moment. He runs in 13th place. He's fending off Alex Davison, who's a little way down the road behind him, and chasing Paul Dumbrell, who's coming back after that frustrating stop. There's Dumbrell hounding the Bow Jones car. Bow is behind the wheel, Dumbrell looking for an inside line. Look at this, the Gary Rogers car on the WPS Ford. Now, as you're aware, as in regular races, we have compulsory stops for tyres. In the endurance races, there are compulsory stops for tyres and for brake pads. And that window has closed. Everyone has performed their necessary compulsories. So no worries there. Look at this for the lead though. The gap has reduced dramatically. There's half a second in it. Todd Kelly chasing Jamie Whincup for the lead of this motor race.
There's a couple of different strategies at play here too, Lee, that we need to be mindful of. There's this little obvious battle going on between Jamie Whincup and Todd Kelly, but there are a couple of other people that are in different phases of their fuel cycle. John Bower, Brad Jones, Paul Morris, Steve Ellery, even Jason Richards and Andrew Jones. I'll talk more about that as I get a better grasp of it, but we should pay particular attention to them because they are in this motor race, particularly with where they are in the fuel windows.
And Neil, at this stage of the afternoon, you well know at this time of the great race, people are looking at things like economy and ways of saving time here in pit lane by hopefully not having to take on too much fuel. This is the gantry for 888 Race Engineering, and over here in the corner is the stopwatch clock. 4.4 litres per second. That's how much fuel will flow in when the refueling takes place. Up here, this is the critical green light that the car controller will be keeping an eye out for. When the fuel coupling is removed, that green light will illuminate, and that is the cue for the car controller to know that the actual refueling is completed. Let's take a closer look though. Walk with me here. Here is the big 200-litre gantry over here. This is the dead man's handle, the critical one. So if anything goes wrong, the refueler can just let that go. It will cease fueling straight away. Up here, this is quite a heavy unit. I'm going to try and lift it up and hold the microphone at the same time, and I can tell you that's not easy. The hose lengths here are mandated at 2.5 metres minimum. It's a Siamese coupling, so one is for actual fuel to flow into the tank and one is to allow the air to breathe. As you can imagine, when the tank is draining at this stage of the afternoon, there's a lot of air in it, so as new fuel flows in, you've got to let that air escape, and that's the area there where the fuel can, or the air can vent. Now at the top here, here's the critical point. Let me just show you this little switch here. When the Siamese coupling is engaged and fuel is flowing in, this thing here is down, and it tells the actual car controller that the refueling process is underway. The moment he disconnects this Siamese coupling, the car controller knows that that green light will go out. He knows that the refueling's completed.
Yeah, good explanation there. Thanks, Rusty. It's fascinating. Different teams do it in different ways. Some people are measuring time and therefore flow rates, and other people are using weight. They've got load cells in those fuel tanks. Lots of different strategies at play here.
Jamie Whincup. He's got the race lead and he's got Todd Kelly under control, and both of them are pulling away from James Courtney.
This man has 3 endurance race podiums in a row. The 2005 Bathurst and Sandown races, Sandown again this year, with different co-drivers, of course. This year he's with Craig Lowndes. Jamie Whincup I'm talking about. He's done a lot of training to prepare for this race. He is a regular championship driver in 5th place in the championship, nearly 500 points behind his teammate Lowndes. But a remarkably consistent season for a driver who was brilliant in winning the Clipsal 500 in Adelaide back in the first round of the season. He'll hand over to Craig on the next stint. I'll clean that windscreen, of course, in the process. Lowndes has not won here since 1996. It was a dominant win in 96 and the world was at his feet. He went overseas in 97 to compete in Formula 3000 against the likes of Juan Pablo Montoya, and just floundered a little bit for a number of reasons, lack of funds, and was a little bit isolated. Came back to Australia, and after more success in the championship, he still failed to win at Bathurst, and indeed, since joining Ford, has not found quite the right team until the last couple of seasons. So there's a lot riding on this car. Whincup hoping to break through, and Lowndes hoping to start putting in the numbers at Bathurst to justify his ranking as arguably the best driver in the series. The margin now, 1.6 seconds to Todd Kelly. Rick and Todd between them have won the last 3 Bathurst 1000s. Rick had that extraordinary double with Greg Murphy, and Todd winning on his 26th birthday last year with Mark Skaife. Rick probably put down the signs of a great race here today, because he came out in Saturday practice and managed to beat his qualifying time, and that in the first half hour. So they have been finding more and more speed in their car, and did finish 3rd fastest in the shootout. They weren't too concerned there about where they finished. They positioned themselves for the race.
Settle down there. Nice work, just nice and smooth now.
Margin between Jamie Whincup and Todd Kelly is back out to 2.2 seconds. James Courtney, not sure what strategy he's running to at this stage. As his co-driver Glenn Seaton said, the windscreen needs to be cleaned, but I have a feeling they need to find a little car speed if they're going to match the top 2 in that sprint to the finish. But Courtney now 5.5 seconds behind the top 2. There he is at the head of a queue. Gilden, Lyons, Richards, Baird, Ellery, Wheel, Bernard.
Both those lead cars are basically on the same strategy at the moment. The fuel window opens and closes for both Jamie Whincup and Todd Kelly between laps 126 and 131. What's interesting is because of the lack of green flag running that we've had in this race, it'll be real nip and tuck for those guys. If we do get a clean run through to the end, they'll know, they'll certainly have a better indication than we do up here at the moment. But the track's rubbering up, the pace is hot, they're running in low 9s at the moment. They won't know precisely what the predicted fuel burn's likely to be for that. So if they stop as late as lap 131 when they're basically out of fuel, that gives them 30 laps to the end, and that'll be a real nail-biter. They can come in a fraction early, but then the risk increases. Our old mate's on the line down there at the moment, Brad Jones. You're playing a strategy game as well. You came in on lap 115 and threw some fuel in. That's given you more flexibility towards the end of this race, and also means your stationary time is reduced, BJ.
Absolutely, Cromley. You're a genius. We don't have that right pace today, unfortunately, and we've been belted from pillar to post, it seems, from minute to minute. So we've got a pretty good strategy running, I think, and so we just need to stop for a splash.
Mate, been a tough day for you for lots of reasons. I was just watching John's speed there a moment ago. He was kind of lurking in or around the 12s. When you and I spoke earlier in the weekend, you were so upbeat about the performance of this car. Are you a bit mystified as to where the pace might have gone?
A little bit. You know, we were hoping to put a bit of roll centre into it on the last stop, but we were so busy doing other things that we didn't get to it. So it just won't turn on the slow stuff, and it's a little taily across the top of the hill. But the hardest part about this is passing people. And once you're in line, as John is now, you either need to be quite desperate to get by someone, or you just need to sit there patiently. But not everyone sits patiently around you, so if someone has a lunge at you, then you ultimately get belted and turned around. So it's a pretty tough game to play at the moment.
Brad, for you, for the team and for BOC, what would be a satisfying result today, knowing that you don't have the pace of the front runners? Currently, John sits in 12th position. Your strategy should elevate you into the top 10. Is that something that will be satisfying?
I think so. I think any time you finish in the top 10 in one of these races is satisfying. I'd like to finish in the top 5, but we need a couple of things to go our way. So a start would be for it to run green to the end. So we just need to see what happens, knuckle down, and hopefully we'll make a little bit of a change on the car when we come in, and JB can leapfrog a couple of guys in the pit stop, and it's still possible. We could still finish in the top 5.
Brad, there's usually a bit of chaos in this race from 10 o'clock sometimes through until the early afternoon, but rarely have we seen a race, certainly in the recent past, where the weirdness has extended so far through the day. It's really been an odd race in terms of everybody settling into a known rhythm and understanding car trends, tyre wear, fuel burns and ultimate pace.
Absolutely, and it's very difficult. We had a problem at the start. We only just missed going a lap down, but had good pace. We were running very close to the leader's pace at that time, and then the pace cars have not stopped coming out since then. And I mean, that's the mark of the race, isn't it? Sometimes it's green for a long time, other times, it's caution after caution after caution. Who would have thought two of the fastest cars here would have been out by the time the first pit stops came around? So it's a mystical race. It's there for the taking, and Lowndes, I guess, looking pretty good at the moment, considering he's struggled for pace all week.
Because you're that much older than me, you've got a bit of extra wisdom. So, in your opinion, why do you think there's so much weirdness going on today? Is there pressure in the race? People just trying to do such amazing lap speed?
I think that's part of it. The cars are quite, to go fast in one of these things, they need to be very edgy, and to be that way, you need to be used to driving them. And this place rewards the brave, but if you're a little too brave, it smacks you pretty hard, and we've seen a fair bit of that going on today. It's not like a normal racetrack where you career through the paddock a little bit and then wobble back onto the track. Here you bang a wall and you're out of the race, and we've seen a fair bit of that. So I think it's important to be committed, but here you've got to not get the amount of bravery that you have confused with I guess, your technique and your ability.
Thanks for taking time to talk to us this afternoon, mate. I know it's a bit of a nail-biting time in the motor race. Good luck for the remainder. Hope you get a result out of it.
Yeah, it's not too bad for me. I'm out of the car, so you know what it's like. From we had the shower, look at me in bucks. I just got to sit here and wait till the end.
I reckon you actually look about 750 grand, to be honest, but there you go. $1 million will do. Get off.
Thanks.
That's your time.
There's a hook.
Yeah, meters run out.
So, yeah.
Thanks, Brad Jones from Team BOC. It's a good scrap going on further back in the field here. Car 8. The WPS Ford of David Bernard fending off Steve Owen in the Autobahn Commodore. Then there's John Bow in behind, then Paul Dumbrell and Alex Davison. It's not for the major positions, but it's good hard racing, and these cars are all on the lead lap. And it counts. These guys know they can't win the motor race just yet. There's still a long way to go, but they know that if it remains as is, there's no chance, but they still want the highest place possible.
The other car that is kind of mirroring the situation of the Team BOC car, and this is Paul Dumbrell making contact with John Bow very lightly.
And John says, not again.
Yeah, down at Forest Elbow. Here's a replay from onboard PD's car. A little tap in the left rear. He got out of it. Fortunately, didn't go on with it and turn into a bigger mess there.
The car's been beaten up. Steve Owen on David Bernard. Good, clean move. And that works, and that gets Steve Owen and his Autobahn Commodore into the top 10 in the Super Cheap Auto 1000.
Jason Richards and Andrew Jones, they've got a different fuel strategy going because of the different things that happened to them today as well. And a little bit like his uncle's situation for Andrew, where they can stop later and therefore they don't have to put near as much fuel in the car to get it through to the end. They're currently lapping in the low 11s. Really not the kind of pace to match with the leaders, but on corrected order, they could be a spoiler in the James Courtney, Glenn Seaton potential podium that might be on today, as we have a look in the shadows now at the glowing exhaust headers in the WPS Ford. Isn't that a great shot? I reckon there's some energy generated by these things. Whincup continues to lap in the low 9s. Kelly's just a fraction slower than him, but he's shadowing. He's not letting him get too far away. It's only 3.3 seconds at the moment. Then it's James Courtney, Luke Youlden, Richard Lyons, Jason Richards, Craig Baird, Steve Ellery, Paul Wheel, Steve Owen, David Bernard, John Bow, Paul Dumbrell, Alex Davis and Lee Holdsworth. That's the top 15.
And look at Alex, he's really been hustling. He's tagged onto the back of this group. He's with Dumbrell now. He's the last car on the right-hand side. The Accor Premier Vacation Club. Dick Johnson Racing Ford. Pushing, pushing, pushing. Go on board with David Bernard. He's just lost a spot. Steve Owen.
He's 11th at the moment. 9.2 that lap for Jamie Whincup. 9.67 for Todd Kelly, 3.8 seconds. So he's pinched another couple of tenths of a second. James Courtney did a 10.2, so he's about a second a lap away from the leaders at the moment. 10.4 Luke Youlden, Richard Lyons 12.1, 11.7 Jason Richards, 11 even Craig Baird. Gives you an idea of the pace of the key cars at the moment.
Here is your race leader, and look at that. That's what 3.8 seconds looks like as they climb the mountain. Whincup back to Todd Kelly. Ford back to Holden. A driver who is yet to win Bathurst. A guy who is the defending Bathurst champion.
In this lap will be Paul Dumbrell in Stephen Richards' number 7 Jack Daniels car. It's going to be a very quick stop. In fact, the limiting factor may well be the driver change because they don't need to put a lot of fuel in.
When we come back, we will give you something we give you every year. A full lap around Bathurst on your own.
Margin now from Whincup to Todd Kelly is nearly 4 seconds. But Todd Kelly has more than 7 seconds on James Courtney. Courtney did a 2:09.7 on lap 125, which was his best time of the race so far, but unfortunately for him, the two drivers ahead of him have been much more regularly at that pace. Courtney was able to put in that quick one. Here he is. And into the pits for the champion of 2005, Russell Ingall and Luke Youlden at the wheel of course for this stint.
I want you to turn your light off, mate, and make sure that you free
on
the
here.
hose. It's removed from your seat. Reset the fuel.
They're in position
All right,
5.
mate, take your belt all the way off, back them right out. And I want you to concentrate on pulling up square on the mark. Very important. All right, mate, disconnect now.
18 cars left in the race. And of those 18, 15 are on the lead lap. Dumbrell is also pitted. Driver change here. Russell Ingall getting in for the last stint. And he will go hard. Nothing to lose for this man. Championship pretty much out of reach. And he relishes a no-holds-barred contest, unlike last year where he was treading lightly to try and preserve his championship lead.
Keep pumping, keep pumping. Get ready. Go, 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 go.
Holdsworth also in the pits. Ingall emerges, and this will be it. This car will run to the finish.
Another set of brake pads in the front of Russell's car to make sure he's got good brake performance to complete this race. So that's the second pad stop for the reigning champions car. Taken on the fuel, cleaned the screen. That's vital, particularly with the western sun heading up pit straight and going up into the cutting. It's sometimes quite blinding this time of day. Car number 88 is also now in.
So too is car 4.
And this is critical because remember Glenn told us about the poor visibility problem on the front of James's car. There you see the single point refuel coupled up to the back there. Fuel in on one side, fuel vent on the other. Here's the screen. Pads also for this car. That will be a huge relief.
Oil on water, Neil, for James Courtney, but it took a little while to get the fuel into the car there, so it's a little slow. Pads again, and remember, as we mentioned already, James Courtney staying in for the double stint. He's out. The double 8 car is in. Craig Lowndes is ready. The triple 8 car is due in the next lap.
And there is the Lions Simonson car. Service gone for the final time.
So it should be a pretty clean shot to the end of the race for these guys now, with 30 laps to go. Just depends on the precise number of litres per lap that they're burning at this point in time. Most people are somewhere between 3.5 to 4 litres.
Now that's a shame. That car has run strong today.
Shame, isn't it?
Started in the top 10, ran in the top 10 for the majority of the day. But their chances are done now. Dean Canto and Lee Holdsworth. I was going to say before, Neil, we should give Richard Lyons a pat on the back. First timer, one of 6 rookies this weekend. The Irishman, who lives in Australia but races in Japan, has conducted himself very well around Mount Panorama. It's a big task when you've never raced here before, and it's only his second race in a V8 supercar, so well done, Richard Lyons at Team 888. Roland Dane, the team principal, was singing his praises to us prior to Sandown, and now Russell Ingall is on the charge. Look out. Alan Simonson is behind the wheel of the 88 now after Lyons' stint was finished, and Russell is busy, and he's impatient. He wants a way through.
Wait for the right moment here without taking too much of a risk. Sometimes you can whip down the inside, but you need to be seen by the other guy to do that, because the whole he's got much more corner exit speed here. You should be able to hammer him down into the chase. He's okay now.
Good straight line speed from Simonson, and Simonson's going to have the run on the inside of the chase. Look at this. Russell will have to yield, but then he'll come back under brakes, does he? No. Alan Simonson with plenty of straight line grunt. Stone Brothers engine versus Stone Brothers engine. And that will frustrate Russell Ingall.
Campbell Little's telling Jamie be ready to go to reserve in the 888 car, race leader, so any tick of the clock we'll expect to see him in.
Just a little bit busy.
Oh, Rusty just picked the throttle up a bit aggressively there and oversteered off the exit of turn 1. It hurts his exit speed just when he wanted to make a really clean exit to have a crack at this fella at the end of the mountain straight. So he'll basically be trapped there now for at least the next half to 3/4 of a lap, and he's not showing a monstrous amount of extra car speed. Once he gets clear, if he can, he'll probably skip away, but it just goes to show how difficult it can be. Looking over his left shoulder at the workload here, second gear, the cutting. You can see his throttle there, you can see his hands. See how he short shifts second to third. That means he doesn't use all of the available 7,500 revs. Doesn't want to crank the car into oversteer at the rear. You see glimpses of the preceding car. He's right under his rear bumper at the moment. So it's about knowledge, wisdom, understanding, rhythm at the moment, because a lot of the time Russell can't quite see where he's going. Incidentally, Todd Kelly is in now in car number 15 while we're watching all this.
Well, let's see how they do it down at Toll HSV.
Todd's
slow.
This is slow. Couldn't actually get out there for a tick.
Todd looks tired too, boys. They told him to switch to reserve about a lap ago now. Rick Kelly is in the car. Fuel continuing to flow in, 15 seconds worth so far. A quick clean of the screen, 4 tyres on. One of the crew members has a pressurised backpack which replenishes the drink bottle in this car as well, so they've done that.
Go, 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 go!
27 seconds, she was bone dry, boys, 118.8 litres,
Greg,
nothing left.
I can tell you that Triple Eight were out watching that stop. They had their stopwatch out to see how much fuel was going into that car. They have a little bit up their sleeve at Triple Eight. They don't want to quite fill this car. They're seeing if they've got a 2 or 3 second gap and just take that little bit less fuel aid to give Lowndes the pace to the end.
I reckon Rick missed a gear coming out. Then you see the flame coming out the exhaust, and he was looking down, either that or he couldn't get it out of gear. It was maybe stuck on the limiter, but there was just a momentary hesitation there for him.
Is Rick Kelly driving to his 3rd Bathurst victory? He'll need to get past Craig Lowndes first, while Russell Ingall continues to try and get past Alan Simonson. And we will wait and watch for Jamie Whincup to come in. Lowndes will get behind the wheel, and then it's on between Lowndes and Kelly. Here's Whincup. Is this his in-lap? I would expect so.
It is. I think they've just warned him about being too aggressive over the curbs. There he is. He's just told the team, I'm in pit lane, so they go into alert mode. Just cracks it across the top of the curbing, but not on the dirt, which is the thing they'll cop the penalty for.
Disconnect your check hose, loosen your belts.
Now we're watching for 2 things here, how efficient the pit stop is and where Lowndes enters the circuit in relation to Rick Kelly. Big cheers along pit straight for the 888 Ford. 10 years ago, Craig Lowndes won his one and only Bathurst. Will today be his second on the day he paid the final tribute to his friend, his mentor, Peter Brock. Well done, Jamie Whincup. You did everything that was asked of you, and now it's up to Lowndes.
He's already won 4 races this year. We've had 21 of them so far in the championship. Darryl?
Neil playing a lot of importance in getting that windscreen clean. You can see how dirty it was for an inboard camera. Lowndes a little slow way. They're telling him to hold just while the fuel's still going in. He wants to go, he's eager. And he was very upbeat about Jamie's laps in that car. He reeled off about 8 laps in that session, 9 zeros and 9 twos, and he split some good. Lowndes is pumped.
And this is Kelly coming up the straight. Lowndes has got out easily. Kelly's got the momentum, but Lowndes should still, he's got a mile of favour.
He's made some margin there, so that was the long stop to put all the fuel.
That's Craig in front, obviously. I didn't touch the bias on that run, so it still should be okay for full fuel. The bars I didn't touch much either. It went a little bit more oversteery than understeery later in part of that stint.
It's Todd talking to Rick.
And the chase is on. Has this young man got anything for Craig Lowndes? The top 2 in the championship are the top 2 in the race.
27 points apart in the championship coming into this round of the championship, and at the moment the 888 car will earn 320 points for its drivers, and these guys, if they do finish second, could get 310 points. So if it stays this way, still a lot of racing to come, it's going to remain a nail-biter in terms of points. That is before the corrected order after they drop their worst round.
Greg?
We'll try and just get a word here with Todd Kelly. He says, yes, we can talk to him. Just in the latter part of that stint there, you didn't seem to put too much pressure on Jamie. Jamie put a couple of seconds on you there. Was that a question mark of economy?
Oh, we're really sticking to the plan as we have done all day. There was a pretty big safety margin when I was in the car then. You know, I was sort of a foot off the walls more than I should have been everywhere. As our plan was, we just needed to get it to the last stint. It's a good car. I was easy on the brakes as well. So Rick's sort of up to him now. I gave the best car I could to him without taking too many risks, and we'll just see what happens.
Just run through with him there on the radio the sorts of things in terms of settings that he needs to be aware of. Anything he needs to change on the run here?
Yeah, just as the run goes on in this stint, as the tyres go up, I just gave him a bit of an idea on what bar settings to concentrate on and bias and things like that, just so we've got a good car at the end.
From a track position standpoint, we can see the advantage that Lowndes has at the moment. Can Repco have a go here?
We'll wait and see. There could be a safety car yet, which will even it out, but we really haven't got the most out of our car today. I think there's a little bit left in it, and we don't have much to lose here, so I'm sure Rick will try and get that last bit.
Fingers crossed for the brothers Kelly.
Thank you.
Well, Jamie Whincup, I've spent some time in your garage over the last 10 or 15 laps and rolling, and boys giving you information. You responded, you pulled a nice gap, you've had a great stint.
The car's extremely quick at 888, and Craig have asked me to do a job this weekend, and quite frankly, I just didn't want to let him down. I wanted to do the best job I could, and to lead the race, to have a nice gap, all 4 wheels on the car. The windscreen's still in it. It's all 100%. I'm just very, very happy with myself. You know, it's probably the best job I could have done. It's, I'm just concentrating so hard. I've been training very hard for this sort of moment. And contract negotiations are next week, so I'm very, very happy.
Well, they should be promising, but you look at the beginning of the day and we spoke to you and you had to come through the field. You didn't stop under the safety like the rest of you. You said it will come to us at the end of the day, and it has.
Well, we had a plan. We had a plan on our strategy. It's a lottery, of course, but the strategy that we're playing today, and which we have done, has won the race before. Very simple. Stop 4 times, run it out of petrol. There's no rocket science involved. Now Craig's back in. We've got a healthy gap, and fingers crossed, I'm fully confident he can do the job, and I'm sure the car is up to the job as well.
Go sit back and enjoy the moment while it's happening.
Yeah, will do. Thanks, Darryl.
Craig just came on the radio a moment ago and told his crew to pass on to Jamie. He did a fantastic job. So upbeat in that garage at the moment.
Contract negotiations next week, huh? That's handy.
He slipped that one in.
Good for him. He deserves a massive pat on the back. As you ride with Lowndes. Paul Wheel actually leads this race at the moment, but does need to stop one more time in the number 50 Super Cheap Auto Commodore, the sole remaining Super Cheap car. And he and Nathan Pretty have done a very nice job. They started at rear of the field today. Paul crashed the car earlier in the weekend. They did not make it out for qualifying. Paul himself was under the car with a welder doing repair work as Lowndes ducks under the number 8 WPS Ford, and now Wheel and Pretty lead the way with 1 stop to go. They've got a top 10 in the bag.
It could be another safety car which will wipe out all our gaps, so we just got to look after our car and our tyres and keep a nice and clean car.
The message, don't go too hard. Basically, he did a 10 even on that lap. When you consider the fuel load on it, that's a pretty good time. And they would have all held their breath a little when he snuck up the inside, and you're always not 100% sure whether the other guy can see you. Incidentally, on that particular lap, Repco did a 2:9.4. He took 0.6 of a second out of him. So he's got good pace too with a car that's very heavy on fuel.
You know what? That's only 0.6 of a second away from the fastest lap of the day. Lowndes owns the fast lap today at a 2 minutes 08.8. Scaife's lap record has not fallen today. You can kind of understand that because it's been a weird day. One thing we like to do for you each and every year is give you a lap of Bathurst by yourselves. Turn the volume up at home and enjoy the ride with Craig Lowndes.
Sorry, Campbell, towards the rear or take some off?
Take some off the rear, go to the front quarter.
An oversteer moment also for Craig Lowndes as he came off turn 1. He made a little anti-roll bar adjustment on the car, and then Campbell also gave him some encouragement just to change the brake bias.
That's how Ingle did it on the Zinger replay. Inside, 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 good, forceful stuff, and Simonson ran out of road. And Ingle escapes.
Rick Kelly took another 1.1 seconds out of Craig Lowndes on that lap. They're 5th and 7th on the road at the moment. There's still factually other people in front of them. Paul Wheel, Steve Owen, John Bowe, Alex Davison. They're on different fuel strategies at this time. Should I say, I'll stand corrected. They're 10 even for Craig Lowndes on that lap. 9-4 for Rick Kelly. Still taking time out of it. Oh. Richards off the road there. He's in 10th place at the moment. Found the grass on the exit of the chase. We had to jump out of Craig Lowndes' cockpit before because of the passing move for Russell Ingall. So let's go on board now with Russell and have a look at the 6.2 Ks with the reigning champion. Lap on board with Russell Ingall. Busy boy in a couple of spots. He made a big anti-roll bar adjustment on the car. Incidentally, Rick Kelly took another half second out of Craig Lowndes. Craig's getting a bit frustrated at the moment. He's behind Alex Davison and he's frustrated that he can't get by him. He's asked for blue flags. They've checked with race control and they said, well, they're not going to do that. You just have to be calm and clever was the instruction from Campbell.
I did say at yesterday's driver's briefing that it would go half a lap maximum if they felt the driver was not observing the blue flags. Lowndes up the inside of Davison and makes it stick. But that was a high-risk move.
It was a high-risk move. They would have all sucked some air down in the 888 garage when they spotted that one.
And he's looking for a way past too. John Bowe in the Team BOC Ford. Thinks about it at the elbow and then thinks twice. It's a lot safer, a lot more secure a move to do it here on Conrod. Lights are on the 888 Ford. We ride with Lowndes.
He's well aware though of the fact that he'll be seeing glimpses of Rick Kelly here and there. He knows he's coming. Can't afford to get trapped for too long. Mind you, Rick's got to deal with him as well. John just rolls out of the throttle a little early to make it easier for Craig.
There's Kelly in the background. He is coming. This is good. 22 laps to go, and it's a fair fight. Ford versus Holden. Zinger replay, watch this move.
This is a sweaty palm move, this one. Just 210, 215 Ks before you put your foot on the brake pedal up the top at Skyline, and Alex gave him lots of space, had to get into the dirty line to actually let all that go through cleanly.
That's it, isn't it? It's a two-way deal. You've got to give Davison some credit for some heads-up driving. And Lowndes now has a clear passage. Look at him looking in the mirror.
Rick Kelly took 2 seconds on that lap.
He is coming. 21 laps to go. Hope you can stay with us all the way to the flag.
The task ahead is for Rick Kelly to free himself from these two slower cars and resume the chase. How many seconds will he lose in the process? Lowndes will try and make the most of it. Kelly is having a crack at Davison. Well, almost pulled off the same move that Lowndes did. Down we go towards Forest Elbow, which is coming up, his next big opportunity. Let's see what he can do down the straight as Rick Kelly starts to feel the same frustration that the race leader did. Don't forget, he's got a couple of Fords ahead of him here. I don't think they'll let him by in a hurry, certainly not as easily as they let Craig Lowndes by. Maybe the president of Ford, Tom Gorman's been on the radio. And the Holden fans who were cheering Kelly into the pits at the last driver change will not like this. The Ford fans will be screaming. There's been a lot of noise in pit straight. It might be difficult for you to hear.
Cars in front are yet to stop, but they are for position at the moment.
Well, that explains it. The problem is, of course, he can't let Lowndes get away from him. These guys are fairly holding him up. There we go. Straight past John Bowe, who gives him racing room. Davison, I should say. Now he's in pursuit of Bowe. Race leader is still Paul Wheel ahead of Steve Owen, wheeled by 9 seconds. Those guys yet to make their final stops. That'll be a splash and go. They're running it pretty close. Lowndes' margin to Bowe is already 4 seconds. And Kelly's still stuck behind Bowe.
Because it's taken some work for Rick Kelly to get by Alex Davison. Now he has to deal with John Bowe. He's going to look for the inside run here and will dispose of John Bowe at the fastest point of this racetrack. Entrance to the chase. Now it's on. There's clear track ahead between Lowndes and Rick Kelly, but that was costly.
Last lap it cost him 2 seconds. He made 2 the previous lap. This one will have hurt a little bit as well, but now clear air for both of them for a while.
Now is the first time we can see with a clear run.
Did a 9.3 that lap. Kelly an 11.2, so lost 2 seconds additional in that process. That was costly.
Now let's see what Rick Kelly's got as the Autobahn Commodore is in for its final stop. Steve Owen and Tony Longhurst.
Go!
Done. Away they go to finish their day on the mountain. What is about to unfold up front? Does Kelly have something for Lowndes is the question. Here's your race leader. last year, where it all started so well, it all looked right. It looked like Lowndes was going to be unbeatable.
Did you see the plastic bag then?
Did you get the shakes? And it all went away when he slapped the wall. And then in a very scary incident, the loose wheel from Paul Dumbrell's car smashed into Craig's windscreen at the top of the roof. And those plastic bags can be nasty if they get caught and block the air intake, cause the cars to overheat. It's disastrous.
He's pushing hard. He just pinched the inside front brake there at Forest Elbow. Ooh, what's this?
Nice poor wheel.
Okay, backed her up into the tyre cushion at turn 2. We heard that this car might have had a leak, and it's temporarily stationary there, and then got it underway once more as we go back to our race leader.
Now this is a fair square to square comparison. Lowndes on Kelly will update you when they come across the line, Greg.
Lee, I can tell you that the reason the Super Cheap car may have been reported for leaking fluid, they'd actually serviced Paul Wheel, kept him in the car. He's going to double stint it all the way to the finish here, but it may have been overfilled perhaps with fuel. Maybe that's the reason. It was the out lap that happened for Paul Wheel. Todd Kelly has been like a cat on a hot tin roof during that whole period where Rick was trying to get past the BOC entry, and was really relieved when he could finally do that. Now the final point of interest for you at the moment here is that the Triple 18, that plastic bag you saw with Craig Lowndes a few moments ago, their nerves went right up, and that's because during the break, the 88 car of Alan Simonson was forced to make a pit stop. Why? A plastic bag was in that air intake on the splitter, and the temperature was going through the roof. Neil, you know what that's like.
Yeah, that's what happened to Craig and I in 2002. It's similar conditions, really blustery out there at the moment, as you'll be feeling in the pit lane, Rusty. Blustery from the west-southwest, and it only takes one of those... this is the reason why there's trouble there. So car number 88 at the helm was Simonson, made contact there with David Bernard in car 8, and crack, round he went. And other cars have been warned about the debris on the road. Incidentally, the John Bow, Brad Jones, BOC Fords back in the pit lane. Now, last lap for Lowndes, he made a little gain again on Rick Kelly to the first sector on this lap. He's made another 0.4 of a second. So it looks like Craig's car's just getting a little stronger now as it's just emptying down the fullest load of that fuel. Initially, Rick was taking huge amounts of time.
It's about 7.5 seconds between this man and Rick Kelly, with 19 laps to go. Daz?
Well, Tony, it's been a pretty steady day for yourself and Steve, and how's it been back at Bathurst?
Yeah, good. We've had a good day. That's the best we can do. We're about a second and a half off the good cars. So far, we haven't made a mistake, so all Steve's got to do is bring it home now.
Been interesting. I guess you've had a chance to have a bit of a look at it during your rest, and the stints, the amount of safety cars and yellows we've had today, and now the run is to the flag.
Just amazing the amount of accidents we've had. You know, you can't push that hard. Like, you know, everyone's driving now 10 tenths, and you just can't do it for an hour in, hour off. And, you know, just what happens, people get tired and bang it up. You know, we've had a bit of a good run now that there hasn't been any for a while, so I think perhaps everyone's settled down now for the last half an hour, 45 minutes.
You go away and focus on those tarmac rallies now.
Yeah, I can't wait to get him a Subaru next year.
Thanks, Tony.
Cheers.
Good to see him up on the mountain. Clocks up another one. His 24th Bathurst start.
Margins normalised a bit now between Craig and Rick. 2 minutes 9.6 for Craig last lap, 2 minutes 9.8 for Rick Kelly. The official margin 7.2 seconds, and they now show at the top of the leaderboard with everybody else having made their stops. Incidentally, when I said the 14 car, the Team BOC entry was in. John Bowes jumped out, Brad Jones is in, they've done fuel. They didn't need a heap of it, obviously. Wheels, tyres, and done the driver change.
The WPS boys just ensuring there was no rubbing guard there. They were clearing that with the fresh tyre for David Bernard as he's released after that incident with Alan Simonson.
Now, the Alex Davis and Grant Denny car number 18 showing third at the moment, but they've got another stop. The fuel window for them is going to come for lap 153. So within the next 10 laps, they'll have to stop and put juice on. They won't need a heap of it, but that's going to plunge them down the order.
Now, to be precise, the margin just grew by a tenth of a second between first and second. Lowndes over Kelly, 7.2 seconds last time around. Craig's found a rhythm, no traffic. Rick's found a rhythm, no traffic. Finally feel like we're getting into the race now. We're seeing what people can do.
It took till 4 o'clock. Tony's observation was right. I think it's just, and it's been my hunch during the day, that everyone's just trying so hard. It was so wound up into a ball to make this qualifying speed lap after lap that you just get errors.
So the fans on the mountain have a head-to-head fight.
The car's sliding there quite a lot. Typically cars tend to do that coming out of the chase in that position. But, Rick really had some attitude on the car that time. He's pushing very hard. 2 minutes 9.5 for Craig Lowndes. 2 minutes 9.4 for Rick Kelly. So things have settled down. He took a tenth off him that lap. Still 7.1 seconds. And Campbell just reassures Craig Lowndes of the margin.
This is James Courtney, the gelled Glenn Ford. And only his second Bathurst appearance. He's teamed with Glenn Seaton. We chatted with Glenn not long ago. So long as they stay as is, it should be fine for a podium.
10.4 then for James, so giving away about a second on the 2 lead cars. And here's Russell, 9.6 for him on the last lap. So he's got some pace at the moment. And he could actually get to James with that sort of pace.
And there's a lot on the line here today for the Blue Oval. This event has been dominated since 1999 by Holden. Ford's last win was at the hands of Jason Bright and Stephen Richards for Stone Brothers Racing. Back then, it was the Pertec Ford. And Lowndes could give the Ford fans something to cheer about, something they've been waiting for a long, long time.
Two key players in the championship are the 2 key players in the race, isn't it? There's something about the way in which those teams and drivers are going about their championship season this year.
Championships that have been affected here today. The drivers are Mark Winterbottom, out early. Garth Tander didn't even get to drive. And Jason Bright. And the main runners, Stephen Johnson also affected, who's 8th in the championship. He crashed at high speed on top of the mountain. Here's the Team Surrey entry of Paul Morris and Stephen Ellery. And I'm sure these guys would be somewhat enthused by their run today. They started in 15th position. And it's, look, the car looks good, doesn't it? No damage on it. And it's still running strong. Stephen, incidentally, is in 7th position as we go inside the Tasman Motorsport car, Jason Richards. Jason's back in 8th at the moment. And if things remain as is, for the last 15 or so laps, there will be no podium this year for Jason Richards.
They ran out of fuel, that really hurt them.
Yeah. What Neil's talking about there, the car ran out of fuel right at pit entry and the team members had to run down pit lane and push it to the stop.
That's actually a disservice. I shouldn't say that. It just didn't pick up the reserve amount of fuel at the bottom of the tank. That's some little pump failure perhaps there.
We're on the way home. Can Lowndes be caught? We'll find out.
The next car for position is car 3. 6 seconds ahead of you.
15 laps to go. And the margin is still 7 seconds. The fly in the ointment, so to speak. Alex Davison in 3rd position on track. We understand yet to make a pit stop. James Courtney in 4th. But after all the pit stops are played out, should be in 3rd place. But under some threat from Russell Ingall, who's closed to within just under 5 seconds of Courtney. Then Stephen Richards. There's the race leader though. the Triple 8. Good solid run from the second Team Better Electrical car too, which has had a lot of problems. Simonson back in 13th position, just behind Jones and Bow, who've had a similar story to tell. A 2-minute 9.27 from Craig Lowndes across the start-finish line. Let's watch for second placed Kelly. It's down to 6.9 seconds, so he's made up a little bit of ground with a 2.91. So the duel is
to go,
on.
Mate. 15 laps to go, remember. Smoothness and rhythm, smoothness and rhythm.
Coaxing from pit lane. The men in the garage have no control now other than that radio. Here is the Davis and Denyer car coming in for the pit stop. That will vault James Courtney up to third, Ingle to fourth, and so on. It's been a great run for the second of Dick Johnson's cars. The first one was out very early in the piece. Off they go to feed back into the queue. Very light fuel load, of course, on that car now. Just enough to get it to the line. The last 15 laps. That, of course, saved time on the pit stop. Enables Davison to maintain at the pace. So it's Lowndes by 6.9 to Rick Kelly. Then a big gap to James Courtney. Can he hold third now from Russell Ingle? That's the other question. Neither really with the championship at stake. Ingle perhaps a slim chance. Rick Kelly's just turned in the fastest lap of the race, a 2.88 as he chases down Craig Lowndes. The lead is 6.35 seconds.
Okay, the familiar call from Craig Lowndes, and all that means is...
laps to go, so we don't need to get too carried away.
He's answering a call from Campbell Little, and you heard him there, his race engineer say, we've got 14 laps to go, we don't need to get too carried away.
It was only Rick was only making about a tenth of a second a lap, and with the number of laps to go, that wasn't going to get the job done. But when he takes chunks like that, it gets a bit more interesting. That's a very handsome time at this point in time. 2 minute 8.8, margin now down to 6.3 seconds. It's still a fair old gap.
Kelly is opening the taps. He's only a tenth and a half off race lap record pace. And Lowndes knows that he's being pursued.
Such different conditions to this time last year. Mark Scaife did a 2 minute 8.65. The air this time last year 13 degrees, the track was 18. How different are the numbers in 2006?
It has been summertime weather here in Bathurst on the other side of the Blue Mountains, and Lowndes is really hustling.
He had the rear brakes locked on the run into Forest Elbow that time, and then because his pace was a little hot, he couldn't quite pull it up for the left-hander at Forest Elbow. Just chirping the front left tyre as it unloaded a little bit. Car rolling right through the corner. He knows the pressure is on from Rick.
Don't get us wrong, there is still a very healthy lead to this man. It's 6.3 seconds as of the last lap around. But when you see someone eating into your lead margin lap after lap after lap, a big lead very quickly becomes a little lead.
Both the boys are pushing hard. You can see the language in the cars. You know, he's sliding on the exit of the chase there, just like we saw Rick doing previously. Let's see what the stopwatch tells us this time for Craig. 2 minute 9.6, his fastest lap of the day has been an 8.8. He did that on lap 91. Any tick of the clock, along comes Rick. He's done a 9.5, so he took a tenth out of him that lap. It's still 6.3 seconds the margin.
What does it do from a driver's point of view where now Rick Kelly has him in his sights? They were both on pit straight at the same time. That guy in front suddenly seems achievable. That target is achievable.
Well, Rick knows that it's not going to be easy to try and pinch time. What's going to be difficult here is to try and maintain composure, not try and break out of the rhythm of the car. That's what Rick's got to manage, and Eric Pender and his group are making sure that Rick stays focused there.
This will be a good scrap here. This is for the 10th and final place. Alex Davison for Dick Johnson Racing up against Jason Bargwanna in the WPS Ford. Bargwanna is a former race winner here at Bathurst. And car number 10 wants position number 10.
You can see how dirty it is off the race line. Nice and rubbered up on the race line, but either side it's very dusty and dirty, a lot of rubber debris. If you get on that stuff at the moment, it's really diabolical. But what Rick will be hoping for is either a safety car or some traffic or a small mistake from Craig Lowndes to just break this margin. 6.32 seconds the last time through on the control line.
Run through the order for you behind these guys. Courtney still holds on to that third place from Ingle, Stephen Richards, Stephen Ellery, Jason Richards is 7th, and Steve Owen holds down the 8th place from Paul Wheel, and then Alex Davison. Pargs is still hot in pursuit as the shadows grow long. We go on board the Caltex Ford with Ingle in 4th, and if he's going to stand on the podium, he needs to push his teammate off it.
He's only 4.5 seconds behind him at the moment, so he's starting to get a bit of a glimpse of the blue Geldwin entry.
There it is. Just a little down Conrod Straight.
He's taking time out of him too to the second split on this lap. Russell's taken 1 second out of James.
The teammates in comparison in the championship, Russell Ingle is 6th. James Courtney is 14th.
6.4 seconds, Lowndes to Kelly. 2 minutes 9.1 for Craig, 2 minutes 9.25 for Rick. It's fairly stable. James Courtney this lap, 2 minutes 10.9. Russell Ingle, 2 minutes 9.6. He's starting to jump in. 3.2 seconds now is the gap between Russell and James Courtney. Sets up an interesting situation in that garage.
Well, you know what? You took the words out of my mouth, because what do? Do you take the sentimental angle and say, hey, Russell, give the kid a podium? Or, on the other side of the coin, Russell needs the championship points because there's guys in front of him that have suffered some adversity today.
It's a question perhaps we should pose to Ross. I'm sure they don't want to talk right at the moment. My hunch is that being hardcore racers, those guys will just let them get on with the job.
Exactly.
Just don't knock the wheels off, boys, or we'll bang your heads together. That'll be the basic message, I should think.
That's what every team manager, team owner says. Go for it, race, but damage it, look out. I can't remember if you updated a moment ago or not, but Lowndes grabbed another 10th of a second, so that lead margin is stabilised at 6.4. And there's Luke Yilden watching on.
And this lap, Rick Kelly's taken 0.2 of a second out to the second sector split. They're not the kind of margins that are going to alter the race outcome.
Darryl, you're down there in the mix. How's the mood?
Ross is obviously just talking to the guys here. I'm not sure what's going on, but I think Neil hit it on the head. I don't think anyone, even a teammate, said you hang out for a beer afterwards. You don't love each other when you're on the racetrack, so I can imagine Russell's going to be too kind to him.
Provided that they keep it clean, I'm sure it'll just be game on.
Whoa, the lead margins come down into the 5-second range.
Gee, Rick just did another 8.8. 2 minutes 8.8, and Craig immediately on the radio saying how many laps left. So he's just starting to feel a little bit sweaty about it. 2 minutes 9.4 that lap for Craig. So 5.7 seconds. He whipped 0.6 of a second out of him then.
Many of you may have been out for the day. The weather's been good here in New South Wales. And if you want to know a very quick overview of the race, we got off to an incredible start. Mark Scaife suffered a slipping clutch right off the line from pole position. Did not even make it to turn 3. The car was struggling, and he was hit from behind from young Jack Perkins making his Bathurst debut. And his day was done. Jim Richards went out. Also fellow race favourite Jason Bright suffered problems in the Ford Performance Racing car. There's been multiple crashes. There's been 9 safety car periods. It has been an incredibly eventful day. And now we are down to the final 10.5 laps. And this kid, this 23-year-old Rick Kelly, a 2-time Bathurst winner, is hunting down the championship leader, Craig Lowndes. Could you ask for it to be any better? on a Sunday afternoon in Bathurst.
Pit straight has been filled with people all afternoon, but if they can pack any more in, they will, because we are gearing up for a frantic finish here to the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. Car number 15, you're riding with him, Rick Kelly, chasing Lowndes in the championship, chasing Lowndes in this race. The margin was 5.7 seconds last time around as they passed the new hotel complex under construction. Into the final corner before the start-finish line, we'll have a new margin as Kelly made up ground. Russell Ingall is now all over the back of his teammate, James Courtney. This is the battle for third. 6 seconds the margin. As Rick Kelly passed the start-finish line, Craig Lowndes had obviously found something. As Lee Diffie mentioned, in communication with his garage, responding to the Kelly challenge as the laps start to wind down. If you're chasing, these last 10 laps go very, very quickly. But if you're defending a lead, they seem to take forever. James Courtney, incidentally, in car 4 there is 27 seconds behind the top two. And look at Ingall. Almost gave his teammate a little nudge there. Up mountain straight. Will Courtney yield? Will he yield to experience and speed? Touch of the brake lights, now he's hard on as Ingall hunts him up, pushing him up through the cutting. There's a yellow flag out, there's been a crash. This is huge news for Rick Kelly. Huge news. There's a car off at the chase and they've brought the safety car out. That car is a long, long way into the sand. It is not Kelly, is it? It is Jason Richards from the distance there, similar livery. So Richards is off, but they have brought out the safety car, which will compress this field. So we'll now find Lowndes, Kelly, Courtney, Ingall, and Stephen Richards nose to tail with less than 10 laps remaining. It'll take a little while to get that car out of there, I'd imagine. What next?
You know where his strength is.
This is an extraordinary event, Lee Diffie.
You are near your mobile phone or your home phone, ring your friends and tell them to turn the TV on because we are going to have an incredible finish to this race.
Chase ran out of the road on the outside. My goodness me, that's an off at 300 Ks. It flew right across the road. Thank goodness there wasn't another car there. Why was that? Was there some technical issue with the car? He tried to drive it out the other side, but he couldn't quite get it up to the verge. What a ride. Jason Richards, look at this.
Whoa.
Holy smoke.
That is a wild ride at almost 300 kilometres an hour.
Now, Campbell Little just said to Craig, you know where Rick's strength is. He's referring to the point-to-point speed of the Toll HSV dealer team car, so we're going to watch this restart with great interest. But what about this for a moment? Watch the way this car flies. He has the presence of mind to keep it straight, not putting any lock on it, and it clear jumps the racetrack before jumping into the beach there.
Reminiscent of Greg Murphy in Shanghai last year, but that was a lot faster and a lot longer.
Lee, as you can imagine, there were some panicked faces to begin with when the Toll HSV dealer team saw an orange car in the sand trap. Hard luck for Jason Richards, but this, Todd Kelly, could be the break you were looking for. You've been going stroke for stroke with Craig Lowndes. This is the break.
Yeah, it's that safety car we've really been hanging out for. They're just on the radio to Rick now. We're really strong at the bottom end of the circuit and under brakes, which is good. Obviously, we need to pass down here, and we just need to find a 1/10 and a half or so over the top. So Rick's got his eye in and the car's good. We've looked after it all day, so it's going to come down to the last few laps. It'll be a nail biter.
It's an interesting scenario here because you're both playing for the big one, the great race, but at the same time you've got two blokes at the wheel of their cars that have got to think about the championship.
Yeah, of course, and it just comes down to, I guess, who's going to take more risk to get Bathurst and who's going to put Bathurst over their championship points. But we'll see how it goes. It was like this a little bit with Scafie and I last year, and again I'm sitting here in the pits and it is dead set the worst place to be.
I think Todd summed it up, boys. Got to be a nail biter.
Well, he knows his brother very, very well, and he knows where he's strong, and he will be standing in his brother's corner. Whincup in Lowndes' corner. This will be a sizzling finish.
I'd like to know what happened to the Jason Richards car. Why did he go off with such speed down at the chase? And doesn't look to be any great damage done, so I'll probably get this car cleared, and we're going to get about 8 laps of racing, 7 or 8 laps of green flag racing perhaps.
And the important thing that is, if this car is able to continue, Jason will continue.
Well,
do you think it's too badly done? It's hard when we're guessing from here, but
a huge face full of dirt, which they'll need to have a look at. I doubt whether he'll be able to continue. There'll be a massive amount of dirt in the radiator intake and the brake intakes in front of that car.
The crowd on the main straight are starting to cheer and jeer because they know these guys are coming back around for one more lap any moment now, and they know what a tense end this is.
And there's a bit to play for. I mean, this race means so much. I'm sure they're both thinking championship, but I'm sure they won't mind using muscle if they have to.
Yeah, you bet. You bet. Both guys can stand toe-to-toe when need be. It's been 10 years for Craig Lowndes. Been a lot less than that for Rick Kelly. It's only been 2 years since their last victory. Look at this. They are fired up. The Holden camp for Kelly, the Ford team for Lowndes. And that's what V8 Supercar Racing is all about. The two manufacturers head-to-head. Mark.
Andrew Jones, teammate of Jason Richards. Jason was on the radio. What did he say?
He actually got on the radio as he was skipping across the sand. You could hear the sand in the background. He said, geez, that one was big enough to rival the one that he had in Queensland last year. So very disappointing way to end the day for the Tasman Firepower Commodore.
Did he say if there was a failure or a driver error?
He hasn't said no, mate, but he's trying to get it back to the pits here. Hopefully we'll be classified as a finisher. Obviously there's plenty of stories along here today. It's been a tough day and we've been climbing our way back up the ladder and it was looking half all right towards the end here.
Thanks, Andrew.
Cheers, mate.
It's one of the wildest scenes I've ever seen at this racetrack. That is unbelievable. So what was the issue there? Did he just run out of road, make a blue? Is there a brake problem, some other failure? I guess we'll find out soon enough.
Decent long jump, wasn't it? Here he is, he's clear, and he's back into the lane, into pit lane. Say something about power steering there?
Okay, if you want to do it back, take it in the shed. We'll have a look at it.
Must have been some other issue, surely. He's been around here plenty of times, not just going to drive off the road for fun.
Well, this is last year's runner-up. He raced Mark Scaife all the way to the line last year. He is not in that position in 2006.
That young bloke is pretty lucky that he's all okay, and fortunately that car's okay. When you're travelling at that speed, if that thing had got even vaguely sideways and dug in, that would have been one heck of a mess. Yeah, Wally's asking about steering. Let's have a look at eavesdrop.
Wally's story's encouraging him to keep going for points. Greg, what are they saying down there? Steering problem.
I'm just down here having a word to Wally's story. What's Jace said? Do we know what may have caused this, Wal?
He's got the impression the power steering might be a problem, I think. He can't steer it like it's very heavy to steer, but it looks like everybody's connected to the helm all right. So we're going to look into it and see what we can find.
That's Wally's.
A bit more research to be done, I think, boys.
Yeah.
Gutting moment for him. That's Wally speak for saying that that everything's all still connected down there, so maybe it's just a power steering issue. And what Wally's saying, there's only 17 people running, let's get it back out there. Jace didn't look too enthusiastic. The colour will be well and truly drained from his face after that.
That's why I was saying if he can get it running, he will, thinking about championship points. You'll notice the lights are out on the right pattern. Shakespeare safety car. Daz, what do you have?
Just a quick update, Lee spoke to Jamie Whincup. He said Craig's just got to watch himself on the run up to turn 2. That's where that car's got the grunt on him. Down the hill he should be fine because they believe Craig is quicker across the top of the hill, but that run up to turn 2 is where they're vulnerable.
Ready, set, go. Are you ready? It will be a 7-lap sprint to determine this year's Bathurst winner. Will it be Craig Lowndes and Jamie Whincup for 888 Race Engineering, Team Better Electrical, or will it be the Kelly boys? No more commercial breaks. We are taking you to the end of this race, and it has been a memorable one for a variety of reasons. Has Lowndes got it to get his second win on the mountain? We're on! It's on! Lowndes versus Kelly!
Both got a great jump away. James hanging on to third up there into turn 1. Where's Rick positioned as they head up the hill? Right in his slipstream. Craig's going to jump to the right here and run hard and defensive.
This is pressure stuff. Kelly looking for the inside run up into Griffin's Bend. Not close enough, nowhere near it.
Gee, you see how deep that Craig drove the car up in turn 2 there. He slid the car all the way through the mid-corner and through the exit.
Let's not forget about James Courtney. He runs third. His teammate Russell Ingall is fourth. And Stephen Richards in the Jack Daniels Commodore is in fifth. A podium still in the offing for Stephen Richards. Lowndes has done well. He's got a good margin on Kelly already. And Russell Ingall is under increasing pressure from his former teammate. Dust flies, someone dropped a wheel off there. Settled across the top of the mountain. And Ingall knows he's got to fight on. There's first to second, to third, to fourth. Nothing in it.
Craig made half a second to the second split on Rick Kelly on this lap.
And there it is. There's that margin. Craig is answering our question. He is handling this pressure from Rick Kelly.
2.48 seconds was the margin first to second at the end of this race last year. Mark Scaife to Jason Richards. Once again in the back end of this race, there's no margin between first and second.
Kelly's good into the chase, isn't he? Runs very deep on brakes. He's reduced that margin to Lowndes, but now we come into Lowndes territory.
2-minute 10.2 Craig Lowndes, 2-minute 10.5 Rick Kelly, 10.7 James Courtney, 11.4 Russell Ingall. Rusty was the one that suffered a bit on that lap. 11.5 Stephen Richards, 12.8 Steve Ellery in the Paul Morris car. Steve Owen at 13.8 in 7th. Paul Wheel, Alex Davis and Jason Bargwana, Brad Jones. That's the top 11.
Rick Kelly is second in this championship, has yet to win a race in season 2006. Wouldn't it be nice to win the big one? Positions remain as is as they crest the mountain one more time.
James Courtney just a little lock up on the run to the cutting that time. One slip up from either of these two guys in front and the two Stone Brothers cars are in the box seat. 3 Fords in the top 4, Holden in second place. On board with Stephen Richards at McPhillamy. Little flick of the throttle. 4th gear. 210 k's, brake, 3rd gear. 2nd gear, S's. Dipper about 85, 90 k's, 2nd gear. 3rd gear, on the left is where his dad hit the wall this morning. 2nd gear, Forest Elbow. Accelerating from about 90 k's. Fastest straight in Australian motorsport, one of the fastest in the world. 1,600 metres of it into the super fast chase. Just have a listen and have a look at the commitment here. Big squeeze of the brake pedal. Brake temperatures roar up to about 800 degrees on the fronts. A short shift second to third to keep the car tracking straight. Fourth. And look at this margin, first to second. It's still so tight.
Nothing in it for the lead of this motor race. 888 is Craig Lowndes for Team Better Electrical. 15 is Rick Kelly. 3 car lengths as they climb Mountain Straight again. Let's ride with Rick.
5 to go. 2 minute 9.29 Craig Lowndes. 2 minute 9.37 Rick Kelly. 0.67 is the official margin. Here's the man in hot pursuit. Sun making it so hard to pick a turning point on the run to the cutting.
He was gutted at Sandown to lose by such a narrow margin to Jason Bright and Mark Winterbottom. He said if you get flogged by half a lap, well, that's better than being just beaten.
Lowndes cranking sideways. That's where he made the mistake early in the race last year. Just where you short shift from second to third, climbing out of the cutting, trying to get that 640 odd horsepower to the road. Craig again just cranking a little sideways. Is he knocking the rear tyre condition around? These two guys are putting extreme pressure on each other.
Normally it's Lowndes, the man who's applying the pressure to other people. It's the tables are being turned on him now.
Dipper starting the big run down the mountain.
Ford's hero versus one of Holden's rising stars. And there's young Jamie Whincup, teammate to Craig Lowndes.
Second in this race last year.
John and Margaret Kelly, watch on. The parents of Rick and Todd. Pressure stuff.
Car's just, should I say, Craig's just drifting the car a little bit more through the chase than Rick. He's going to have to be a little bit careful of the hot air disturbance coming from the back of Craig's car as well. What do the lap times say this time through? Jason Richards is going back out onto the racetrack. That's good news. They could be classified. 8.9 for Craig Lowndes, 8.9 for Rick Kelly. What amazing pressure. 0.62 is the margin. James Courtney still third at 2 minute 10 even. And 9.9 for Russell Ingall in fourth. Still Stevie Richards in fifth. Look at this.
It's a lovely shot. That illustrates it perfectly. First to second. Into turn 2, and this is where the real climb begins.
Craig just using a little more of the exit space off turn 2. Rick choosing not to hop it off the edge of the curb there. He's right in his wheel tracks again. He track sacrifices on the exit a little. He's not using quite as much road all around this track. Craig's maxing out everywhere.
You think about the massive fluctuations in emotion for Craig Lowndes today. He got to drive around this track in Peter Brock's 1972 winning Tirana XU1. He was in tears on the grid this morning during the special tribute. Oh, and he gets Taylor there. And now, the complete other end of the day, he could be a Bathurst winner again.
Just sliding a little on those painted ripple strips.
The drag race down Conrod. They're running out of time now, running out of laps.
A bit of paper in the front, or a bit of plastic, I should say, in the front of Rick's car in the radiator intake as well. Front left wheel and tyre on Craig's car on the run to the chase. See in the front left-hand corner of car 15, there's something in there.
Whoa, it's on here between the teammates for third.
Stevie's in there as well in the Jack Daniels entry, car 7. What a recovery for those blokes this weekend.
This is for the final step on the podium. Courtney, Ingall, Richards. You ride with Ingall.
2 minute 8.6, new fastest lap of the race for Craig Lowndes. 0.62 is the margin. Also an 8.6 for Rick Kelly. They're trading punches in first and second. Oh, Jason Richards has whacked the wall. Will there be a safety car, and will we have a yellow flag finish? This will trigger a safety car, and we may well finish this race under the control of the safety car. If that's the case, then Craig Lowndes is the winner. What will they elect to do? Will they go full course yellow? We do not have that at the moment. We're still racing.
They're staying green, and Courtney has skipped away from Russell Ingall. Lowndes is answering the response. We're inside the stranded car of Jason Richards.
Heartbreak for Tasman Motorsport, for Jason Richards, for that crew of people. Fast all weekend, recovering from a problem on Thursday. Huge surf through the sand. What's the race director going to do? Is he going to leave the cars as they are? Will they run green to the end? We hope so.
Zinger replay, Jason Richards.
He couldn't steer the car. Could not steer the car. Debris all over the racetrack. So tough, so disappointing for this bloke. Oof. And for his technical crew, and that's big damage to boot. So they've got a nightmare on their hands before the Gold Coast.
The same spot that Marcus Marshall crashed and Stephen Johnson earlier this morning. And reports from Tasman Motorsport, it was power steering problems. And with that replay, it was kind of a little obvious, wasn't it? Back to the front. It is still on. This is far from over, and no sign of the safety car. It looks like we're going to race to the finish.
I think race control has directed there will not be a safety car. That's good news. We're going to get a clean race to the end. These blokes are going to go punch for punch. Jason's okay, getting out of the car. Lap speed for Craig, 2 minute 9.5, 2 minute 9.6 for Rick Kelly. It's just going to be a local yellow flag at the top of the hill. It'll be 1 second where they can't pass. The rest of the track, it's game on. 0.64 of a second between Lowndes and Kelly.
2 laps to go. 12.5 kilometres to determine the Bathurst winner. Will Ford break its drought? It's all up to Lowndes. 1998 was the last victory for the Blue Oval. Or can be Kelly be Holden's hero?
I don't know that Rick's got enough. The two of them are on the absolute limit. Climbing from the cutting up towards Reed Park now, second to third gear. Through the blind right-hander, building speed, fourth gear, up now to about 205 k's. They're coming into the accident area. This is where Jace went off. He's parked up on the left to McPhillamy.
Listen to the crowd in true appreciation of some brilliant motor racing.
Just like the Sandown 500 with a different key player at the front. It's that Toll HSV car in second. A tremendous performance from both teams and both sets of drivers.
And when we wrap this V8 Supercar Championship up at Phillip Island and the Big Pond Grand Finale later this year in December, it could very well be either of these two gentlemen that will be crowned champion. They are making their way to get notification of the final lap around Mount Panorama. And at this stage, it looks very much to be Lowndes. Kelly again closes the gap in the chase, as he's done every lap. But then Lowndes responds to that challenge. This is it, the final lap.
There's no cruise to the flag though. The two of them can't afford to relax and enjoy any of this. 1 lap to go, 6,200 metres of racetrack.
Last lap, mate, last lap.
I know it is, he said.
Campbell's been on the phone to Craig, told him it's the last lap. Eric's been on the phone to Rick Kelly, says it's the last lap. They know what's at stake. 2 things, double-edged sword, championship and a Bathurst victory. These two fellas are fighting it out in the championship and they're on the absolute limit through turn 2.
The corner workers applauding them, cheering them on in what is an incredible finish to the great race.
James Courtney, incidentally, is still third. Russell Ingall, Stephen Richards, Steve Ellery, Steve Owen, Paul Wheel, Alex Davison, Jason Bargwanna. That's your top 10.
If Rick Kelly can be close enough going through Forest Elbow, you can tell where he's going to make the move. He will try and get Lowndes under brakes into the chase, but he's not close enough. Massive cheer from the crowd on top of the mountain. It's Lowndes. Unless something goes astray.
Great drives from both these fellas. They have driven the wheels off both their cars. Have not put a foot wrong.
There is a young Victorian back in the Better Electrical Garage by the name of Jamie Whincup, who is about to become a first-time Bathurst winner. For Lowndes, it'll be number 2. And Kelly makes a valiant effort, but he won't have it. It won't be enough. This weekend has been all about farewelling the great man, Peter Brock, the friend and mentor to Craig Lowndes. This will be a huge outpouring of emotion. 10 years in the waiting. Lowndes and Whincup do it. That is an incredible motor race.
Fantastic job, mate. Unbelievable.
And Campbell Little is in tears. You can imagine. And Whincup fist pumping on the wall. Lowndes has done it on the day he farewelled his friend.
0.5. Half a second was the margin in this motor race.
Well,
James Courtney and Glenn Seaton will stand on the podium. Glenn's been there before. For James Courtney, it's a first time.
There's some conjecture as to actually who got third. Our timing and scoring says Courtney. Ingle gave it everything he had, and Ingle knows it. It's tight, and Rick Kelly, well done, Rick. Boy, did he fight hard. And Whincup gets his first Bathurst crown. He finished on the podium last year in the 2 Enduros. He finished on the podium at Sandown, and now he wins Bathurst with Craig Lowndes. Here's the replay. This is for third between the teammates. Courtney closest to us, Ingle the inside run. Oh, there's nothing in it. There is absolutely nothing in it. And James did get it.
There, and there it is. He managed it by the splitter length on the Gerald car. Well done, James.
With the Bathurst victory, it's fantastic.
Wow, look at Craig.
Here we go with Greg Rust.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a remarkable day at Mount Panorama in front of a massive crowd. An incredible race meeting filled with drama. A big crowd here today, and we say a huge thanks to the officials and marshals who've worked tirelessly in these hot conditions. In third place today, and collecting the trophy from David Ajala from Super Cheap Auto, from Stone Brothers Engineering, give a nice welcome round of applause to James Courtney and Glenn Seaton. James, come on over here quickly. John, only your second attempt at the mountain and you're on the podium. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's really good. It was quite tough as I did a double stint in the end there, but I managed to hold my teammate out, which is what I wanted to do, and I got Glenn on the podium. I'm just sorry that I didn't win for him.
What a day for you, Cito. It's nice to come back with this team and to be on the podium.
It's fantastic, Rusty. Thank you very much to the Stone Boys for giving me the opportunity to be here. Well, Geraldwin for all his help, and this champion behind me who done a fantastic job and got us on the podium.
Great work, boys. Glenn Seaton and James Courtney, they take their rightful place for Ford. Third on the podium today. Second at the Sandown 500. Second here today from the Toll HSV dealer team. Give it up for the brothers, Todd and Rick Kelly. They've collected their trophy from David Ajala from Super Cheap Auto. Todd, I know you dearly would have loved a repeat win, but it must feel special being up here with your brother.
No, it is. The boys did a fantastic job all day, and full credit to Jamie and Lounsey. They did a top job. They had an awesome car, and they were the better crew on the day. But well done to our boys, HSV, Toll. Thanks very much.
Rick, you gave it your all towards the end there. It was a real seesawing battle between the two of you, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. I don't think I could have given it any more at the end there, but I guess this is as good as losing gets, isn't it?
The Toll HSV dealer team, Todd and Rick Kelly, take their place second in the 2006 Super Cheap Auto 1000. What a special day at Mount Panorama. For the first time, the handing over of the Peter Brock Perpetual Trophy. And there is no more fitting a recipient than his young mentor, or the man he mentored, I should say, Craig Lowndes and Jamie Whincup, winners of the Super Cheap Auto 1000. The special Peter Brock Trophy to be presented by Philip Brock, fittingly representing the Brock family. Jamie Whincup, what a year. He kicked it off with a win on the streets of Adelaide at the Clipsal 500. And this youngster from Victoria is on the podium. A special, special moment for Lowndes. We'll get Jamie over here. 2006 is turning into a ripper year for you. Well done.
Mate, this is fantastic. Look at this bloke here. What a superstar. Brought it home. Unbelievably strong at the end. To all the 888 guys, 5-round wins this year. Bathurst victory. You are the best. To the Ford fans here, to everyone watching at home, to Ford fans all over the world, this one's for you.
Well done, you've broken the drought, Craig, for Ford. Their first win since 1998, your first win in a decade, and on a special, special day, mate. How does that feel?
Speechless to everyone out there. Thank you very much. As Jamie said, 888 guys, you are the best. To all the Ford fans here at home, thank you. I got to personally thank Tom Gorman for allowing me to drive the Tirana around this morning, because it was a very emotional. It was more about the man himself than manufacturers, but thank you very much. I love you all. It's great.
You go and hold that Peter Brock Trophy high, mate. You've earned it. There he is. Craig Lowndes and Jamie Whincup. They hold the Peter Brock Perpetual Trophy, winners of the Super Cheap Auto 1000 in 2006.
Craig Lowndes, you got to feel for him. He's lost it on the podium, but he won it where it really mattered.